Chapter 4:14. Brother Lin, this old man just wanted to bring my disciples out to have a look at the outside world, that's all. I wanted to let them experience the world and gain some experience. Now that I think about it, I feel that my way of thinking is just too right. This unfilial disciple of mine has been spoiled to the point of being lawless since young. If he doesn't encounter some things, some people will really be lawless in the future. Zhang Xian smiled. Naturally, he didn't say his true goal. He couldn't say that he was representing the sect to take a look at the situation. If no sect occupied this place, their celestial ascending sect would want to stretch their hands here. But he wasn't a fool. How could he not see that there was a problem here? This little brother, no, definitely not little brother, it should be Brother Lin. He appeared here and was a sect leader, so the situation was different. It was very likely that this piece of land had already been occupied by their sect. Currently, Brother Lin revealed that he was at Tao Realm Stage 2. That wasn't weak, and even in a top sect, he would be an upper-level elder. But don't forget about his age. Now that he had such cultivation at such a young age, naturally, he would be highly regarded. The experts of the sect would choose to give up their positions and allow such a talented disciple to become the sect leader. If their celestial ascending sect had such a talented and high cultivation disciple, then they would have handed over the position of sect leader. After all, his cultivation was enough to be the sect leader, and it wasn't embarrassing. Lin Fan smiled and muttered to himself. This Zhang Xian wasn't simple, and his words were really nice to listen to. What was the saying? I really like this person. Not only was he fun, but his words were also nice to listen to. Min Er stood beside her master. She didn't want to say a single word. The situation had changed and she didn't know what to say. Her master and Lin Fan were like good brothers for many years. Even she had to call him senior. She felt really wronged. Lin Fan said, young people need to see more and learn more. You will grow when you meet some things. Your disciple is really unruly and needs to be taught a lesson. If he causes trouble in the future, even you, as his master, might not be able to stop him. As expected, it was addictive to be called senior. Even the way he spoke had become more profound. Zhang Xian nodded his head. Brother Lin's words make sense. The world is huge and there are many experts. My disciple isn't strong, but he is really good at causing trouble. If he really offends an expert in the future, the outcome would be disastrous. Right now, these two people were very simple and clear. One dared to speak, and the other dared to reply. That was basically the case. The tea stall was empty. Lin Fan and Zhang Xian sat there facing each other. The two of them were like old friends, chatting happily and bragging about the problems of the younger generation. The two men behind Zhang Xian listened from start to finish, sizing up Lin Fan from time to time. Then, they looked at their junior sister. All of a sudden, there was a special feeling in their hearts. The more time passed, the more they felt that the gap between them was getting bigger. Damn! We're all about the same age, so why are you so outstanding, while we can only be taught a lesson by you like juniors? It's really incomprehensible. Suddenly, the atmosphere was a little quiet. Zhang Xian and Lin Fan looked at one another. Both of them didn't say a word and just looked at each other silently. The silent conversation between the two of them naturally made the kids around them not dare to speak. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Brother Lin, where is your sect located? I would like to pay a visit. Zhang Xian smiled and asked. His smile was filled with good intentions, like he was saying that he didn't have any other thoughts and just wanted to head over to take a look. Lin Fan smiled. Brother Zhang, do you want to know where my sect is because you want to bring people from Celestial Ascending Sect to trample my sect? Zhang Xian was stunned. It was obvious that he hadn't expected Lin Fan to say that. He then burst out laughing. Brother Lin, your joke isn't funny at all. How am I such a person? Since I want to be friends with Brother Lin, naturally, I want to get closer to you. Lin Fan said, oh, I was just joking. But forget about the sect. Brother Zhang just needs to tell me the location of Celestial Ascending Sect. If I have the chance in the future, naturally, I will head over to your place to reminisce. The two of them looked at one another and smiled. Then, they calmed down. Slowly, their faces became expressionless and they didn't say a single word. No one knew what the conversation between the two of them meant. But it felt a little weird. Lin Fan thought about it. Zhang Xian definitely couldn't know where Martial Path Mountain was. With their current strength, they weren't strong enough. If they really wanted to attack Martial Path Mountain, then they could only run. This was why before their strength reached a certain level, he definitely wouldn't tell him where the sect was. Zhang Xian's thoughts were similar to Lin Fan's. What did he mean? He didn't tell him where the sect was, but he wanted to know where Celestial Ascending Sect was. Did he want to bring people from his sect to find out more about Celestial Ascending Sect? If he realized that Celestial Ascending Sect wasn't as strong as his, then he wanted to attack. This was why Zhang Xian didn't want to tell him where Celestial Ascending Sect was. Before they understood each other's situation, that was what both of them were thinking. Ha ha ha, Brother Lin is right. But as they say, it is fate that we meet. This fate is really magical and subtle. I think that our fate hasn't been destroyed. Even if we don't know where our sects are, we will still meet in the future. Don't you think so? Zhang Xian said. He wouldn't fall for Lin Fan's tricks. If you don't say it, then I won't say it. As for who would take it seriously, it would depend on who couldn't take it anymore. Yes, Brother Zhang is absolutely right. Lin Fan smiled and agreed with Zhang Xian's words. Anyway, he didn't lose out this time and got what he wanted. It was already not bad that he got 3 Dao realm techniques. Why did he have to think so much? Moreover, it was about time and he didn't want to continue talking to him. Go where you need to go. Don't waste my time here. Then, now. Zhang Xian thought about it. Forget it, he would just treat it as using 3 Dao realm techniques to buy his life. Moreover, he felt like there was no point in staying here, so why not just go their separate ways? But he didn't say those words. He felt like it wasn't a good thing for him to say it. It was like he didn't care much about this relationship. Lin Fan didn't care and said directly, why don't we just forget it? I still have some things to do. If there is a chance, we will meet again. Okay, then I won't disturb Brother Lin. If there is a chance, I will definitely invite Brother Lin to Celestial Ascending Sect. Zhang Xian said. Sure. Lin Fan smiled and waved his hands to tell Zhang Xian to scram. He felt like keeping this fellow alive was much better than killing him. Very quickly, Zhang Xian and the others left. Lin Fan looked in the direction that Zhang Xian and the others left in and was in deep thought. Now that sects were moving around, it was easy to bump into people from sections. Especially the top sects, they were really active. Thinking about it, it made sense. Now that many top sects occupied land and expanded their territory, naturally, they would all be active. Young master, will anything happen if we let them go just like that? Go Zi asked softly. Liang Yongqi looked at Go Zi in shock. He realized that Go Zi had changed. He was a servant in the past, but now he seemed really confident. Facing such a strong expert, he was still able to remain calm. If Go Zi knew what Liang Yongqi was thinking, he would definitely holler. Listen up, I am no longer the Go Zi of the past. I am a domain realm Go Zi, so please show some respect. Maybe it would shock Liang Yongqi to death. Lin Fan said, nothing will happen. This person is quite smart. It is just that it will be a little tiring to deal with him in the future. That was what he was thinking. That was indeed the case. After a short conversation with him, he knew that he wasn't a fool. Rage points plus 333. Ah! Where did the rage points come from? Did that fellow provide him with rage points after he left? That was possible. In the distance. Master, why do we have to be so polite to such a person? How can our celestial ascending sect be afraid of him? Min-er was really unhappy. Till now, she was still thinking about how Lin Fan shoved the sock into her mouth. A humiliation that she wouldn't be able to forget for the rest of her life. One had to say, Go Z's sock was really smelly. It was so smelly that normal people wouldn't be able to take it. Didn't you see how the girl fainted from the smell? It was really tragic. I was afraid that all of you would die there. Zhang Xian looked at his disciple. Her eyes were just too weak. Till now, she still didn't understand the situation. Min-er said unwillingly, with Master here, what do we have to be afraid of? The two male disciples standing behind the old man didn't dare to say anything. Although they didn't see everything clearly, they seemed to have understood something. Even an elder needed to speak nicely to Lin Fan. That could only mean one thing. Lin Fan's strength couldn't be underestimated. Even an elder didn't dare to be careless. You, Master is about to be angered to death by you. Do you really think that he is so ordinary at such a young age? Or do you really think that I am so amazing? If I didn't do that, your life would be in the hands of others. Zhang Xian was helpless. He didn't notice in the past, but now that he came out, he realized that his disciple's intelligence made him worry. There was a saying that went like this. Whether it was a donkey or a horse, it was fine. Who knew that when he brought his disciple out for a stroll, he would realize that his disciple was a retard? Forgive him for speaking so bluntly as a master. But he had no choice as that was what he really thought. Min-er was shocked like she didn't expect Master to say such words. Zhang Xian didn't want to scold his disciple, so he said nicely, Disciple, after this matter, it is time for you to grow up. There is always someone stronger. Celestial Ascending Sect is strong, but there are many stronger ones. Even I might not be able to protect you. To be able to use 3 Dao realm techniques in exchange for your life is something to be thankful about. Actually, there was something he didn't say. These 3 secret manuals could be considered to have saved his life as a master. Of course, he wouldn't say that. If not, he would lose all his face. Chapter 4:15. Bumping into Liang Yongqi on the way was a decent thing. At least he didn't die outside. But if he was a little later, he was thinking that Liang Yongqi might really have starved to death by the side of the road. Liang Yongqi was still too weak. Even if he had initial faith power, it was still really weak. If he relied on himself to cultivate, he had no hope at all. If he could raise the faith power to the peak, maybe he could become an expert like Go Z. But this path wasn't easy either. The faith path didn't look at talent or comprehension. It depended on whether or not one knew how to suck up. For example, Go Z and Cousin were both really loyal to him. Since they got the Darkness Chief God's God domain and opened up the faith path, they used the peak faith power to connect with him. The feedback they received was really rich too. 2 purple lines of faith, one of them was Go Z and the other was definitely his cousin. Go Z couldn't handle his strongest power, but Cousin definitely could. Cousin was really talented and obtained many fortuitous encounters. His power was then transmitted through the purple faith. With the current situation, Cousin's cultivation was enough to reach Dao Realm Stage 1. No matter where Dao Realm Stage 1 was, he had the ability to protect himself. As long as he didn't face those terrifying people, he would be fine. A few days later, the Alliance started to move. What Lin Fan did in Valley City infuriated the Alliance. Their hands couldn't reach that far. It was too dangerous to gather too many people to head to a place that the Alliance couldn't control. Such a large-scale invasion wasn't in the Alliance's territory, so it was a little problematic. Lin Fan's age was a problem for them. He was too young and was also really strong. If he was left alive, he would be a problem and it was just too dangerous. In the words of the Alliance, they had to pull out the roots and it was best if they killed him. But based on the Alliance's predictions, Lin Fan's overall strength was really strong. Mao Shintai wanted to kill the kid but failed. Although Lin Fan didn't deal any damage to Mao Shantai, his ability to withstand pressure was really strong. This was why the Alliance wanted to use the top sects to make them feel pressured. They wanted to work together to kill this monster that even the Alliance cared about. But things didn't seem to be what the Alliance thought. They told the top sects about this matter, and at the same time, they told them about Lin Fan's situation. But what they didn't expect was that the top sects were really calm and there was nothing wrong at all. Damn it! The Alliance didn't understand what was going on. Actually, it wasn't that there was a problem with the Alliance's news or that the top sects didn't receive the news. When the top sects received the news, those people immediately went to report the situation to the elders. He was afraid. He was just 20 years old and his cultivation was at stage 2. Moreover, he was Lin Wani's son. That was just too shocking and it nearly scared one to death. But the result was something that no one had expected. No matter which sect's elders saw this news, they were not shocked, but furious. With a kick, he sent the messenger flying. The meaning was clear. Do you think you're an idiot, or do you think we're idiots? Use your pig brain to think about this content. See if it's possible, and if it's worthy of others believing. The person who was reprimanded by the elder was a little stunned. That was indeed the case. Thinking about it carefully, it seemed a little impossible. No, it wasn't just impossible, it was absolutely impossible. He didn't think much about it. A 20-year-old Dao Realm Stage 2, that was something he had never heard of before. Even if he started cultivating in his mother's womb, that was impossible. Most of the top sects had a thought, which was that the person who spread the news had ulterior motives. Lin Wani wasn't dead yet and they wanted them to kill his son. Wasn't that just a trap? Lin Wani only had one son and if he died to their hands, they would definitely take revenge on him. To the top sects, they didn't even need to think to know who did it. Apart from that damn alliance, who else could it be? Damn. Even if they wanted to borrow someone's hand to kill someone, they had to find a good reason. Did they really think that the top sects were fools? Thus, this matter became really awkward. They had no choice. The Alliance wanted to know the reason, but they didn't understand. They just felt that Lin Fan was too hard to find and they couldn't find him in a short period of time. What they didn't know was that their actions had caused the top sects to hate them. Even some of the top sects that they worked with in the past. They only had one thought in their hearts: scammer. Young master, the sky is about to turn dark. Let's find a place to rest. Go. Z looked at the sky. It was getting late and when the sky turned dark, if they didn't find a place to stay, then they would have to sleep outside. Ah! Lin Fan replied. Actually, he could have gone back long ago. But he didn't and just looked around. The main thing was to remember the surrounding environment so that when he occupied land, he would know where it was. But there was something that disappointed him. He actually didn't find anyone who could develop faith in him. The world seemed really calm, but he knew that a storm was brewing and no one could stop it. The four alliances were fine because they knew that the final enemy was the Alliance. As for the Imperial Dynasty, they didn't care much about it. The Imperial Dynasty was just a puppet. King Wudong's rebellion succeeded, but who knew how many people he lost? Moreover, no one knew where the original Imperial Dynasty experts went and they didn't stay to fight the Alliance. Some people said that they hid in the forests, but most sects felt that they definitely didn't. They were just gathering somewhere and waiting for a chance. It smells so good. Lin Fan said. The sky turned dark but a fragrance wafted over from the distance. Liang Yongji was hungry again. It had been a long time since he had eaten, especially meat, which was a luxury for him. His dog nose could smell the fragrance of meat with just a sniff. It is meat. It is meat from wild animals. Liang Yongqi said. He looked into the distance and he could see some flames. It was obvious that it was in front of him. Your nose is really amazing. Lin Fan looked at Liang Yongqi. Maybe it was a special ability that he trained outside for a period of time. Liang Yongqi scratched his head in embarrassment and smiled. But his expression was one of anticipation. He was anticipating meat. Very quickly, the flames got closer and closer. The people around seemed to have heard movement and were nervous. Their bodies tensed up and one could even hear the sound of weapons being drawn. But when they saw that Lin Fan and the others were all young, they heaved a sigh of relief. They were all young and they thought about one another. Their strength was about the same and they shouldn't be a threat. Lin Fan looked at the people around the fire. They were all really young and of course, their cultivations were really weak. 2 guys and 1 girl. The 2 guys were normal but truthfully, they were really outstanding. But to Lin Fan, that was it. After all, Lin Fan was a narcissistic person and always thought that he was outstanding. One had to say that the girl was really beautiful. Her aura was extraordinary and she didn't look like a normal person. But to Lin Fan, he had seen way too many girls. He had always maintained a good attitude. He wouldn't say that he hated girls, but he definitely wouldn't say that he liked girls either. He was just so calm. At that moment, when Lin Fan looked at them, the 2 guys and 1 girl looked at him too. Maybe they were sizing each other up. At the same time, one of the guys said softly, "Be careful, we don't know where they came from, so don't be careless." The guy who said this was called Chen Feng and he was the shortest here. At most, he was 1.65 meters tall. His eyes were bright and he was really cunning. Maybe our sister-in-law is too beautiful. Even in the middle of the night, she could attract 3 wolves. I hope they don't ask to be humiliated, otherwise, I don't mind teaching them a lesson. Junior brother, watch your words. They are just passing by and didn't do anything. It isn't good to guess randomly. The handsome guy sitting beside the girl said. He got up and cupped his fists. I am He Fei. My junior brother is rude, so please don't mind him. Lin Fan smiled calmly. It is okay. Go. Zi gathered the wood and started a fire. As for Liang Yongqi, he stared at the wild boar on the fire. His throat moved and he was about to drool. Chen Feng then muttered in a low voice, "Senior brother, look at that guy's eyes. He's staring straight at him. I told you, this group of people are definitely not good people. They might even harbor evil intentions. Stop talking. They are just looking at the meat. Go and give some to them." He Fei said, "Listen to me and don't throw a tantrum." Chen Feng was helpless. He wasn't willing to give food to these unknown people. Moreover, the way they looked at his sister-in-law was a little different. That was what he thought. As for whether or not that was the case, it was hard to say. He had no choice. Chen Feng sliced some meat from the boar but He Fei stopped him. He scolded him for being stingy. He sliced off a leg and told him to send it over. Chen Feng pouted. Although he was a little unhappy, he still walked towards Lin Fan and passed the meat over. Here, my senior brother gave it to you. He stared at Liang Yongqi in rage. Watch your eyes and don't look around. That is my sister-in-law, my senior brother's wife. She isn't someone you can think about. Liang Yongqi was stunned. Look at your sister. I am looking at the meat. Lin Fan nodded towards He Fei like he was thanking him. Chen Feng saw that Liang Yongqi's gaze shifted and thought that he listened to him. He didn't care much and turned around to leave. Senior brother, I have already warned that kid. Don't worry, he doesn't dare to look at you. If he does, I will teach him a lesson. Chen Feng said. You. The girl smiled bitterly and shook her head. She knew that he wasn't looking at her but at the meat in front of them. But she didn't say anything. At the same time, she heaved a sigh of relief. Like she was glad that they were just normal people. Chapter 4:16. If you want to eat, then eat. There is no need to look at me. Lin Fan saw that Liang Yongqi was staring at him. From the glow in his eyes, what else could he think? Naturally, he wanted to eat meat. As the grand disciple of Marshall Path Mountain, his status was naturally high. But regretfully, he was facing the sect leader, and beside him was the sect leader's servant. They were much higher than him. This was why the sect leader didn't say anything. He didn't dare to eat. When he heard the sect leader's words, Liang Yongqi didn't hold back anymore. He wolfed down the meat. His mouth was covered in grease like a dumb son of a rich family. Thinking back to the past, Liang Yongqi was a famous playboy in Yu City. The fan in his hand gave off a noble aura. But now, the changes were huge. His aura was totally gone, and what replaced it was the aura of a refugee. In the past, if the meat in his hand wasn't sliced and placed on exquisite plates, he wouldn't even be able to look at it, much less eat it. Lin Fan picked up a piece and placed it in his mouth. It tasted good. He Fei looked at Lin Fan and the others. Lin Fan looked weak, especially Go Zi, who looked like a servant. This was why he treated Lin Fan like a noble young master. As for Liang Yongqi, there was no need to talk about him. His clothes were dirty and he ate like he hadn't eaten in a long time. Such a combination was really weird. All of a sudden, he didn't know how to describe it. "Brother, where did you come from?" He Fei asked. "I don't think he's that good." He was talking about Liang Yongqi. After all, he was dressed like that and it was really weird. Lin Fan smiled. "I came from Valley City." He wasn't lying, he did come from Valley City. "I have never been to Valley City. It seems like we are heading in the opposite direction. Looking at your aura, you should be from a rich family in Valley City. After all, you have servants to take care of you." He Fei and Lin Fan talked normally. At the same time, he asked about his background. Lin Fan said, "No, I was from a rich family in the past but not anymore. I am just a normal person." He Fei said, "I am sorry, I asked too much." To Yi Fei, he understood that Lin Fan was indeed a rich family disciple. However, his family was in trouble and he became a normal person and ended up here. Because of such a reply, he could understand why Liang Yongqi was like that. He definitely faced many problems along the way, and because Lin Fan was the young master, he naturally had to give all the good things to the young master. Naturally, he didn't feel anything wrong with Lin Fan. Instead, he felt that these two servants were truly loyal to Lin Fan. Even in such a situation, they still didn't abandon him. He had naturally heard of such a situation, but he had never seen it before. Lin Fan smiled, indicating that it was okay. The other party was probably thinking too much. However, he was really just a normal person without any good points. The only thing that wasn't too ordinary was his strength. In fact, he did not want to bear too much burden. Cultivation was not in his nature. His dream had always been to be a quiet young master of a rich family and live a comfortable life. It was a pity that things didn't go as he wished. He was constantly spurred on by others. Chen Feng muttered softly, "Senior brother, why are you talking so much to them? They are just normal people and don't fit in with us. Moreover, our situation isn't good either. If they are with us, they might not be able to run away. They are just normal people, so we won't drag them down. Moreover, even if they come, they might not be able to do anything to us." He Fei said. With Lin Fan's strength, naturally, he heard what they said. He was really calm. The feeling of being a normal person was really good. It was really good to be young, it was easy to fool others. The night was really quiet and nothing else happened yet. Suddenly, Lin Fan opened his eyes. He had heard the commotion. It was obvious that the other party was trying to hide their presence. However, they were simply too weak. So weak that it left him speechless. If he had to describe it. If Lin Fan was a dragon that knew how to fly, then these people who were making noises were just ants that knew how to crawl. He looked towards He Fei. He hadn't noticed. Maybe he wasn't that strong, so he didn't hear anything. After a while, He Fei finally reacted. He got up and said softly, "They are here." Chen Feng and the girl looked around warily. I finally found all of you. A voice spread from the distance. In the blink of an eye, several people stepped on the tree branches, leaving behind many afterimages. They appeared in front of He Fei and the others. Young master, I. Go, Zi frowned. He wanted to kill these people who disturbed young master's rest, but young master stopped him and told him not to be rash. He Fei said softly, brother, this is our matter and has nothing to do with you. All of you should retreat and we won't drag all of you into this. Little miss, the chief ordered us to bring you back. The male in the lead said. Chen Feng said, my sister-in-law won't follow you back. Just give up on that thought. Junior brother, come back. He Fei said and then looked at him, your little miss and I are willing, so I hope that you can let us go. Preposterous. The male raged, we have already investigated. You are just a disciple of a mid-tier sect and you actually dare to touch our little Mississippi. Even your sect leader doesn't dare to be so arrogant in front of our chief. Young master, do you need to help them? Go, Zi asked softly. The main reason was that He Fei was respectful towards young master. Since he had the ability, naturally, he was willing to help. Wait, these people aren't their match. Lin Fan said. Very quickly, maybe because both sides didn't come to an agreement, or maybe they didn't want to talk at all, they started to fight. He Fei was decent and was at Master Realm. As for the man from what race, he was at Grandmaster Realm. But to reach Grandmaster Realm at such a young age, he was just too weak. There were no scenes of heaven and earth being split open or space shattering. It was just a clash of swords and blades. Occasionally, there would be bright light exploding. To Lin Fan, this was like someone who was used to seeing top special effects but returned to normal scenes. He Fei was a realm lower than him and logically speaking, he shouldn't have been able to win. But he could see that He Fei's accumulation was really shocking. Especially along with the girl's attacks, he was able to suppress the guy. To them, this battle was just too intense. In the end, He Fei used a fist technique and the guy exclaimed, returning to true, and was punched away. This is what a young person should experience. As for me. Lin Fan was really focused on the battle like he was recalling something. He felt a little sad. Lin Fan was thinking about what he had experienced when he was weak and small. Oh right, he went to Jiang City to experience it. When he had nothing to do, he would farm in demon rage points. Very quickly, his strength increased. Truthfully speaking, he really envied those people who could stay in the same realm for a few years and fight with young people of the same generation. Really, he really envied them. Unlike now, as long as they were young, there was no joy in fighting. He could only fight with a bunch of old men every day and there was no sense of experience at all. He really hoped that he could turn back time and be like the few young people in front of him, to fight with people of similar age and be shocked. He actually cultivated this technique to returning to true realm. No, you're actually in the Dao realm and you've even condensed 77 Dao patterns. That pain was unimaginable. Why did they do that to him? He didn't want to cultivate so quickly. He was in so much pain. At that moment, the girl stopped Chen Feng and said viciously, let them go. But sister-in-law. Chen Feng wanted to kill all of them. Leaving them alive was just a problem in the future. But the girl didn't want Chen Feng to do that. If that was the case, he would be in huge conflict with the family. He looked at the people who fell to the ground and locked his eyes on the leader, go back and tell my father that he doesn't need to find me. I won't go back. The guy got up slowly and wiped off the blood at the corner of his lips, little miss, I hope that you can think it through. The chief won't let all of you off. He then looked at He Fei and then at Lin Fan and the others. It was obvious that he treated them as a group. Let's go. All of them left dejectedly. Senior brother, are you okay? Chen Feng hurried to his side and asked. He wasn't weak and senior brother found it tough to fight him. If not for sister-in-law's help, things might not have ended so quickly. I am okay. He Fei shook his head. He was really strong. Fortunately, he had cultivated a fist technique to returning to true realm, otherwise, it would have been hard to say who would have won. Chen Feng saw that Lin Fan and the others were stunned and smiled. Don't be nervous. This has nothing to do with you. If it was you, you would have been crushed to death with just one hand. Fortunately, my senior brother and sister-in-law are strong enough. If there is nothing else, then leave. It is rare for all of you to see such a scene, right? But don't think about cultivating. All of you are just normal people and you are too old. It is too late for you to cultivate. The girl said, it is best if they leave with us. My people have amazing memories and they must have memorized their faces. If we find them, they won't have a good ending. He Fei nodded and walked in front of Lin Fan. Brother, I am a disciple of Shantian's sect. All of you were dragged into this and looking at your situation, you have nowhere to go. Why don't you follow me back to the sect? Once this matter is solved, you can go wherever you want. What do you think? Go. Z frowned and looked at young master. He really wanted to ask, was young master really so normal? He wanted to argue but he knew that young master didn't like to act cool. He just wanted to go with the flow. This was why he didn't say anything. Okay, then I will have to trouble you. Moreover, you are a good person and maybe I can help you. Lin Fan said. TSK, it is good that you don't drag my senior brother down. How can I expect you to help me? Chen Feng was filled with disdain. People nowadays didn't have much strength but liked to act cool. Haze. It was hard to explain. To Lin Fan, he also wanted to know where Shantian's sect was. This territory was a little complicated. Chapter 4:17. Lin Fan's idea of heading to Shantian's sect was really simple. If it was possible, he hoped that when Shantian's sect was provoked and they didn't have the ability to face it, he would go all out and kill everyone to slowly accumulate rage points. Moreover, based on his guesses, that woman's family would definitely come to Shantian's sect to ask for her. Based on the normal development, there would definitely be a conflict. When the time came, he would appear to help. Since He Fei was a decent person, he would help him out a little. He would then argue with that family and absorb a huge wave of rage points. Open up your brains and don't let poverty restrict your imagination. Tell me boldly, how many rage points can you get? Have you thought about it? As for his headache about his cultivation rising too quickly and wanting to slow down, that was just a complaint unless he was sick in the head. Till now, he still didn't know that if he was weak, he would be beaten up. Very quickly. A few days later. Shantian's sect was right in front of him. It was a majestic sect and from afar, one could see the tall buildings standing in the mountains. When He Fei saw that the sect was right in front of him, he actually felt a little nervous. He held the girl's hand tightly. Maybe he knew that bringing her back would bring problems to the sect but he could only place his hopes on the sect. Lin Fan found it weird. They arrived at the sect in just a few days. This place wasn't far and the sect was really tight. It was the right decision to come out and take a look. He would be able to understand the sect's distribution. Chen Feng said, follow us back to the sect. Don't talk nonsense and don't look around. If anything happens, we won't be able to protect you. Okay. Lin Fan smiled. It seemed like there was a high chance that they would have huge gains here. He was really looking forward to it. Of course. To anyone else, Lin Fan and the others were just normal people. Thus, they were arranged to live in a certain house. A low-profile life was always so unassuming. But one had to say, he realized that Shantian's sect really had a lot of disciples. If he could use his group taunts, the effects would be amazing. It seemed like he had to work hard. There was a high chance that he would succeed. Young master, how long are we going to stay here for? Go, Z asked. He didn't notice anything special about this Shantian sect. The Go, Z of the past had disappeared and now, as a domain realm expert, Go, Z's standards had increased. In his words, the people here were all so weak. Lin Fan said, "Don't rush, wait, some things will surface soon." After they moved in, He Fei didn't come back. The moment he returned to the sect, He Fei went to find the sect elder and sect leader to report this matter. In their eyes, Lin Fan and the others were just ordinary people. It was already good enough that they could be settled in the sect. What happened next would not involve them, and they could just quietly wait for things to end. At night, He Fei stood there with a really ugly expression on his face. He was a little unwilling and didn't know what to do. "Disciple, you've gotten yourself into big trouble," an old man said helplessly. What could he do? The person in front of him was his disciple. Even if he was an elder of the sect, it was not up to him to decide. "Master, is there really no way?" He Fei asked. The old man thought about it for a moment and said, "That girl is the eldest daughter of the Ji family. They are really strong and are showing signs of advancing from a mid-tier sect to a top sect. Their old ancestor is at Tao Realm Stage 4 and has been in secluded meditation for a long time. If he breaks through to Tao Realm Stage 5, he will have the strength of a top sect. The gap between our Shentian sect and the Ji family is just too huge. More importantly, the Ji family has a close relationship with the top sections." He Fei lowered his head and his expression was a little off. He understood what Master was saying. "Master, I don't want to hide anything. I will tell you everything I know. Her father wanted to send her to a top sect to marry a top disciple." The old man was stunned and then looked at his disciple. "I really didn't expect my disciple to be so charming. Master, now is not the time to tease me. Do you have any other way to solve this?" He Fei asked. The old man sighed, "There's no other way. If you're willing to let go, the sect will definitely be able to protect your life. As for you wanting the Ji family to give up on that top sect disciple and choose you, that's impossible. You're very talented, but compared to the top sect's geniuses, you're still too far away, too far away. No, Master, I definitely can't let go. Moreover, we have already consummated our marriage." He Fei definitely wouldn't let go. He was a man and naturally, he wasn't willing to hand his own things to others. But he was under huge pressure and the enemy he was facing was just too terrifying. He didn't know what to do. The old man blinked and looked at his disciple in disbelief. How did this happen? His disciple didn't look like a perverted person. They were all outside and didn't have a room. If not, they would have used the ground as a bed and fought. He Fei didn't know what his master was thinking. If he knew, he would definitely grumble that his disciple wasn't perverted but that they couldn't control themselves on such a dark night. "Fei, this is a huge problem. Even I don't know what to do. The old man is speaking the truth. I really don't know anything. You had fun but now that you are in a mess, it is a huge headache." He Fei thought about the outcome and said firmly, "Master, I won't give up. If I am going to die, I will die in the sect." The old man reached out and patted He Fei's shoulder. "Disciple, I will protect you. But if there is really nothing I can do, you must understand that a wise man knows his place. Don't be rash." Just as the master and disciple were talking, Ji family had moved out long ago. Those people who were beaten up by He Fei returned to the family and reported the situation. The chief personally led people over to Shentian sect. A mid-tier sect actually dared to pull a tooth out of the tiger's mouth. They really didn't know what was good for them. The next day, when Lin Fan opened his eyes, Go Zi had prepared everything. Go Zi personally prepared everything for him to wash up and eat. "Young master, it is time to wash up." Go Zi entered the room and placed the things at the side. Suddenly, in the distance, a strong aura exploded. At the same time, there was a furious roar. It was obvious that they had come to find him. Lin Fan was really calm and didn't rush out at all. He continued to wash up and then enjoyed Go Zi's food. He was in someone else's sect, so it wasn't good to jump out too quickly. At least he had to give the sect a chance to perform. "Let's go take a look." Lin Fan said. He brought Go Zi and Liang Yongqi into the distance. That should be the main hall. He could sense several auras clashing there. Although there wasn't a huge battle, there was definitely a vicious conversation. Very quickly. When Lin Fan arrived, the situation was indeed a little intense. Shen sect disciples surged over because someone came to cause trouble. All of them stared aggressively at the people there. To them, Shen sect wasn't a sect that anyone could bully. But their arrogant heads were being suppressed. After all, in their eyes, their sect leader seemed like he couldn't take it and became a little cowardly. Lin Fan looked over. That girl's race should be nearby. The male leader had decent cultivation and the aura he gave off was at Dao Realm Stage 3. No matter where he was, he should be a really strong expert. The guy was the Ji family head, Ji Chong. His expression was really ugly and he hollered, "You unfilial daughter, you are actually with a bastard. You have thrown away the face of our Ji family." Ji Xuefei's face turned ashen white. She wanted to say something but her father's aura covered her heart and she didn't know what to say. "Uncle, Xuefei and I are both willing, please grant us our wish. If we send Xuefei to a top sect, she definitely won't be happy. As her father, you definitely wouldn't want her to be unhappy for the rest of her life, right?" He Fei mustered up his courage and said. "You bastard, shut up. As a disciple of a mid-tier sect, you don't have the right to climb up to the Ji family." Ji Chong said coldly. He was so furious that he was about to explode. He really didn't expect that such a thing would happen. This damn kid and this damn Shen sect. "Chief Ji, although my disciple is in the wrong, the two of them are both willing. As seniors, it is a little too much to break them up." The old man couldn't take it anymore. His disciple was being belittled, so as a master, he couldn't sit still and do nothing. He had to say a few words. "Old man, shut up. This has nothing to do with you." Ji Chong obviously wouldn't give face to a mid-tier sect's elder. To not give him any face at all made him feel really awkward. Lin Fan looked at Ji Chong in envy. Damn. So many people were angry at him. If he could gain rage points, then he would be in the sky. He was thinking about it. Maybe he could be like him. Although people hated him, he would gain a lot of rage points. Just as he was thinking about all of this, the situation changed. Ji Chong ordered people to snatch his unfilial daughter back. With He Fei and the others' strength, how could they block him? Naturally, his master would protect her. But Ji Chong attacked right away, using absolute strength to suppress everything. He suppressed He Fei's master with one move. The situation was a little quick but that was normal. After all, the difference in strength was huge. If a Dao Realm Stage 3 couldn't suppress someone at Dao Realm Stage 1, then how was he going to survive in the future? "Follow me back." Ji Chong hollered in rage. His voice was like thunder and it was deafening. A terrifying aura covered Shen sect. Shen sect leader's forehead was covered in sweat and his face was ashen white. He sensed the terrifying aura and it was just too strong. Even he was no match for the other party. It didn't make sense to sacrifice the entire Shen sect for one disciple. At such a moment of despair, if I can mock him, then naturally, I will gain a lot. It is time for me to appear. Lin Fan's smile was as bright as a flower. Chapter 418. The past few days were a disaster for Shen sect. They were in a tragedy, really a tragedy. Lin Fan came to Shen sect and hollered in rage. In front of them, he said that their senior brother was a piece of trash and even injured their elder. The sect leader stood there and didn't even move. He didn't even let out a fart. To them, how they wished that their sect master could be firm at this moment and crush the other party in an invincible manner. Step on these people and tell them that this was the Black Heaven sect and they were courting death for daring to act so impudently here. But they knew that this was a dream and that such a thing wouldn't happen. Suddenly, A voice spread out from behind. Are Xiantian sect people all so useless? The disciples of the Xiantian sect were in a state of grief. They didn't know what to do. But when they heard those words, all of them exploded. It was as if a grenade had been thrown into the crowd, instantly blowing them up into the sky. Who dares to say that? When have our Xiantian sect people ever been useless? Everyone was searching for the person who said that. Now that someone came to provoke Xiantian's sect, they couldn't beat him and felt that they were unlucky. But not everyone could ride on their heads. Stop looking, I am here. All of you are indeed useless, especially your sect leader. He is so frightened that he doesn't even dare to attack. How embarrassing. Very quickly, everyone turned around and realized that it was the person who spoke. Those humiliating words were said by the other party. But they didn't know who he was. It seemed like the sect didn't have such a person. Rage points plus 66. Rage points plus 199. Rage points plus 222. He didn't have much hope for some normal disciples as individual rage points were just too low. But you are the most beautiful when you are angry. The individual numbers were small, but there were so many of them. Some disciples clenched their fists and green veins appeared. They wanted to charge up and beat Lin Fan up, but they bore with it and didn't do anything. Unknowingly, they proved what Lin Fan was thinking. How could they be so cowardly? Rage points plus 999. When the Xiantian sect leader looked at Lin Fan, he was furious. His rage points reached a peak. If not for the fact that the Ji family members were here and that he wasn't sure whether or not Lin Fan was from the Ji family, he didn't dare to say anything. Lin Fan was really calm. What are you looking at me for? I'm just telling the truth. It's not like I'm spouting nonsense. His words were so infuriating. But there was no other way. Everything you've said is the truth. If there's any falsehood, please prove yourself with your actions. Needless to say, the harvest was very bountiful. At that time, his thoughts were clear. No matter what sect it was, in order to become stronger, he was willing to be a walking hatchet man. He Fei was filled with despair at the current situation. But when he heard that familiar voice behind him, he was slightly taken aback. Turning around, he realized that the person he had brought back was actually scolding his sect. Although he felt a little sad, the worst thing was that the person he loved was going to be taken away. Chen Feng couldn't help but roar, "You bastard, if I knew you were such a person, I would have blown your head off." He really couldn't help it. Even if you're an ordinary person, you can't be so arrogant. Senior brother brought you back to help you, but you don't know what's good for you. You actually said such hurtful words at a time like this. Feels good. Lin Fan was satisfied with the current situation. His rage points were increasing. It seemed like as long as he continued to work hard, he would be able to get more rage points. As for scolding him, he didn't care. As long as he could provide rage points, he could scold him however he wanted. He would definitely fight back. Of course. When he scolded him to the end and couldn't provide any rage points, then the tragedy would come. Lin Fan was so arrogant and naturally, it made them unhappy. Those disciples didn't feel good, but there was nothing they could do. He was right, he wasn't speaking nonsense. Look at their Xiantian sect's current situation. The sect leader stood there with a stunned expression. Although he was furious, that was only towards Lin Fan. He didn't show any unhappiness towards the Ji family at all. Even if it was just a sentence, it would be fine. Chen Feng snarled at Lin Fan furiously. However, the way Lin Fan ignored him made him furious. He really wanted to rush up and beat him up. But at that moment, he noticed that the Ji family people were walking towards senior brother. Who cared about Lin Fan? He charged in front of senior brother and stared at him in rage. He was prepared to fight at any moment. Junior brother, back down. He Fei said. Chen Feng said, Senior brother, I definitely won't let them take sister-in-law away. The person who walked towards them was an expert from the Ji family. Although he wasn't as strong as the sect leader, he wasn't someone that Chen Feng and the others could fight against. "Little miss, follow the chief home." The family member walked over step by step. Each step he took gave Hefei and the others huge pressure. Ji Shuefei said, "I won't go back. I am already his. Even if you bring me back, you won't be able to answer to him." "What?" A shocking roar of anger burst out. The voice wasn't from the family member but from Ji Chang, who was waiting. His body was on the verge of collapsing like he couldn't stand properly. What did that unfilial girl say? Ji Shuefei took in a deep breath like she had gathered all her courage and said, "I am already his." Ji Chang was stunned but very quickly, rage rose up in him. A storm formed around him that was filled with rage. "Kid, I will kill you." He was truly enraged. "Hayes, old fellow, why are you so angry? Let's talk nicely." Lin Fan walked in front of Hefei. An invisible aura exploded out and blocked Ji Chang's rage. "Isn't it just the thing they're turning into someone else's shape? What is the big deal? I think this kid is not bad. He is smart enough to change your daughter into his shape." Rage points plus 999. Rage points plus 999. The people of Ji clan were not idiots. How could they not understand the meaning behind those words? All of them were furious and provided Lin Fan with a large amount of rage points. Hefei was stunned and felt that those words sounded a little weird. However, he couldn't think of what was wrong with it. The key was that to him, Lin Fan was just a normal person. The situation here wasn't something that he could defend against. But shortly after, the invisible aura that spread out from Lin Fan's body shocked Hefei. It was as if he was in disbelief. Ji Chang didn't care much about Lin Fan. But shortly after, when he sensed that vast ocean-like aura, he was stunned. Lin Fan said, "Don't talk about me or you. Look at all of you. You really aren't much. If your daughter found a man, then so be it. Why did you have to snatch her back? I understand. It seems like you want to send your daughter to a top sect. In my opinion, you look really haggard when you snatch your daughter, but you look really handsome when you give her away." Such a situation was something that one could only hope for. He absorbed 2 waves of rage points at once. Truthfully, how could such a good thing happen often? "Brother, you." Hefei treated Lin Fan as a normal person, but looking at the situation, he didn't look like a normal person at all. He was really terrifying. Lin Fan said, "I think that you are a decent person, so I will help you." That was what he said. Actually, what help was there? He thought that there would definitely be trouble here. If he snatched his daughter back to the sect, they would definitely fight their way over. When that happened, it would feel great. Both sides would mock each other and rage points would come to both sides. His strength would also improve, so why not? The people from Shentian's sect looked at Lin Fan. They didn't expect that he would challenge them. All of a sudden, they were stunned. Like they couldn't react at all. This was especially so for the Black Heaven sect leader, who was frowning. Where did this kid come from? Just the aura that he had just given off was already extraordinary. But the Ji family was too strong. The Ji family old ancestor might have reached Dao Realm Stage 5, and that was someone they had to look up to. "Kid, who are you? This is the Ji family's matter. Do you want to be enemies with them?" Ji Chang didn't know where this kid came from, so he didn't dare to be too aggressive. In such a situation, Lin Fan didn't think about talking to anyone. As for talking to him, if he didn't get angry, then where would he get rage points? This was why it was understandable that he was so direct with his words. Lin Fan said impatiently, "Enough, what are you talking about? As a sect leader, I hate people like you who bully others just because you have some strength. You even want to ruin a good marriage. I say, you are an animal." Just because he had a bit of strength, he could do whatever he wanted. This was not something that he, Lin Fan, had done often. He had bullied others before. But he couldn't remember. Rage points plus 999. The Xiantian sect disciples felt that their anger had been vented. Before this, they were furious at Lin Fan, but now some of them had a good impression of him. But Lin Fan's next words caused that good impression to disappear. Even if you want to bully others, you have to pick the stronger ones. This Xiantian sect is full of pushovers. Although it feels good to bully them, can you have some face? Especially this sect leader, he is just a coward. Even I don't want to bully him. Lin Fan pointed at Ji Chang and scolded. Damn! The Xiantian sect disciples were so furious that they were about to explode. They just had a good impression of him but didn't expect him to say such words. He obviously didn't care about them at all. The Xiantian sect leader's face flushed red. He really wanted to smash this kid's head. Damn! That damn fellow! Ji Chang's face was dark and sunken. Kid, I tried to talk nicely to you but you don't know what's good for you. I really want to see what kind of ability you have. The moment he said this, the wind and clouds surged. Dao Realm Stage 3 cultivation exploded out. As the Ji family chief, Ji Chang's cultivation was really amazing. If the old ancestor became a Dao Realm Stage 5 expert, then their Ji family would become a top family and be on the same level as the top sections. Of course, although he had just entered a top sect, his status was different. He would come into contact with many more things and would have more say. Chapter 419. At that moment, Dao patterns exploded from Ji Chang's body. Each Dao pattern shone brightly and swept forwards like a waterfall. The sky shook. Ji Chang's Dao patterns were really extraordinary. The space couldn't take it and started to show signs of collapsing. When the Xiantian sect disciples sensed this shocking aura, they felt like they were in a deep abyss. They shivered and didn't even have a chance to fight back. Be careful. He Fei reminded, but his voice was really weak. It was as if when he saw this power, he had given up all thoughts of fighting back. This power was too terrifying and it wasn't something that they could handle. Xiantian sect leader raised his head. Although he was at Dao realm, he sensed an ocean-like pressure from the surging power. It wasn't something that he could handle. Kiki, not bad. Lin Fan raised his head and smiled. He pushed his palm forwards. Instantly, with his palm as the starting point, a shocking power exploded forth. With a kacha, the space was like a 1,000-layer cake. Many dimensions appeared and stacked on top of one another. In the end, they gathered together to form a dimension space that suppressed Ji Chang's Dao patterns into his body. What? Ji Chang felt an unstoppable power pressing down on him. The Dao patterns that were about to appear couldn't fight against Lin Fan's power at all. With a loud explosion, they were smashed into his body. He didn't dare to believe what had happened. Old man, it's not that I want to criticize you, but your cultivation state is pretty decent. But, at the very most, you can only bully pushovers. But, in my eyes, you're still slightly lacking. Lin Fan stood with his hands behind his back, looking extremely calm. It was as if he didn't care about Lin Fan at all. Xiantian sect leader felt like he was losing face. He felt like those words were directed at him and that weakling was their Xiantian sect. The way he looked at Lin Fan was filled with resentment. However, he was extremely shocked because Lin Fan was very young, but he had such strength. It was simply too shocking. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it at all. So amazing. The Xiantian sect disciples raised their heads and looked at Lin Fan. They had a lot of complaints about Lin Fan. But now, this opinion was completely gone, because they needed a powerhouse to protect their dignity and ruthlessly let the other party know that they were not to be trifled with. Furthermore, Lin Fan was very young, which was a perfect fit for their expectations. It was as if they were the ones suppressing the other party, not Lin Fan. Ji Chang's face was gloomy, and his aura surged. Brat, I've underestimated you. At this moment, Ji Chang's aura was gathered to its peak. The power of Tao Realm Stage 3 Yin-Yang and 5 elements exploded out. Heaven and earth reversed and all sorts of weird powers that normal people couldn't touch spread out from the depths of the void. Then, it gathered into a dazzling radiance. Sky Vault Tao. Ji Chang roared in rage and punched out. The surrounding space gathered together and turned into a ray of light that pierced downwards. This kind of glorious battle had already surpassed many others. The radiance was so dazzling that it was difficult to open one's eyes. Lin Fan raised his head and looked over. He didn't feel much pressure and didn't care much about what was happening. A hint of a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. A decent move to cross stage 2, but what a waste. There was a loud explosion. Lin Fan ripped open the dimension and stepped forwards. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the light. He opened his fingers and slapped forwards. The rays of light bombarded the palm, but without any room for resistance, they were directly pushed back. How did this happen? How is he so strong? Ji Chang's forehead was covered in a cold sweat. When he fought with Lin Fan, he could clearly sense how tough it was to block that power. From start to finish, Lin Fan was really calm. There weren't many fluctuations in his actions and every move he made was filled with a shocking aura. Shortly after, Lin Fan pushed the light back and appeared in front of Ji Chang. The two of them looked at one another. To Ji Chang, this situation was a little off. Just as he was about to react, Lin Fan hammered down on Ji Chang's face. He was a dual cultivator and when he was far away, he would play with special effects. But when he was close, he wouldn't think so much and would just raise his fists. Tao Realm Stage 3 was one realm higher than him, but truthfully, Lin Fan didn't fear it. It was just one realm higher and it wasn't much. Pang! Each of Lin Fan's fists would cause space to ripple and then explode with a white light. It was so blinding that one couldn't see what was happening in the sky. Of course. Naturally, he could shout out the name of the move and then punch out with a fist that exploded with light. But there was no need for that. Each fist he punched was to gather the power of his Tao patterns and then explode with it. Pang! The ground shook and no one knew what was going on. But shortly after, Lin Fan landed with his hands behind his back like he had already done it. His speed was so quick that it stunned everyone. Everyone looked at Lin Fan and there was only one thought in their minds. Was it over? Boring. I thought that Tao Realm Stage 3 was so strong. Who knew that he had just entered Tao Realm Stage 3? Lin Fan pouted and was a little unhappy. He thought that he would be able to last for a period of time, but now it seemed like he was just a so-so. When the Shentian sect disciples heard those words, they were shocked. Tao Realm was such a huge gap for them. But now that someone said it, it sounded like it was just a so-so. Thick dust seeped out from the deep hole in the distance and one couldn't see what was happening within. Chief! The Ji family disciples were terrified. Their minds were filled with the thought that it was impossible. The chief would definitely be fine. He was a Tao Realm Stage 3 expert and would become even stronger in the future. How could he have lost so quickly? Lin Fan stopped and turned his head. He heard a weak voice from the deep hole. I advise you to be more well-behaved. If you continue to stand up, you will just be making yourself more unlucky. The gray mist slowly dissipated. Everyone could see a blurry body in the mist. It was really blurry, but it made the Ji family members cheer out. Chief! Smiles appeared on their faces. They knew that the chief wouldn't lose so easily. But when the gray mist dissipated, they opened their mouths and couldn't close them for a long time. The chief was indeed the chief, but he was in a bad situation. His body was covered in dust and his clothes were tattered. His wounds were also bleeding. His body shook like he could fall at any moment. Stop right there! Ji Chang hollered in rage. His aura was really unstable. He panted and didn't dare to believe what had happened. There was only one thing on his mind. What happened just now? How did he lose? What is the point? You are really weak. Trying to prove to me how strong you are is such a stupid thing. I heard that your G family is about to become a top power, so you definitely have stronger experts. If he came, maybe he could fight me. As for you, you really can't. Lin Fan said. Impossible. Ji Chang hollered. His hair stood on their ends. When one was on the verge of collapsing, everyone would be able to use the most shocking power. At that moment, 31 Dao patterns flew out from Ji Chang's body and seeped into the dimension. Shortly after, they appeared beside Lin Fan and tied him up. Each Dao pattern contained terrifying power, which was the power of the Dao. The Dao patterns tied him up tighter and tighter. When normal people faced such a situation, their skin would tear and their bones would shatter. Lin Fan didn't move at all. His expression was normal and there were no changes at all. Lin Fan squinted. This was a final struggle. Since that was the case, then he would help him. Wang! An aura exploded from Lin Fan's body and gathered in the air. In the end, it turned into a giant sword. The sword pierced through the sky and the sharp sword intent swept everything. With a kacha. The Dao patterns around Lin Fan couldn't take the terrifying sword intent and showed signs of collapsing. Slash! Lin Fan hollered. The heaven sword above his head slashed down like a waterfall towards Ji Chang. The sword light sliced open heaven and earth. Before the sword light even arrived, everyone panicked. It was as if the thing that slashed down wasn't a sword but a death god waving a sickle that was about to reap all living beings. Suddenly, the sword light stopped. Ji Xuefei blocked in front of her father. She lowered her head and shouted in fear, "Don't kill my father, I beg you, Xuefei." Sister-in-law. He Fei was terrified. He didn't expect Xuefei to actually run over and block in front of Ji Chang. He didn't know how terrifying that move was, but just by looking at it, he knew that it wasn't simple. "Senior, show mercy." He Fei shouted. He didn't call him brother anymore but called him senior respectfully. The change was a little quick. Chen Feng didn't know what to say. He always thought that Lin Fan was a normal person. But now, how was he normal? Thinking back to his previous actions, he felt that the other party had wanted him to slap his own face from the very beginning. However, he didn't know that it was only now that the countless slaps converged into a single slap that landed heavily on his face. You really have balls. Father and daughter have a deep relationship. If I didn't hold back, both of you would have been sliced into pieces. Lin Fan said. He struggled a little. The Dao patterns around Lin Fan's body instantly collapsed. Pooh! Ji Chang couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Before he fainted, he said, "I don't need you, unfilial daughter." Before he finished, he fainted. The heaven sword that was floating in the air slowly disappeared and everything calmed down. Lin Fan was satisfied with the outcome. Rage points exploded out once more. He could raise his cultivation and he felt great. Suddenly, he noticed something shocking. Faith actually appeared among the group of disciples. That was weird. This was the first time they met and they came to cause trouble. As disciples, they actually had faith. Did they betray the sect so quickly? Or was it because he was more charming? Chapter 420. The place was really silent. The battle that caused the sky to lose its light had ended. When Lin Fan appeared, he attracted the rage of everyone. No one believed that he could bring about any changes. Because Lin Fan's words were too harsh, he was nearly attacked by everyone. Now, the scenes in front of them were imprinted in their eyes. There was nothing they could do even if they didn't believe it. Lin Fan suppressed Ji Chang with lightning speed. If not for his daughter blocking in front of him, he would have turned to dust and disappeared from the world. Chief! The Ji family disciples' eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Their eyes were bloodshot as they stared at Lin Fan in rage and hatred. It was all because of him. If not for him, things wouldn't have turned out like this. Ji Shuefei was worried about her father's injuries. Even if her father wanted to marry her to someone she didn't like, no matter what, he was her father. She couldn't watch her father face such a huge problem and not do anything. "Is my father okay?" Shuefei asked. The disciples who were taking care of the chief were unhappy with Little Miss, but they didn't show it. They were just in deep despair. They had a bad start. They thought that it would be easy to solve, but they didn't expect such a situation to occur. The Ji family disciples wanted to support the chief to leave, but Lin Fan stopped them. "I didn't allow you to leave, so why are you in such a rush? Wait, I have something to discuss with all of you later." Once the Shantian sect matter was solved, naturally, he would have a good chat with the Ji family. If he left now, then what was the point of everything before? If he just wanted to act cool in front of Shantian's sect, then he was wrong. He wasn't such a shallow person. You don't have to go overboard. This is our chief and our old ancestor is about to come out. If he finds out about what happened here, you won't have a good ending. The one who spoke was the chief's cousin. Lin Fan's cultivation made him feel despair. Even his cousin wasn't his match, much less them. Even if all of them attacked, they wouldn't be his match. Lin Fan said, "What cultivation is your old ancestor at? He is actually so strong, so why didn't he come personally and instead sent you small fries?" His words were really hurtful. They were small fries? Then what wasn't small fries? He had seen many experts, but he had never seen such a confident and arrogant person. "My old ancestor's cultivation is too high and he has great strength. Once he comes out, he will be a Dao Realm Stage 5 expert and the Ji family will become a top family. At the same time, we have a close relationship with the top sections. Do you think that just by suppressing us, you will be fine? As long as my family's ancestor finds out, even if you flee to the ends of the earth, he will definitely kill you." The man said angrily. Lin Fan said, "Yes, what you said makes sense. But if I kill all of you, even your old ancestor won't be able to find out who did it." Damn! The man wanted to slap himself a few times. After thinking about it for a moment, Zhang Xian realized that the other party's words made sense. Why didn't he realize that there was a problem with those words in the past? Seeing that the other party's expression wasn't right, Lin Fan just smiled faintly. There was something wrong with the intelligence of these people. He was too lazy to say anything more to them. At that moment, He Fei felt that Lin Fan had been toying with him from the start. He felt really annoyed. Were all the powerful people so good at toying with him? Say, "Senior, since you are so amazing, then why did you say that you are a normal person? That is just so awkward," He Fei said. But he was really grateful for his help. If not for him, he wouldn't have been able to survive this matter so easily. Lin Fan said, "I am just a normal person. I am just slightly stronger than normal people." He walked forwards and patted He Fei's shoulder. "Work hard. I'm helping you because I think you're a good person. However, that junior brother of yours isn't much. If it weren't for you, he would have been beaten up already." "That's right." He Fei nodded his head. He felt really proud and it was obvious that he had done something huge. "Don't worry, senior, I will definitely teach my junior brother a lesson," He Fei said respectfully. He couldn't understand Lin Fan's age. With his eyesight, how could he tell bone age? He thought that it was because his body was cultivated, which was why he looked so young. What a sad kid. He really believed Lin Fan's words. Lin Fan walked in front of the Shantian sect leader and smiled. Facing that smile, even if the sect leader didn't want to, he had to smile. If not, what else could he do? Lin Fan's strength was just too shocking. Lin Fan didn't expect him to still be able to smile. He really didn't understand what people were thinking. It wasn't a sin to be weak, but he was just too cowardly. He was so cowardly that he didn't know what to say. "Come, let me talk to you about something." Lin Fan walked forwards and hugged the sect leader's shoulder. The two of them were like good brothers that hadn't seen each other in a long time as they walked into the distance. They talked as they walked. The sect leader's body froze up and it was obvious that he was shocked by Lin Fan's actions. Lin Fan said calmly, "As a sect leader, you are just a little cowardly. They only have so few people and you don't even dare to fight back. Aren't you dragging the sect down by becoming the sect leader? Look at how the disciples are looking at you. They are all disappointed. Haze, what a waste." The sect leader's expression changed and he was a little unhappy. It was as if he wanted to say that even that had nothing to do with him. But no matter what, he was the sect leader and their sect had temporarily forced back the danger. The sect leader said, "He is the Ji family chief and he is really strong. Shentian's sect isn't his match at all." Actually, can't you tell that I am stronger than him?" Lin Fan said. The sect leader said, "I can tell that you are even stronger than Ji Chang. I really don't know what kind of power can develop such an expert like you. I think even the top sects don't have such strength." Lin Fan smiled, "Let's not talk about this first." Lin Fan smiled, "Let's not talk about this first. Actually, it isn't important at all. Maybe you are thinking too much. My goal here is simple, I am here to extort. Don't look around and don't be shocked. That is roughly what I mean. I am interested in Dao realm techniques. Your Shentian sect is a mid-tier sect, so you should have many, right? Why don't you share them? Where is the book depository? Let's go there and talk." To the Shentian sect disciples, they felt that they had misunderstood Lin Fan. What he said before was from the bottom of his heart. He was disappointed in their sect, but in the end, he helped them solve their problems. Now, he was even holding their sect leader's shoulder and talking and laughing like they were good friends that they hadn't met in a long time. Many disciples had a good impression of Lin Fan. As for what he said before, they had tossed it to the back of their heads. The sect leader was calm but his tone was a little uneasy. "My Shentian sect didn't offend you, right?" Lin Fan patted his shoulder. You didn't offend me, but you seem like you are easy to bully, so I want to bully you. Do you have a problem with that?" The sect leader raised his head and looked at Lin Fan. Rage burned in his heart and he wanted to scold him. Damn, what kind of lousy reason was that? Did he really think that he was easy to bully? But maybe he didn't need to say anything. The truth was right in front of him and even if he denied it, it was useless. Lin Fan said, "Don't think so much. Bring me there and I won't tell anyone. You can still be the sect leader. I will also make a trip to the Ji family." Actually, you are winning, aren't you? Right, a wise man submits to circumstances. I have no reason to reject your request, but I hope that you can keep it a secret. At least I am still the sect leader. If others find out, I will lose all my face. The sect leader said. It wasn't that he hadn't seen such things before. But this was the first time he had done such a thing. Don't worry, I am a principled person. As long as you cooperate with me, then we are good friends. In the future, when I face problems, all of you will help me. When you face problems, I will help all of you too. Lin Fan said. The sect leader didn't continue. This was the result of being weak. If he was strong, then such a thing wouldn't have happened. When Ji family came to Shentian's sect, he didn't dare to behave arrogantly. Now that this fellow hugged his shoulder and asked for Dao realm techniques, he couldn't reject him at all. He felt really wronged. Very quickly. Under the sect leader's lead, they came to the book hiding pavilion. There is an elder here who is in charge of guarding techniques. I need to report to him. The sect leader said. No need, it is too troublesome. Lin Fan brought the sect leader into the book hiding pavilion. As expected, he sensed a hidden aura. Instantly, the old man realized that the sect leader had brought someone in and was prepared to ask him what he needed. But before he said anything, his head smashed onto the ground and he fainted. Maybe to the old man, he didn't expect such a thing to happen. After all, he was in charge of the book hiding pavilion and naturally, he wasn't weak. But he was suppressed just like that. That was just so embarrassing. The sect leader's body shook. He calmed himself down and brought Lin Fan to where the Tao realm techniques were stored. Shentian's sect was just a mid-tier sect and they didn't have many Tao realm techniques. Each one was really precious. Similar to domain realm techniques, one could form Tao patterns. But these Tao patterns were worlds apart from true Tao realm techniques. Just so little. Lin Fan frowned and was a little unhappy. That was just too little. The sect leader said, "Not bad. Shentian's sect is a mid-tier sect and isn't considered strong. For us to have these techniques, we slowly accumulated them." Lin Fan counted and there were a total of 10 Tao realm techniques. Forget it, it was better than nothing. He flipped it in his hands and memorized the 10 Tao realm techniques. He had a total of 15 Tao realm techniques that he needed to cultivate. 200,000 rage points for one. To cultivate these 15 Tao realm techniques to complete Tao patterns, he needed 3 million rage points. The sect leader didn't understand what Lin Fan was doing. He just flipped through them and then placed them back. He was a little stunned and couldn't understand. Let's go. Lin Fan's goal for coming to Shentian's sect had been achieved and he was satisfied. What was surprising was that many of the Shentian sect disciples actually had faith in him. Although it was just the beginning, it was a good start. But how to raise faith quickly was a problem. The darkness god domain needed faith to develop. But they just didn't have enough. Chapter 421. Outside the hall. Lin Fan looked at the disciples who had faith in him. He pointed at them and told them to come out. Of course, this was how he went to find people. Shentian's sect was a good choice. Not only did he give them techniques, but he could also meet disciples who had faith in him. How great was that? He was a winner in life. Those disciples who were pointed out looked at Lin Fan in confusion and didn't know what instructions the elder had. It could be said that they worshipped Lin Fan very much. They felt that he was like a god who had descended to the mortal world. He had used his heaven and earth to twist the world and suppress this despicable guy. How handsome, how domineering, they worshipped him. Sect leader, these disciples are fated with me, so I will bring them away. Lin Fan said. Who cared whether or not they agreed? He didn't want to say it twice. He walked towards Ji Chang. Next would be Ji family's matter. Maybe he would start to interact with the top sections. Ji family had connections with the top sections. Normal people definitely wouldn't take it if he went to their door. But if Ji family was as cowardly as Shentian's sect, then he could pretend that he didn't say anything. The sect leader found it weird and was a little stunned. What did he want his disciples for? He wanted to say something but realized that Lin Fan didn't even wait for him to reply. He totally disregarded them. It was like he was just telling them that regardless of whether they agreed or not, the matter was settled. The sect leader felt like he had lost all his face. Are you all willing? He looked towards those disciples and asked. As long as they didn't agree, then he would be able to turn the tables. Yes. The disciples agreed without a second thought. They replied too quickly and didn't even think about it. Damn! The sect leader was furious and nearly roared out to question them. Did they know what they were saying? Did they still treat themselves as Shentian sect disciples? Maybe they didn't need to ask as the truth was right in front of them. Their choice said it all. When Lin Fan walked in front of Ji Chang, the Ji family disciples blocked in front of him. They stared at Lin Fan in rage. What do you want to do? He just glanced and the Ji family disciples retreated in fear. But the pride in their hearts kept them strong. They couldn't be afraid, they definitely couldn't be afraid. Go, Z understood. Young master just needed this fellow who was lying on the ground. The others who blocked him deserved to be beaten up. Pilai Pala. The Ji family's disciples lay on the ground and wailed. It wasn't that they didn't want to protect their clan leader, but that the enemy was simply too strong. Senior, could you spare my father? Ji Shuefei looked at Lin Fan pitifully. Lin Fan looked at the lady in front of him. Indeed, he couldn't call her a little girl anymore. Normally, a little girl would have no boundaries. But even though she hadn't given birth before, he could only call her a lady. If it wasn't for the fact that a certain word couldn't be written, it would have been even more vivid. Little girl, don't worry. I promise I won't bully your father. I just want to chat with him about some things. He Fei, why aren't you dragging your wife away? Lin Fan said. He never hits a woman. It was true. Therefore, he didn't want to talk too much with Ji Shuefei. He Fei immediately walked up and pulled Shuefei back. He shook his head and signaled for her not to say too much. Go, Z, bring them along. It's time for us to leave. Lin Fan said. Right when Lin Fan was about to leave, He Fei ran up, Senior, no matter what, he is my father-in-law. If he really can't do it, can you let him live? Lin Fan smiled, Kid, your way of thinking is quite amazing. He didn't say what he was going to do to Ji Chang, but He Fei said to cripple him right away. If an expert was crippled, then the outcome would be really terrifying. He probably wouldn't be able to stand tall in the race anymore. In the end, he could only rely on He Fei. A kid with a good way of thinking. If it was possible, he could help him fulfill his dream. Very quickly, Lin Fan brought them and left. Xiantian's sect leader looked at the back view and felt his chest tighten. He would remember today's humiliation. Don't let me become stronger. When the time comes, I will definitely take revenge. He couldn't show it in front of his disciples and could only act like he was fine. The elders of the sect didn't say a single word from start to finish. The main reason was that when Ji Chang attacked, they saw the gap between them. Then, when Lin Fan attacked, they were filled with despair. How would they dare to say any nonsense? They could only be spectators and watch on. Now that the matter was solved, they heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that he was fine. They were really worried that something would happen. He Fei, follow me. I have some things to ask you. Sect leader said. He Fei was the one who brought him back, so He Fei definitely knew about his background. Till now, he didn't know about Lin Fan's background. If he told others, they might not believe him. Okay. He Fei sighed. He told Shuefei to take care of Master before leaving with the sect leader. He knew what the sect leader wanted to ask. But the key was that he didn't know either. Young Master, are we heading to Ji family now? Go, Z asked. Lin Fan thought about it, let's return to the sect and send these people back. Ji family had a Dao Realm Stage 5 old ancestor and that was already really strong. He didn't know how strong he was but he definitely couldn't underestimate him. Moreover, Ji family was connected to a top sect. If they were unlucky and faced an expert, that would be a tragedy. This was why he had to bring 9 Demon. After merging with 9 Demon, his strength would be much stronger than his own. Of course. He could merge with other bugs but the increase in strength would be limited. 9 Demon was the best choice. Liang Yongqi wouldn't be able to go all out with this cannon fodder by his side. During a true battle, he wouldn't have the energy to take care of him. At the same time, he was close to Zhang Tianshan, so it was a good choice for him to accompany him. A few days later. Martial Path Mountain. When Zhang Tianshan saw Liang Yongqi return, joy appeared on his face. He was grooming Liang Yongqi to be his successor. Since Liang Yongqi left for Yu City, he knew that that was the last time he would see him. Now, it seemed like he was thinking too much. Lin Fan didn't pay attention to their reunion. He looked at the disciples he brought back. This is Martial Path Mountain. In the future, all of you will live here. Remember, I have high hopes for all of you. You don't need to cultivate or work hard. Just think about my face every day. Aha! The Xiantian sect disciples were stunned and didn't understand what Lin Fan meant. But all of that wasn't important. The most important thing was that they knew that the person in front of them was amazing. Didn't he see how bitter the Ji family chief was? What else could they be unhappy about? Zhu Shen blinked. Young Master Lin went out to cause trouble again. He knew about the Ji family. The old ancestor was really strong and lived much longer than them. But he was low profile and rarely caused trouble, which was why he was able to live until now. Young Master Lin, why did you capture him? Zhu Shen asked softly. He always felt that as long as there wasn't too much hatred between them, then he should just let him go. Letting him go was the safest as he wasn't a heartless person. Lin Fan said, I am prepared to head to the Ji family to borrow some things from them. Has anything happened recently? No, this place is a little secluded and we didn't face any problems. But news came from the outside that the Alliance has started to take action. They even offered a reward for young Master Lin, but no one believes them. Zhu Shen said. The Alliance had waited for so long, so how could they not take action? Their energy extraction was smooth and they didn't face any problems. What the Alliance lacked the most in the past was energy. Now, they understood why the natives called this place rich. It was really rich. Their technological strength allowed them to slowly swell up. Lin Fan smiled. The Alliance wanted him. Were they sick in the head? He didn't offend them at all. But forget it, so be it. He would settle this matter slowly in the future. Ji Chang came to Marshall Path Mountain and looked around. He said right away, let me go and I won't pursue this matter. He felt that he was really pitiful. His daughter was kidnapped and even lost her chastity. He wanted to ask, who did he offend? Naturally, the top sect was waiting. If he didn't see him, how was he going to explain it to them? What else could he say? His daughter was stolen, so why didn't he just let it go? He wanted to say that, but he also wanted to ask if Lin Fan dared to do so. This was no longer a humiliation to the other party, but a humiliation to their entire sect. If one didn't personally experience the strength of a top sect, one wouldn't understand. Lin Fan smiled, okay, stop the nonsense. Even if you don't pursue this matter, I will. Stay here for a night and tomorrow, I will bring all of you away. Zhu Shen, take care of these people. Ji Chang wasn't weak and Go Zi couldn't take care of him, so he could only rely on Zhu Shen. Zhu Shen felt that young Master Lin had walked on a path of no return. How should he put it? This path was really dangerous and he could die at any moment. But he had no choice. Master Lin entrusted young Master Lin to him, so he had to take good care of him. No matter what danger there was, he just had to charge forwards. That night, Lin Fan returned to the room and looked at his rage points. Not bad. He could raise 3 Dao realm techniques and form 3 more Dao patterns. He spent all his rage points and he had 80 Dao patterns. For example, Ji Chang had 31 Dao patterns. He was average in Dao realm stage 3 and wasn't really strong. The key was that among Ji Chang's Dao patterns, there were too few that could be used with Dao realm techniques. At most, there were only a few. The others were formed from the techniques that he cultivated in the past and were slightly weaker in terms of strength. Lin Fan wanted to use points to wash away some of the techniques that he cultivated in the past and add them all to Dao realm techniques. But forget about it. Domain realm techniques only required 69,000 rage points to reach returning to true, while one Dao realm technique required 210,000. He thought about it. It didn't seem like much. The power of 3 domain realm Dao patterns condensed to 1 point wasn't much weaker than Dao realm techniques. Who cared? He wasn't good at math and just thinking about it made his head hurt. Anyways, he would just take it step by step and slowly improve. He wasn't far away from Dao realm stage 3. He improved a little too quickly and it scared him a little. Chapter 422. Next day. Ji Chang couldn't accept the current situation and hollered in rage, "Release me." As the Ji family chief, his hands were actually tied up. If it was just his hands, then it was okay. But what was with the rope? The way it was tied up was a little unique. After Lin Fan took a look, he didn't care much about him. Ji Chang was not very useful to him, and that was all there was to it. As for the other party's current appearance, he was merely trying to maintain his composure. There was nothing extraordinary about him. "Young Master Lin, are you heading to the Ji family?" Zhu Shen asked. What he was most worried about was that young Master Lin would charge to the Ji family and face an expert. That would be a tragedy. Lin Fan said, "Of course, otherwise, why would I bring him back? Don't worry, nothing will happen. Look at him and you will know what the Ji family is like." Ji Chang was probably roaring in his heart. Damn! What about me? What about my looks? If you have the ability, then say it out loud. A little pig that could speak naturally left everyone speechless. This felt too surreal. Just what kind of strange beast was this, to actually have this kind of ability? But that wasn't the main point. The main point was that when they learned that the kid was heading to the Ji family, they were all stunned. Damn it, are people so daring nowadays? Or was it that their Ji family was really being looked down upon? If that was the case, they were looking forward to seeing how terrifying their Ji family was when the other party arrived at their Ji family. They were looking forward to seeing the miserable expression on their faces when they found out how terrifying their Ji family was. Just thinking about that expression would make one laugh. Zhu Shen was worried about young Master Lin going alone as it was too dangerous. He wanted to follow. He was at Dao Realm Stage 3 and he might not be strong, but even Ji Chang wasn't his match. Moreover, if he went to the Ji family and faced danger, he would be able to help. At least when he went all out, he would be able to buy time for young Master Lin to escape. Of course, Lin Fan knew what Zhu Shen was thinking. But there was really no need. Zhu Shen gave up too much to fight against the alliance in Yu City. Okay, you can just retire here. Leave the rest to me. I will let them know the consequences. He understood what the sects and powers in the world were thinking. If they really didn't want the alliance to break through the defense line, they just needed to put in some effort and it wouldn't be a problem. But unfortunately, apart from the previous batch of people at the border, no other top sects or factions were willing to step out. They were all waiting for the moment the border disappeared and the alliance army surged in. The imperial dynasty wouldn't be able to take care of itself and they would be able to do what they wanted to do. Young Master Lin, I am at the prime of my life. How am I supposed to take care of myself when I am old? Zhu Shen was unhappy. Although he had turned into a pig, he wasn't weak. Especially recently, he realized that his pig body had changed slightly and the direction of change was a good one. Okay, you just stay in Martial Path Mountain. I don't feel at ease without an expert here. Also, teach Feng Poliu. That fellow is talented but he wasted it. Monitor him and let him raise his strength. Lin Fan said. Feng Poliu's cultivation was really weak. In the past, he felt that his cultivation was decent, Grandmaster Realm, but now it seemed like it was just a so-so. He wasn't even at God Essence Realm. It was really bad. However, Feng Poliu was half a step into God Essence Realm, so naturally, it wasn't a problem for him to improve. Of course, he had to bring 9 Demon this time. Naturally, there would be a huge battle at the Ji family. If he merged with 9 Demon, he would be able to use stronger strength. Zhu Shen thought about it for a moment. Haze, I know, but you have to be careful. The Ji family might not be much but they have a close relationship with the top sections. If you really attack them, the top sects won't let you off easily. If the situation isn't right, just run. Don't force yourself. Lin Fan nodded his head. He felt that his current ability was too weak. He was unable to control the entire situation. Till now, he hadn't come into contact with the top sections. At most, he came into contact with the mid-tier sects but they were all too weak. In the eyes of the top sects, those mid-tier sects were like hooligans and they wouldn't care about them at all. Now, he was going to face the Ji family that was about to become a top sect. He was going to enter a deeper level of power. Go Zi wanted to follow Lin Fan but he was only at Domain Realm, so it was better for him to stay on Marshall Path Mountain. If he faced trouble, it would be tough to deal with. Let's go. Lin Fan waved his hands. Nine Demon jumped onto his shoulder and then pulled the rope like he was walking a dog. Imperial Dynasty. King Wudong realized that things had become problematic recently. The ambition of the alliance slowly surfaced and they started to expand. The cities that belonged to the Imperial Dynasty were occupied by the alliance. He sent people to talk to the alliance, but who knew that the alliance would use the excuse that the people weren't educated enough to openly occupy a city. Moreover, he found out that all the places occupied by the alliance were riddled with holes. Mountains were blown open and there were giant machines working day and night like they were producing something. King Wudong felt that if this continued, the entire land would be destroyed by the alliance. Zhu Xiang had become King Wudong's right-hand man. At the same time, he was one of the few people that King Wudong felt was reliable. His position in the Imperial Dynasty was much higher than Lu Xian's. Based on the news that Zhu Xiang provided, many people in the Imperial Dynasty started to collude with the alliance. He knew that such a situation was unavoidable. The Imperial Dynasty was weak and was in an awkward position. They were sandwiched between the alliance and the top sections. In the future, when the alliance clashed with the top sects, the Imperial Dynasty would be the first to suffer. King Wudong didn't think much about anything else. He just hoped that he could stabilize the Imperial Dynasty with the help of these two powers. His brother had sacrificed too much for him. If the Imperial Dynasty was wiped out in his hands, then even if he died, he wouldn't have the face to face his brother. Your Majesty, the Alliance envoy is here again. At that moment, Zhu Xiang walked in from outside. Although he wasn't strong, he was smart and observant. He was able to notice many things from the smallest details. That was why he wasn't at a disadvantage in the fight against Lu Xian. In fact, he even had a slight advantage. Recently, the Alliance envoy came more frequently and would come once every 3 to 5 days. Let him in. King Wudong thought about it and knew that something was about to happen. As expected, the news that the Alliance envoy brought wasn't good. You are saying that the Alliance wants to work with the Imperial Dynasty to wipe out some sects. King Wudong obviously knew what the Alliance was thinking. He didn't want to stand out and he just wanted to waste the Imperial Dynasty's strength. Yes, based on our research, apart from the top sects, these mid-tier sects are all hidden dangers. If your Majesty wants to take back the land that you lost, you have to wipe them out. The Alliance is willing to help your Majesty. The Alliance envoy said. Zhu Xiang felt that the Alliance didn't have good intentions, but this wasn't something that he could control. Everything depended on what the Emperor was thinking. King Wudong said, we still need to consider this matter. Apart from the top sects, there are just too many mid-tier sects and they are all spread out. Even if the Imperial Dynasty and the Alliance work together, it won't be so easy. Moreover, many mid-tier sects and the top sects have a close relationship. If we attack one, we will have to attack all of them. The outcome will be catastrophic. The Alliance envoy knew that King Wudong would say that. He took out a letter and handed it over. This is a letter personally written by the Alliance headquarters commander. Your Majesty will understand after you read it. King Wudong took the letter and opened it. When he saw the contents, his face turned dark and sunken. He looked at the Alliance envoy with eyes filled with killing intent. The Alliance envoy looked at King Wudong. What was going on? I didn't do anything to you. Also, what was written in the letter? Why did his expression change after reading it? Very quickly. King Wudong's expression slowly calmed down. I will give you an answer in 3 days. A few days later. Lin Fan looked at the mountain in the distance. Chief Ji, is that where your Ji family is at? I knew it. If it wasn't far, how could I not notice it? So, it is here. If I didn't pay attention, I would have missed it. Ji Chang's hands were tied up. Since they left Marshall Path Mountain, his face had been dark and sunken. Till now, he didn't say a single word. On the other hand, the disciples who had come with Ji Chang were extremely furious. "Don't worry, I won't kill all of you." Lin Fan smiled. These people were of great use to him. If they died, then they would have nothing, but if they were alive, they would provide him with rage points. In the future, as time passed, they would forget about this matter. Then, he would mock them once more. Wouldn't he be able to gain rage points? He didn't hate the various factions. But everything he did was to seek justice for the people at the border cities. He didn't think much about anything else. "Let's go, let's head to your Ji family to take a look." In Lin Fan's eyes, there was a thick aura above the Ji family, and it was obvious that there were experts there. For example, the Ji family old ancestor who broke through from Dao Realm Stage 4 to Dao Realm Stage 5. Who knew whether or not he succeeded? At that moment, in the Ji family living room, a guy sat beside the Ji family old ancestor. "Congratulations old ancestor Ji for successfully breaking through to Stage 5. The Ji family can also improve and become a top family." No, I have to thank Supreme Saint Sect for helping me. If not for DZ asking for pills for me, it wouldn't have been so easy for me to reach Stage 5. The Ji family old ancestor smiled and was really humble. But the joy of breaking through to Stage 5 was something he couldn't hide. Dao Realm Stage 4 was Stage 4, but Stage 5 was different. Saint King appeared. Not only did his strength increase tremendously, but his status had also risen by a lot. "Old ancestor, is Xuefei back?" DZ asked. "He came here to see Xuefei. But till now, he didn't even see a single person. Where was she?" Chapter 423. The person the emperor cared about the most was Xuefei. Ever since he had seen her true appearance once, he could not forget her and engraved her in his heart. He had been thinking about how to get this woman. Ji family and Supreme Saint Sect had a really weird relationship. Or rather, the Ji family had always wanted to suck up to Supreme Saint Sect. DZ didn't disappoint them. When the Ji family old ancestor wanted to break through to Dao Realm Stage 5, he got a pill from Master and gave it to the Ji family old ancestor. He also said that Xuefei was really nice and virtuous. The Ji family old ancestor was smart and obviously knew what DZ was thinking. He wanted to send Xuefei over and said that she admired DZ for a long time and hoped to serve him. These words made DZ delighted. Not only did he not lose face, but he could also get a beauty. So, how could he reject? DZ, calm down. I have sent someone to fetch Xuefei and she will be back soon. The old ancestor said. He wasn't worried at all. Ji Chang was at Stage 3 and his cultivation was shocking. Naturally, it wouldn't be a problem for him to bring someone back. But the key problem was that he knew that Xuefei knew a guy outside. That guy was a disciple of a mid-tier sect. He had no future and he had no future at all. This made the old ancestor furious. His Ji family was about to become a top sect, so naturally, he had to look far into the future. In the future, he would come into contact with all sorts of geniuses. How could a small mid-tier sect disciple compare to him? He was most afraid that Xuefei would be too intimate with that kid. That would be a tragedy. But that shouldn't be possible. Xuefei knew how serious this matter was and she definitely wasn't a casual person. She definitely didn't lose her virginity. Actually, the old ancestor was thinking too little. He definitely wouldn't go in. That was what guys said. Such a long time had passed, so how could nothing happen? DZ said, then, I am at ease. As long as Xuefei follows me back to Supreme Saint Sect, I can ask Master to give her pills to help her reshape her bones. In terms of cultivation, she won't be much weaker than me. The foundations of a top sect couldn't be understood just by thinking about it. They were really strong. When the old ancestor heard these words, he felt really happy. Look at this emperor's son. What a good person he was. Why was Xuefei so dumb? If she could be with DZ, That would be a huge blessing. Moreover, the Ji family would be able to use Supreme Saint Sect to climb to a position they didn't even dare to imagine in the past. Everyone in the Ji family was filled with hope for the future. It was as if they could already see the Ji clan standing at the peak, everything in the world in their eyes. As they thought about it, a smile appeared on the faces of everyone. It was as if their dreams would soon come true. This old man will thank Emperor's son for your kindness. The Ji family old ancestor smiled. Although DZ's status was high, he was still a young man. Young people liked beauties. He felt lucky that the Ji family's men always found beautiful wives, so the children they gave birth to were all pretty. He was even thinking about whether he should let the Ji clan's grandsons hook up with some of the geniuses from the top sections. If it worked out, then their relationship would be even better. The crown prince smiled but didn't say anything. He kept thinking in his heart. Xuefei, when will you come back? I really miss you. If Lin Fan knew what DZ was thinking about, he would probably give him a green hat. The Xuefei that he thought about day and night was already taken by someone else. You should just give up on it. Suddenly. Not good. A disciple of the Ji family ran in from outside in a panic. The Ji family old ancestor frowned. DZ is here, so why are you panicking like this? The disciple raised his head and looked at DZ. He lowered his head and said, Old ancestor, the chief is back. But, before he finished, the Ji family old ancestor interrupted him. It is good that the chief is back. What is not good about it? Scram and receive your punishment. The Ji family old ancestor waved his sleeves and told the disciple to scram. He then cupped his fists towards DZ. DZ, please wait for a moment. I will go take a look at what is going on. He felt that things were a little off. He scolded the disciples because he didn't know the situation and didn't see that DZ was here. Logically speaking, it was a good thing that the chief was back. But since he said that it was not good, then naturally, something had happened. DZ's eyes shone brightly but he didn't show anything off. Okay, then I will wait for the old ancestor. I hope that Xuefei is back too. The old ancestor smiled. He told the servants to serve DZ and then hurried outside. DZ looked at the old ancestor's back and thought about it. Something had definitely happened. Did he really think that he was blind and couldn't see anything? But he didn't follow. Actually, there was no need. He would be able to get to the bottom of everything if he sneakily followed them later. The Ji family old ancestor's face was cold. The people beside him didn't dare to say anything. They were all thinking about what had happened. Naturally, it was a good thing that the chief was back. But now that he said that it wasn't a good thing, then something huge had definitely happened. At that moment, Ji Chang's face flushed red and he was filled with rage. His face was seen by the disciples and he even saw their expressions of shock and disbelief. As the Ji family chief, his status was just lower than the old ancestor. Now that he was tied up like that, it was a huge humiliation and it was unbearable. The key was that Lin Fan tied him up in a special way and it was tough for normal people to do so. It was okay if he was a normal person, but Ji Chang was a martial path grade 3 expert and was also the chief. Even if he had an enemy, he couldn't humiliate him like that, right? The Ji family disciples exchanged glances with one another and discussed softly. They were all shocked by the chief's style. Who are you? Release my Ji family chief. The Ji family disciple was furious. Rage points plus 999. This old man was amazing. Although he didn't know who he was, he provided rage points right away. Lin Fan said calmly, don't be nervous. Your chief will only be tied up and won't suffer any other punishment. The moment he said this, everyone was furious. Damn. He was just so shameless. He was already tied up and he actually said that he didn't suffer. Did he really think that the Ji family was easy to bully? Ji Chang really wanted to find a hole to hide in. He really couldn't take it when the disciples looked at him like that. It was a huge blow to him. What are you all standing there for? Kill him! Ji Chang hollered. He felt despair towards the disciples. Why were they all so dumb to attack him? Ji Chang's words shocked them all. Right, their chief was still in their hands, so was it okay for them to just stand there and do nothing? Weren't they going to save him? Just as they were prepared to attack, a furious roar spread out. Stop! When the Ji family members saw who it was, they respectfully retreated to the side. At the same time, respect appeared on their faces. The Ji family old ancestor looked at Lin Fan and then at the tied-up chief. His face was dark and sunken. Who are you? Why did you tie up my Ji family chief? The Ji family old ancestor gave off a majestic aura. This was the aura that came from leading the Ji family for a long time. Anyone from the Ji family would sweat nervously when facing the old ancestor. They wouldn't dare to do anything arrogant. Lin Fan smiled. You are the Ji family old ancestor? Right, that is me. Old ancestor Ji said. He frowned. Who was this kid? He actually dared to come to the Ji family alone. Of course, he ignored the nine-headed nine demon. It was so small, so what could it do? Maybe it was just a mutated beast. Before Lin Fan said anything, Ji Chang shouted, Old ancestor, save me. The old ancestor told Ji Chang to calm down and then said, Kid, I don't know who you are but you dare to insult my Ji family chief. That means you are enemies with the Ji family. I advise you to release him and maybe you will have a chance to live. People who were strong were really firm when they spoke. But to the Ji family old ancestor, the chief's cultivation wasn't weak. To be able to suppress Ji Chang meant that his cultivation wasn't simple either. But he definitely didn't believe that Lin Fan was the one who suppressed Ji Chang. It was definitely an expert who attacked. This kid had an extraordinary background and he could ask around. If he was from a normal family or a mid-tier sect, then he wouldn't give him any face. Naturally, he wouldn't give him any face. Thinking about how his Ji family was about to become a top sect and was even close to Supreme Saint sect, who did he have to fear? Lin Fan smiled, okay, stop bragging. My goal here is simple. Your chief is quite arrogant outside, so I told him to bring me here to see how strong your Ji family is. If you are weak, then forget it. But if you are strong, then I really want to ask you why you didn't fight against the alliance. The moment he said this, old ancestor Ji sensed that something was off. Speaking of fighting against the alliance, the first thing he thought about was the defense cities. In his eyes, the people guarding the border cities were fools. They were all quite strong and some of them were much stronger than him. But what he didn't expect was that they would actually fight the alliance to the death. In his words, they were just too stupid. Why couldn't they use their strength to do other things? Old ancestor Ji thought about something. You are from the defense cities? If Lin Fan was from the defense cities, he would have instantly understood. Those people were all beaten up by the alliance. Although he didn't know the exact situation, they were much weaker than the top sections. Lin Fan said, don't change the topic. My goal for coming to your Ji family is simple. I just want to see whether or not your Ji family has someone who can fight. If there isn't, then I will take something. If I meet someone who can, then I will have a good fight. But I don't think your Ji family can fight. His words were harsh and he didn't give them any face at all. Everyone was so furious that rage points exploded out. Fuck, are all the brats nowadays so arrogant? They gritted their teeth and looked at Lin Fan. They really wanted to step on this kid. In the distance. Looking at the situation, the emperor's son frowned and was slightly disappointed. He thought that Xu Fei had returned. Who knew that he didn't see her at all? But since the Ji family chief returned, naturally, he knew where Xu Fei was. Chapter 424. Ji family is not considered an old family, but after so many years of hard work, their Ji family slowly grew from a normal family to a mid-tier family. Now, Because the G family old ancestor reached Tao Realm Stage 5, they had a spot in the top powers. Old ancestor G's expression turned cold. The kid in front of him was extremely arrogant. Taking a closer look at this brat's expression, he didn't put the G family in his eyes at all. And just when they were angry, Supreme Saint Sect's DZ walked over from afar. Old ancestor, I am here. He didn't want to stay there from the start. Not long after the old ancestor left, he followed him out. It was just that he didn't see Xuefei, which made him a little upset. Otherwise, something pleasant might have happened in the G family tonight. When he was in the sect, he would often go on dates with some of his junior sisters. Because of his identity and status, many of his junior sisters had fantasies about him, and he didn't mind letting his junior sisters fantasize a little and do some outrageous things. Crown Prince, why are you here? Seeing Di Tian walk over, the old ancestor panicked slightly. The matter had not been resolved yet and Di Tian had come over. This was not a good idea. Furthermore, the current situation was not quite right. What was wrong with those clansmen? Didn't I tell them to take good care of the Crown Prince? If any accidents were to happen, he would definitely teach them a lesson. The Crown Prince smiled and said, seeing that old ancestor hasn't returned for a long time, I thought that something had happened, so I came to take a look. He then looked at Lin Fan and didn't care about him at all. He was a disciple of Supreme Saint Sect and had a high status. How could others compare to him? Don't worry, DZ. It's just a small matter. The old ancestor smiled. Even if something big was happening, he had to pretend that it was just a small matter. The Crown Prince believed it. The G family old ancestor wasn't weak and was at Tao Realm Stage 5. Even in Supreme Saint Sect, he was an expert. Naturally, he wouldn't face anything he couldn't solve. Chief G, where is Xuefei? DZ asked. What he wanted to know the most was where Xuefei was. As for how the patriarch was tied up, it was no longer important. When Chief G heard DZ's words, his expression changed. Naturally, he couldn't tell the truth. DZ, I haven't found him yet, but he will be back soon. Although the Crown Prince was impatient, as the saying goes, haste makes waste. Since that was the case, he decided to wait a little longer. In any case, how could he escape from his hands? Stop dreaming, okay? Lin Fan could not hold it in any longer. Family head G, aren't you being a little too much with your lies? I don't think that's the case. Ji Chang's expression changed as he roared, shut up. He suddenly remembered. He wasn't the only one who knew the truth. Even the other party knew about it. Lin Fan said, Chief Ji, I realize that you are really despicable and cunning. How did they offend you and you just throw a green hat on their heads? You don't want to say it and you don't want others to say it. How can you be so overbearing? Of course. To them, how could they understand what a green hat was? He had no idea what Lin Fan was talking about. The emperor frowned, feeling a little confused. Even though he didn't know what was going on, he felt that something was off from the other party's words. I can't tolerate people not knowing. Hey, kid, let me tell you something. This old man has been lying to you from the very beginning. Your Xuefei isn't yours anymore but someone else's. They even had an intimate relationship. You know what you want but can't get. Forget it, stop thinking about it. Lin Fan didn't give old ancestor Ji Chongrang a chance to stop him. He simply told them what had happened. As long as one wasn't stupid, they would be able to understand. You jerk. Ji Chong hollered in rage. He even wanted to beat Lin Fan to death. If his rage points weren't at 999, he would have broken through his limit. Lin Fan kept calm and wasn't affected by Ji Chang's hollering at all. He realized that the emperor was a talent and there was no need for him to think about other people's women. However, he didn't know where this emperor came from. Whether or not it was his title or his real name, it was hard to say. The entire place was silent. The Ji family members exchanged glances with one another. Some of them discussed softly. What did that kid say? Ji Shuefei had an affair outside? Doesn't that mean that our Ji family has no fate with the emperor? Is that true? Something huge is about to happen. They all knew that the emperor wanted Shuefei. Now, they found out from his words that Shuefei was actually taken by another guy. What about the emperor? Shortly after, they looked at emperor and noticed that his face was dark and sunken. It was obvious that he understood. What did you say? Emperor suppressed the rage in his heart and said. He wasn't a fool. He naturally heard every single word that Lin Fan had said. Shuefei was taken by another guy. Damn. Who had the guts to be the woman that this imperial prince had taken a fancy to? Lin Fan said calmly, I can understand your disbelief, but that is the truth. I hope that you can be more open-minded. You don't look bad and shouldn't lack women. If you do, then I will help you take a look next time. After all, I am a kind person. Every word he said now dealt a heavy blow to the crown prince. The emperor stared at Ji Chang. Is what he said true? DZ, this. Ji Chang was speechless and didn't know what to say. When he saw DZ's eyes that looked like he wanted to swallow him up, he was a little terrified. He then nodded his head. What he said is true. But don't worry, there are many girls in my race. DZ will definitely find someone more suitable. Old ancestor Ji's expression became really ugly. He didn't expect that things would end up like this. If the emperor didn't notice, maybe he could think of a way to smooth things over. But looking at the situation, that was impossible. Old ancestor Ji looked at Lin Fan with a cold gaze. This was all because of Lin Fan. If not for him, such a thing wouldn't have happened. The emperor really wanted to kill the Ji family chief. But shortly after, the cold expression on his face disappeared and he calmed back down. Since that is the case, then forget it. Shuefei has someone she likes, so I can't separate them. If your Ji family told me about this earlier, then I would have helped her. The emperor said it calmly like he didn't care about this at all. However, helping others achieve their goals was a little complicated. As for how he did it, it was hard to say. Maybe he wanted to bury both of them. Old ancestor Ji said, my Ji family has let DZ down. After this, we will compensate DZ. It is okay. The emperor waved his hands like he didn't care at all. But the truth was that he was furious. As the emperor of Supreme Saint Sect, his status was really high and he actually had such humiliation on him. If the other geniuses found out, they would laugh their heads off. Shuefei's matter was placed to the side. The emperor didn't want to dwell on this matter anymore. Who are you? Why did you tie up the chief? Do you know what you are doing? I think you should go back and tell your elders that you offended the Ji family and Supreme Saint Sect is behind them. As long as your elders aren't stupid, they should know who they offended. The emperor returned to normal. When he spoke, an overbearing aura exploded from him. The Ji family members nodded their heads. As expected from the emperor. He had just lost a woman and in the blink of an eye, he was back to normal. As expected from a top sect's genius disciple. Shuefei, that brat, she actually missed out on such an outstanding guy. Who knew how many girls in the family wanted to be with him? What a waste. What a waste. Lin Fan smiled. I thought that you were not bad and had some brains. I saw that you were cheated on, so I consoled you. Who knew that not only did you not cherish it, but you even showed it off in front of me? You deserve to leave with someone else. Rage points plus 999 inch preposterous. You really don't know what is good for you. I want to see what ability you have. The emperor was furious. Even if he calmed down, the flames in his heart were still burning. Thus, when Lin Fan spoke nonsense, he totally infuriated the emperor who had suppressed himself for a long time. In Lin Fan's eyes, a seemingly insignificant aura burst forth from the body of the DZ. This aura was just shocking. To be able to give off such an aura at such a young age was just shocking. Even if it was insignificant, one had to look at how old the emperor was. Not bad. Lin Fan praised. He was indeed not bad. As expected from a top sect, they were able to develop disciples that normal sects couldn't. Emperor. Ji family saw that the emperor was about to attack Lin Fan and was shocked. He wanted to remind him not to be rash as he wasn't someone he could fight. But it was too late. The moment he shouted out the emperor's name, he jumped up and slashed towards Lin Fan. The Ji family members were shocked. Amazing, I didn't expect his cultivation to actually reach Grandmaster realm. Is this the strength of a top sect? That's right. Look at the move that the emperor has executed. It actually contains some sort of shocking and supreme secret. It's obvious that he has cultivated this cultivation technique to the extreme. So terrifying. If the Ji family could have a genius like the emperor, how good would that be? Stop thinking about it, the emperor is the emperor, but, pang. For some reason, the extremely handsome and domineering emperor felt a little pain in his knees when he was about to appear in front of Lin Fan. With a gotcha. Like something wasn't right, he knelt on the ground. When everyone saw what was happening, their jaws dropped, and their eyes widened in disbelief. How is that possible? They didn't expect such an outcome. Who was the one who attacked? They didn't see it clearly. Anyway, the emperor knelt just like that. Lin Fan smiled, don't be rash. You are a talent and really pitiful. I won't kill you, I will just let you kneel for a while. Thank you so much. Chapter 425. DZ was stunned. Till now, he still hadn't reacted to what had happened and why things had turned out like this. He wanted to say that as a DZ, a genius, he was really strong. Although he was only at Grandmaster realm, if he went all out, he could even fight God Essence realm experts. But why did things turn out like this? DZ's eyes turned red and green veins appeared on his neck. Even if he didn't understand what had happened. But he did kneel here. He was Supreme Saint Sect's DZ. Even if he died, he couldn't lose face in front of everyone. Suddenly, Lin Fan sensed a terrifying aura spreading from the dimension. He instantly reacted and raised his hand to block. The space beside him broke and a person struck from the dimension. At the same time, a terrifying aura spread out. Pang! The person punched his arm, causing him to fly to the side. As expected, there was an expert. DZ, are you okay? The person who appeared was an old man. His body was dry like he was just skin and bones. If one didn't look closely, he really wasn't eye-catching and one could ignore him at any moment. DZ hollered, I want him to die. How could he take it in after being treated like that? Only if Lin Fan died would he be able to vent the hatred in his heart. Don't worry, DZ, he won't be able to live. The old man said. This old man was someone beside DZ's master. He was at Dao Realm Stage 5 and was a veteran Stage 5 expert. He had been stuck at Stage 5 for a long time and wasn't someone that old Ancestor G could compare to. DZ's master left this expert by his side in case DZ was killed. But, it was a pity that even though this elderly man had underestimated Lin Fan right from the start and did not take him seriously at all, it was already too late for him to do anything when Lin Fan struck out. Lin Fan smiled, amazing, really amazing. I really didn't expect to meet an expert here. He was indeed an expert. But it wasn't to the extent where he felt terrified. Of course. His goal for coming here was simple. Actually, he was here to attract rage points. The G family people had decent rage points towards him. But he didn't think about showing mercy to the top sections. When he was in U City, he knew that old ancestor Su had been trying to persuade the top sects but none of them helped. In fact, during the final battle, 2 experts from the top sects passed by and said some nonsense as if they were watching a show. At this point, he had already made up his mind to make these so-called top-notch sects pay the price. Old ancestor G, my DZ was injured in the G family. Logically, the G family has to give us an explanation. Now that he is here, what is there to hesitate about? The old man said coldly. To others, the G family might be huge. However, in the eyes of the old man, it was nothing much. If Supreme Saint Sect wanted to wipe out the G family, it would be extremely easy and they wouldn't need to pay too much of a price. This was what Supreme Saint Sect needed to become a top sect. It wasn't something that the G family could compare to. Old Ancestor G said, "Don't worry, since DZ is in trouble, naturally, it is our G family's responsibility. I will take him down now and let DZ deal with him." There was no other way. The Crown Prince's status was too high. How could the G family offend him? Rumor had it that DZ was the illegitimate child of Supreme Saint Sect's sect leader. There were many rumors but no one knew what the exact situation was. But it was true that DZ was really popular in Supreme Saint Sect. Lin Fan patted Nine Demon's head, "Watch from the side and wait for my orders." Nine Demon jumped down from his shoulder and retreated into the distance. Old Ancestor G and you, I suggest that the two of you attack together. If not, he might not be able to do anything to me alone. Lin Fan said. He wasn't being arrogant when he said those words but he was speaking the truth. Of course. If they didn't believe him, then there was nothing he could do. Old Ancestor G hollered in rage, "Kid, don't be too arrogant. I will take you down now and see what ability you have." The moment he said this, a streak of light charged into the sky from Old Ancestor G's body. The light surged into the sky and a shocking aura shook the area. Every time he raised his hand, a huge amount of power would explode. Rip! The clouds in the sky dissipated and it felt like the sky was being ripped apart. A giant hand covered half the sky and descended from above. A shocking aura exploded. The ground shook. Amazing! Lin Fan raised his head and looked over. As expected from Dao Realm Stage 5. When he attacked, he had such extraordinary power. It was like the entire world had turned on its head. Old Ancestor G felt really good. He had just broken through to Dao Realm Stage 5 and his power wasn't flowing smoothly. But at this moment, all his meridians were connected. This feeling wasn't something that one could have when they were at Dao Realm Stage 4. Lin Fan raised his leg and then landed. His feet stepped on the ground and a deep hole appeared. Shortly after, he raised his head and looked into the sky. He bent his arms and clenched his fingers. The bones in his body cracked and his gaze was really sharp. He hollered and right when the giant palm landed. He slapped with his palms and a mountain-splitting aura exploded out. When the two powers clashed, a shocking shockwave was created. The G family members were shocked and filled with disbelief. How could there be such a terrifying person? In this collision, they were swaying unsteadily from side to side, and some of them were even vomiting blood incessantly from the suppression. How is that possible? Old Ancestor G was shocked. It was obvious that he was shocked by Lin Fan. He was at Dao Realm Stage 5 and even a casual strike wasn't something that normal people could block. Gotcha! Lin Fan grabbed with his fingers and there was a crisp sound. The giant palm shattered and turned into nothingness. Not bad, Dao Realm Stage 5 is really strong. But you are just at initial Stage 5, so it isn't much. Lin Fan said. He was at Dao Realm Stage 2 and had 80 Dao patterns. That was really amazing. Even if one was at Dao Realm Stage 5, how many Dao patterns could they have? Maybe there wouldn't be much of a difference. Moreover, he was probably at the peak of Dao Realm Stage 5. It is my turn. Lin Fan raised his arm and opened his fingers. He drew a circle in the air and instantly a sharp sword intent appeared above his head. Shortly after, the sword intent merged together. A sword intent that pierced through heaven and earth shone brightly. The sharp sword intent turned into a physical form. At this moment, Lin Fan was like a sword god who reigned supreme in the sword path. His arm landed. Slash! The sky shook and the sword intent charged down. The strong aura ripped open the ground and many G family members died from the ripples. Old Ancestor G felt a chill down his spine. He didn't expect such a situation to occur. In his heart, he should have suppressed Lin Fan just now. How could such a thing happen? Despicable thing, how can this old man fight against you? Old Ancestor G didn't want to lose and he didn't want to acknowledge Lin Fan's existence. His body swelled up and his strength exploded. His aura became even thicker. He clenched his fingers and a bright light exploded from his fist. It was as if his fist was invincible and had the ability to suppress all the people in the world. Even the void was shattering layer by layer, and the dimensions that were hidden even deeper could not withstand this power. Everywhere the fist light passed, the dimension shattered like a mirror. Pang! The earth quaked and the mountains shook. Mountains crumbled and abysses split. A world-shaking force swept out in all directions like a tidal wave. Old Ancestor, save us. This battle was just too unfair to the G family members. Damn, what kind of battle was this? Why was it so terrifying? They didn't feel like they were participating at all and just the ripples alone were unbearable. There were even some who died. This was just too terrifying. Ji Changzai was just saved. His Dao Realm Stage 3 cultivation formed a barrier to protect the Ji family, otherwise, they would have been wiped out. But some of the Ji family members weren't so lucky. They were crushed by the ripples and had no chance of surviving at all. Very quickly, the ripples dissipated. The eye-catching light in the air also dissipated. Amazing. Apart from this word, Lin Fan didn't know how to say anything else. Apart from being amazing, he was still amazing. How did this happen? Old Ancestor G was astonished like he had seen a ghost. What was this kid's background? Why did he have such strength? If not for him being so young, he would have thought that he cultivated his body to maintain his youthful appearance. Who are you? Old Ancestor G frowned and felt like this person's background wasn't simple. Maybe he was even more terrifying than Supreme Saint Sect. To Old Ancestor G, it was his life goal to develop the G family into the strongest family. As the G family old ancestor, why did he have to be so polite to a young emperor? He wanted to rely on Supreme Saint Sect to make the G family stronger. Lin Fan. Lin Fan wasn't stingy at all. The moment he clashed with Old Ancestor G, he slowly understood that people like Old Ancestor G who were at Dao Realm Stage 5 weren't his match. But he still needed to be serious. It was impossible for him to kill Old Ancestor G with one punch. As expected, each stage of Dao Realm had a special ability. The one that swelled his body was the astronomical phenomenon which allowed his body to explode with even more terrifying power. Old Ancestor G didn't know who Lin Fan was. He had never heard of this name before. Just as Old Ancestor G and Lin Fan were arguing, the old man who was protecting Emperor suddenly disappeared from the spot. The elderly man who had been protecting the Emperor all this while suddenly disappeared from where he was. When he appeared once more, he was already behind Lin Fan's back. Closing his fingers together, he pierced out at an extremely fast speed. Lin Fan's hair stood up and he sensed danger. This was the old man beside Emperor and he wasn't someone like Old Ancestor G. How despicable. Lin Fan's body twisted in a weird way. The space around his skin seemed to be shaking. He avoided the killing move but the old man was really skilled. 5 streaks of light shot out from his fingers like he was about to slice off his head. Poochie. The light brushed the side of his neck and tore a bit of skin. But it didn't go any further. How dangerous. Luckily, I am a dual cultivator, otherwise, my head would have really been sliced off. Lin Fan was terrified and didn't dare to be careless. Wah, you old man, you are so cunning. You said that you would let Old Ancestor G attack, so why did you attack so eagerly? Lin Fan dodged and then scolded the old man. The old man stared at Lin Fan. I know who you are. I didn't expect that what the Alliance said was actually true. A while ago, the Alliance had revealed some news. Someone was really young and had reached Tao realm. If they didn't kill him, it would be really problematic in the future. But no one believed it. Now, he believed it. Chapter 426. The Alliance was really cunning and cunning. They spread news about Lin Fan and used his young age and high cultivation to tell all the top sects that if they didn't care about this kid, one day they would pay a heavy price. As they didn't personally witness it, no one believed it. But now that the old man from Supreme Saint sect believed it, he wanted to kill Lin Fan. No matter what the Alliance's goal was, what they said was true. If this kid continued to grow, he would become really terrifying and there would be no stopping him. Lin Fan said, "So what if they know? It doesn't matter. Since that is the case, then come. Let me see how strong Supreme Saint sect is." He was finally going to fight the top sects head-on. Just thinking about it made him really excited. His blood boiled and fighting spirit surged from his body. "Come, today I will challenge all of you. Anyone who isn't happy can come at me." Lin Fan opened his arms and smiled. He was really domineering. Anyone who wasn't happy could come at me and he would take responsibility for it. Old Ancestor Ji was really confused. He looked at the old man at the side and when their gazes met, a bright glow exploded from their eyes. "Old Ancestor Ji, follow me to take down this kid and the Ji family matter will end here." The old man opened his mouth and started to pay attention to this matter. When Lin Fan and old Ancestor Ji clashed, he understood that this kid wasn't weak and could fight someone at Tao Realm Stage 5. Even if old Ancestor Ji was just at Tao Realm Stage 5, he couldn't be underestimated. Old Ancestor Ji thought about it for a long while and his heart wavered. It wasn't because the old man told him to stop but because Lin Fan's appearance made him have some thoughts that he shouldn't have. For him to have such strength at such a young age, the power behind him was definitely terrifying. This was why he wanted to understand the power behind Lin Fan on a deeper level. If possible, the Ji family was willing to change sides. "Okay." Old Ancestor Ji replied. Before he understood everything, Supreme Saint sect couldn't afford to offend them. He could only listen to their instructions. Instantly, the old man hollered. His gaze was really sharp and the aura that spread out from his body was really majestic. Then, he disappeared from the spot. Lin Fan knew that this old man was really amazing and he was much more terrifying than old Ancestor Ji. Chaotic Divine Capture. The old man appeared in front of Lin Fan. His 10 fingers emitted an astonishing shockwave, and the surrounding space seemed to freeze. Under Lin Fan's astonished gaze, the old man's hands bombarded his body at an extremely fast speed. Bang! Bang! Every time his palm landed, it would cause an earth-shattering sound. It was as if space had been pierced through, and shockwaves spread out like waves. DZ looked at the sky with bloodshot eyes and a crazed expression appeared on his face. Die for me. Rumble. The old man's final attack was enough to shatter the ground. Lin Fan fell to the ground like a cannonball, giving off a loud explosion. The ground cracked and a deep crater appeared. The pit was so deep that the bottom could not be seen, and thick dust filled the air. All right. The Imperial Prince was overjoyed. This was exactly what he wanted. This fella dared to harm him, so he should be punished. The old man frowned but didn't relax. Things definitely wouldn't be resolved so easily. 9 Demon. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the deep pit. Shortly after, a dark and sinister aura spread out and covered the entire area. The old man was shocked. What was going on? He knew that Lin Fan wouldn't lose so easily, but he didn't expect such a thing to happen. Instantly, a shocking scene happened. The originally unremarkable Jiuyao underwent a shocking change. Its body continuously expanded, and an extremely terrifying aura spread out. The old man frowned and had a premonition that something was about to happen. He looked into the distance and saw a black patch of things surging over like a wave. He took a close look. Those black masses were actually all insects. What was going on? Why were there such things? What is your relationship with Insect Valley? The old man asked. The power that was related to bugs was Insect Valley. Everyone knew about Insect Valley. After all, they were the most overbearing out of all the top powers. Although they had been sealed for a long time, no one dared to underestimate them. That was because they were really terrifying. Lin Fan didn't reply. He didn't have the energy to talk nonsense with the old man. Nine Demon turned into a pool of liquid and stuck close to the ground. It moved quickly and covered Lin Fan's legs, wrapping them up. As Lin Fan's strength increased, he could absorb more and more bugs. With Nine Demon as the main body, the dense black bugs were all absorbed by Nine Demon. Wang! At that moment, the space around shook. Lin Fan's aura became more and more terrifying. It shook the sky and caused the clouds in the sky to dissipate. This isn't good. The old man was really sensitive to danger. He looked into the distance. That person was covered in a black mist and there was a low rumble of thunder from within. He didn't stop. He didn't care about the exact situation. If he wasn't sure, then he would just let it develop. He would just give it a heavy blow when it was brewing. I can't let you do whatever you want anymore. The old man's aura became thicker and thicker. It turned into a current that charged into the sky. It descended from above and pressed down on the black mist. Hong Long. It was earth-shattering and earth-shattering. The area it covered was extremely wide, and everything within 100 miles seemed to be shaking. Shortly after, the black mist dissipated and Lin Fan's face appeared in front of everyone's eyes. I am much stronger than before. Lin Fan sensed the surging power in his body and a smile appeared on his face. His body was 10,000 feet tall and a pair of wings appeared on his back. His body gave off a golden glow and under everyone's astonished gazes, he waved his hand. At that moment, a terrifying energy wave exploded and the ground cracked open. The abyss was so deep that one couldn't see the bottom. One could see how shocking this power was. Old Ancestor Ji didn't join in the battle. His forehead was covered in a cold sweat as he tried his best to protect the Ji family. What he was thinking about was what everyone wanted to ask. What kind of monster is this? At that moment, Lin Fan didn't look like a human. His strength was shocking and he gave off an aura like he was the strongest in the world. Although Dao Realm Stage 5 is strong, I don't know if I can fight. Your body is too big and it is a little problematic. Please wait for a moment. Lin Fan opened his mouth. His voice was like thunder that reverberated throughout the area. Very quickly, Lin Fan's body started to shrink and he returned to his human size. The old man locked onto Lin Fan and didn't dare to be careless. He felt that this kid was different from before. What is your relationship with Insect Valley? The old man asked. He was thinking that this kid was the heir of Insect Valley. Insect Valley was too mysterious and out of all the top sects, they were the most mysterious. Insect Valley, our relationship is a little complicated and I can't explain it in just a few sentences. Lin Fan said, okay, let's not talk about all this. Just like what we agreed, let's fight and see whether or not you can keep me here. The moment he said this, Lin Fan disappeared from the spot. The old man's body shook. He could track Lin Fan but he didn't expect him to use so many techniques while he was moving. A sharp sword intent appeared behind his back. The fist aura was like that of a dragon's roar. I have met an amazing person. The old man exclaimed. If just this alone could make him feel fear, then that was impossible. But to DZ, it was like he had seen a ghost. He didn't dare to believe what he was seeing. That was just too strong. The old man looked at the DZ, and the DZ's expression was captured by the old man. He sighed. He had to admit it. The gap between DZ and this kid was just too huge. Maybe it couldn't even be described as a chasm. The difference was like heaven and earth. God dragons in the sky, ants on the ground, they were existences that one had to look up to. But because of that, the old man was even more determined to kill him. This kid shouldn't have appeared in this world. Whether or not he was from Insect Valley wasn't important anymore. DZ was the strongest genius of the young generation. This kid would only cover up DZ's light. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fan appeared in front of the old man. The merged technique pressed forwards. The light was so eye-catching that one couldn't open their eyes. To the old man, he only felt an irresistible power surging towards him. Hong Long. The two of them clashed. The Earth's crust seemed to have been lifted up and floated into the air. But shortly after, a shocking power smashed all around, shattering the plates and causing them to scatter all around. Pang! Pang! Lin Fan and the old man disappeared from the spot, but there were explosions in the air. Shockwaves spread out. Everyone raised their heads. They rarely saw such a feeling. Old Ancestor Ji didn't head up to help. Moreover, Lin Fan didn't ask him to, so it was better for him to be safe. But he was furious now. Were all his people fools? Didn't they understand what was going on? They were actually just watching from here. It was tough for him to hold on. At that moment, a bright light exploded in the sky. A rainbow pierced through the sky and ripped the sky into half. Shortly after, numerous streaks of light exploded. The entire area was filled with light and it turned into a multicolored light. Maybe it was because the battle was too intense. Lightning intersected in the sky and the space shattered. It was as if night had descended. Is this real or fake? This kid is just too terrifying. Where did he come from? Old Ancestor Ji didn't dare to imagine and his mind was filled with guesses. Supreme Saint Sek's old man knew where Lin Fan came from, but he was just too despicable. He actually didn't say the truth. Old Ancestor, who is he? Ji Chong was stunned. He wanted to find trouble with Lin Fan and make him pay the price. But now, it seemed like he couldn't even think about it. Didn't he see that even his old ancestor couldn't interfere? In the sky. Amazing, you are one of the stronger ones in Dao Realm Stage 5. Lin Fan said. When he fought with Lin Fan, he understood his own strength. Dao Realm Stage 2 and merging with 9 Demon, he could fight on the same level as a Dao Realm Stage 5 expert. But it was hard to say what the outcome would be. Chapter 427. It was really problematic. The old man felt that this was a little tough and his expression became really solemn. This kid was really strong and exceeded his expectations. If he hadn't personally fought him, he wouldn't have believed that there was actually such a person in this world. In all the top sects, he had never seen or heard of such a person. The Alliance's words made sense. If they allowed him to develop, no one would be able to stop him. When that happened, it would be too late. Old Ancestor Ji, it is time to join hands with me. The old man said. Although Old Ancestor Ji had just entered Dao Realm Stage 5, no matter what, he was still a Stage 5 expert and could still help a little. Me? Old Ancestor Ji was stunned. He didn't want to join in as it was too dangerous. If he hadn't seen that battle, he might not have cared. But now that he saw it from start to finish, how could he not know how strong Lin Fan was? Do you have a problem? The old man frowned. Was Lin Fan trying to escape? If that was the case, then there was no need for the Ji family to exist. Old Ancestor Ji said, no, if I join in, the ripples will be even more terrifying. No one here will be able to block it and DZ will be in danger. DZ's legs were fractured by Lin Fan and he couldn't stand up at all. When the ripples blew over, he thought that he was going to die. Luckily, Old Ancestor Ji was strong enough to block it for him, otherwise, the outcome would have been catastrophic. If Old Ancestor Ji left, then he would be finished. Old Ancestor G, stay here to protect me. Kill him. DZ hollered. He didn't expect that he would face such danger when he headed out. If he knew that this would happen, he would have brought more experts over. How would he have given this person a chance to behave so arrogantly? Old Ancestor G heaved a sigh of relief and praised DZ for being so understanding. The old man was helpless and the situation wasn't good. The Emperor's son was simply a burden here. Right now, his only thought was to kill Lin Fan. Just as he had said, as long as this lad was alive, no matter what kind of genius he was from a top power, he would never be able to stand out. He would have to live in the shadow of this lad for the rest of his life. That was because he had raised his cultivation by so much at this age. How were they supposed to catch up? Lin Fan said, just you and Old Ancestor G will be useless. But I am interested in your Supreme Saint sect. What is your position in Supreme Saint sect? Scoff, I am neither a disciple nor an elder. I am just a servant with average cultivation. Do you think that just because you are on the same level as me, you can behave arrogantly in Supreme Saint sect? You still have a long way to go. The old man said. Lin Fan smiled, keep bragging. If it was really like what you said, then Supreme Saint sect would be like this. Let's not talk too much. Our battle has just begun and we are on the same level. Let's see who can last until the end. Take my attack first. Let's see how capable you are. Rumble. In an instant. Lin Fan's aura was like a rainbow as 80 Dao patterns surged up into the sky like crazy dragons. A bright light lit up the world as they gathered together. Unheard of. When the old man saw the light that Lin Fan gave off, he was astonished. He didn't expect the kid to have so many Dao patterns. Lin Fan punched forwards and the Dao patterns that gathered together turned into a streak of light that pressed towards the old man. Space was squeezed and started to shatter. The fist light slashed through half the sky. The strength of that fist wasn't something that normal people could block. The old man's expression was solemn, but he didn't fear it. As a Dao Realm Stage 5 expert, he had his own foundations. Shortly after, his aura boiled like water. Facing the fist that descended from above, he didn't feel any fear at all. When his aura reached its peak, the old man slapped forwards. 10,000 streaks of light shone in the sky and he wanted to block Lin Fan's fist. But instantly, something weird happened. The old man's expression changed. He didn't expect that the kid's fist would be so terrifying. The light was shattered and he was forced to retreat. This kid, the old man's gaze was really sharp and he hollered. He waved his fists like he was using a terrifying move. Supreme Saint Emperor Fist. This was one of the top techniques of Supreme Saint sect and normal people couldn't cultivate it. It was only because of the old man's identity that he was able to come into contact with it. A golden dragon shot out from the old man's fist and the golden light lit up the sky. Hong Long. The two powers clashed with one another and the sky collapsed. The dimension shattered like a mirror and pieces fell from the sky. The old man retreated and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. He was actually injured when they clashed. Lin Fan was slightly injured as well. This old man was really strong. But to Lin Fan, this was a form of improvement. Now that he was at Dao Realm Stage 2, he could fight against Dao Realm Stage 5 experts. But this was far from enough. He didn't need to fight Dao Realm Stage 5 experts. He just wanted to beat them to death in one move. Your fist technique is not bad. Why don't you teach me? Lin Fan asked. The old man laughed coldly. Kid, stop talking about such useless things. How can you learn this technique? Even if I tell you, you won't be able to cultivate it. Lin Fan said, aren't you just looking down on me? If you don't tell me, how do you know that I can't cultivate it? Forget it, if you don't want to tell me, then so be it. Anyway, one day I will learn it. The current situation wasn't too friendly. The elderly man truly wanted to kill Lin Fan and settle this matter once and for all. But as the events unfolded, the situation became more and more unclear. He wasn't confident that he could kill Lin Fan. Even if they managed to kill him in the end, it would definitely be a fight to the death. It wouldn't count at all. What did this have to do with Supreme Saint Sect? What did it have to do with him? The other top sects didn't attack and he was the only one who did. This was why his current thoughts were really simple. He would report this matter back. At the same time, he would use Supreme Saint Sect's name to inform all the top sections. Naturally, there would be people who couldn't sit still and would step out. Let's fight again. Lin Fan shouted. He was injured and he just needed to recover. He really didn't care about his current injuries. He wasn't badly injured, so it wouldn't be too late for him to get heavily injured. But just as Lin Fan was thinking, the old man landed from the sky and walked with his arms behind his back like something had happened. "Oi, what is going on?" Lin Fan asked. The old man smiled. "I've already fought with you, so I know who you are. The rumors are indeed true. I finally understand. However, today is not the day for me to fight with you. If we continue to fight, both of us will suffer." Lin Fan said, "So be it." "So what? It doesn't matter." The old man didn't care about Lin Fan and just walked in front of DZ. Kill him for me," DZ hollered. Who knew if it was because of jealousy or hatred? From the start, he just wanted to kill Lin Fan. The old man shook his head and told DZ to calm down. At the same time, he realized that DZ was different from usual. He was having a mental breakdown. When he faced a young but much stronger genius, he was actually unable to accept it and just wanted to kill him. That was enough to show that DZ couldn't take it at all. The old man grabbed DZ's shoulder and turned his head towards Lin Fan. "From today onwards, all the top sects will hunt you down. Take care, your days are about to end." The moment he said this, the old man brought DZ into the dimension and left right away. As for G family, he didn't care at all. As for whether or not G family would be wiped out today, that had nothing to do with him. Lin Fan looked into the sky. He could sense the dimension, but he didn't stop them. Actually, it wasn't that he didn't want to stop them. But it was useless. The old man's cultivation was high and he had many ways to leave. But he had already reached his goal. As for Supreme Saint Sect, he brought them along. If he met them, then so be it. But the old man's words made sense. From today onwards, his life wouldn't be peaceful anymore. Old Ancestor G looked into the distance with his mouth agape. Damn, he ran just like that. That was just so immoral. If he had run earlier, at least he wouldn't have offended him. What should he do now? Instantly, old Ancestor G realized that Lin Fan was looking at him. Although his eyes were calm, there was a sense of uneasiness in the depths of his eyes that made one feel uneasy. Was he going to attack the G family? Truthfully, he didn't think that he could fight him now. Ah! Lin Fan hollered and started to remove the bug body. The process wasn't painful, but it didn't feel good either. Not long later, Nine Demon appeared. But to Nine Demon, it wasn't good. The bugs that he attracted were all swallowed by Nine Demon. Naturally, Nine Demon spat out mouthfuls of black liquid. And these liquids were actually worms. Lin Fan looked at Nine Demons and 9 heads that were like water faucets. He felt really helpless. It had been tough on Nine Demon. Lin Fan had gained a decent amount from this battle. He walked in front of Old Ancestor G and smiled. Old Ancestor G, Supreme Saint Sect is your G family's backing. In my eyes, they aren't good and are too practical. They also don't care about your G family at all. Don't you think so? Old Ancestor G smiled bitterly and didn't know what to say. Under Old Ancestor G's astonished gaze, Lin Fan raised his arm and used his sleeves to wipe the blood from his nose. He calmly placed it down and patted his shoulder. As expected from a big family. Their clothes are really soft and comfortable to wipe. Maybe when he turned into a bug body, there were some side effects such that he couldn't keep up with his nutrition and had a nosebleed. Young Master Lin, my G family has no grievances with you. Old Ancestor G said. Lin Fan nodded his head. I understand. I didn't plan to do anything to you, but I still like people calling me sect leader. I haven't used that title in a long time. Chapter 428. I.O. The news that he revealed was just too shocking. To Old Ancestor G, he was a smart person. In the past, he called him Young Master because he was a young master of a power. To be able to develop such a young master aura meant that he wasn't simple. Shortly after, he liked people to call him sect leader. Didn't that mean that he was the sect leader of a sect? Old Ancestor G instantly made up a story in his mind. It was like Lin Fan was a rich family young master who was recruited by an unimaginable sect because of his talent. His strength rose quickly and he became a Dao Realm expert. He was able to fight against Dao Realm Stage 5 experts and then he became the sect leader of that sect. Just thinking about it, he was sure that this was the case. If not, there was no reason for it to happen. Old Ancestor G licked his face. Sect leader Lin, he said that you have a relationship with Insect Valley. What is it? Can you tell me? It was obvious. Insect Valley had a lot of prestige among many sects and powers. Not everyone knew about it, but at least not many people didn't know about it. Lin Fan smiled. It isn't much. I can't reveal too much to you, but I will tell you directly that Insect Valley's bug controlling technique is in my hands. So, what do you think my relationship with Insect Valley is? Old Ancestor G was shocked and then he was shocked. He smiled. I understand everything. Lin Fan nodded. It is good that you understand. There is no need to say anything else, right? If that was the case, then it would be a good thing. Being low profile was the main thing. He wasn't someone who liked to brag and it was enough for him to make things clear. No need, I already know. Old Ancestor G waved his hands. The more he thought about it, the more shocked he felt. At the same time, he felt like Lin Fan's background was extraordinary. Damn! Why didn't the G family meet such a person? Just thinking about it made him feel regretful. As for Ji Shuefei, that wasn't important anymore. She could follow whoever she wanted and it wouldn't be a problem at all. Lin Fan smiled. Old Ancestor Ji, as the saying goes, if you don't fight, you won't get to know each other. Your Ji family has nothing to do with Supreme Saint Sect. It is all because they were too overbearing and you had no choice but to submit. Am I right? Old Ancestor Ji was stunned and then said, Haze, for sect leader Lin to understand us is our greatest happiness. Lin Fan said, there is nothing to be understanding about. How can one make decisions in the pugilistic world? I sympathize and understand all of you. Even if your G family had conflicts with me, I won't take it to heart. Don't you think that I am magnanimous? Big. Old Ancestor G raised a thumb. Sect leader Lin, when I first met you, I knew that you were extraordinary. I really want to get to know you, but sect leader Lin should understand that the G family is weak and sometimes we can't do anything about it. I understand. Naturally, I understand. But, I wonder if the G family is also a big family. Lin Fan asked. Fighting and killing was really not good. He didn't like killing either. If they could converse, they would converse. It was best not to be impulsive. Old Ancestor G didn't want to have a conflict and that was what Lin Fan wanted to see. Old Ancestor G said, Sect leader Lin, although my G family isn't a top power, we are magnanimous. If not, we wouldn't have been able to develop from just one person in our ancestors' generation to where we are now. We rely on nothing else but our magnanimity. Lin Fan looked at Old Ancestor Ji. He chose to believe his words. Actually, it wasn't a matter of whether or not he believed him. It was that there was no need. Lin Fan patted old Ancestor G's shoulder. Then, I won't be angry about what Chief G did to you. No, I definitely won't be angry. Old Ancestor G said. He was a little interested in Lin Fan and was curious about the power behind Lin Fan. He wondered what kind of power it was to be able to nurture such a disciple. To him, it was definitely not normal. If he could have a good relationship with Lin Fan, that would be for the best. Even if he offended Supreme Saint Sect, he wouldn't care. After all, he had already offended them, so what else could he do? DZ was willing to help because he wanted Ji Xuefei. Now that Xuefei had flown away, naturally, she was gone. Needless to say, DZ definitely wouldn't treat the Ji family like before. Lin Fan smiled. Old Ancestor Ji, since that is the case, then I won't speak any nonsense with you. I have something that I would like to ask for your help with. Old Ancestor Ji was thinking about how to have a good relationship with Lin Fan. Now that Lin Fan had a request, naturally, he was happy. Please speak. Lin Fan said, I would like to take a look at where the Ji family keeps their techniques. Of course, don't worry old Ancestor Ji. I don't want to occupy anything, but I have seen too many techniques and have merged them into one. I want to see more Dao realm techniques to increase my knowledge. One day, I will be able to prove my Dao and naturally, I will owe the Ji family a favor. His words were much more profound. When old Ancestor Ji heard this, he looked at Lin Fan in shock. It was obvious that he didn't expect Lin Fan to make such a request. That didn't seem right. The Ji clan's collection of secret manuals was not very rich, but it was also accumulated by the efforts of countless ancestors. Now, Lin Fan wanted to take a look. This put old Ancestor Ji in a tough spot. All of a sudden, he didn't know whether to agree or not. If he agreed, then he would have to show all the Ji family techniques to everyone. But if he didn't agree, then wouldn't Lin Fan hold a grudge? So problematic, so problematic. Old Ancestor Ji did want to suck up to Lin Fan, but he didn't want to hide his eyes and not care about anything. Lin Fan saw that old Ancestor Ji was hesitating and smiled. Old Ancestor Ji, I think there is nothing wrong with that. I have gone to many families and sects and they all accepted me. After all, I won't lend a technique to someone else and I won't reveal it. Of course, I can use my own Dao realm techniques to exchange for it. What is old Ancestor Ji worried about? Damn. To old Ancestor Ji, he was most afraid of people plotting against the Ji family. Even if they insulted the Ji family, it was okay. Anyway, it wasn't the first time that people insulted him. One just had to get used to it. Reading techniques and even using one's own techniques to exchange for it did sound good. But, he felt like something wasn't right. As for what wasn't right, he couldn't pinpoint it. He just felt like his head hurt. Okay, since sect leader Lin has spoken, then how can the Ji family not agree? Old Ancestor Ji said. Although he was worried, but on the surface, he was very agreeable. Chapter 429. At that moment, Lin Fan was thinking about something. Did the Ji family really want to suck up to him? It seemed like that was the case. Who knew? He really didn't expect that. To the Ji family disciples, they didn't understand what was going on. It seemed like the old ancestor had a good relationship with Lin Fan. Weren't they enemies before? Why did things change so suddenly? Although they were confused, they didn't dare to say anything. Old Ancestor Ji brought Lin Fan to the book hiding pavilion. Lin Fan said loudly, Old Ancestor Ji, I think you are the smartest in the entire Ji family. These disciples are as dumb as pigs. What a tragedy for the Ji family. Haze, it is good that sect leader Lin understands. You can also understand how much pressure I am under. Old Ancestor Ji sighed. His meaning was obvious. Since he could see it so clearly, he should be able to understand him. But his words offended everyone in the Ji family. He actually said that they were as dumb as pigs. That was just too much. Rage points plus 999. Although it seemed like the old ancestor had a good relationship with Lin Fan, he had no relationship with them at all. He even used words to insult them. That was just too much. Naturally, their rage points increased. As long as the old ancestor gave the order, they would fight him to the death. As the chief, Ji Chang didn't have a good impression of Lin Fan. But he wasn't stupid. Since the old ancestor treated him so well, what else could he say? He was really unwilling. The Ji family was just too weak. If they were as strong as the top sects, then such a thing wouldn't have happened. Very quickly, the old ancestor brought Lin Fan and disappeared from everyone's eyes. Ji Chang waved his hands, disperse. No one is allowed to speak of what happened today. He was worried that Supreme Saint sect wouldn't let this go so easily. Who knew whether or not they would blame the Ji family? The Ji family members looked at one another and then they all dispersed. Book hiding pavilion. Not bad, your Ji family has many cultivation techniques. Lin Fan looked at the dazzling array of techniques and praised. He understood that there was a reason why an aristocratic family could develop so well. A few lifetimes of accumulation wasn't so simple. Just think about those top sects and he understood. Those top sects had a long history, so naturally, they were even more terrifying. Old Ancestor Ji said, "No, compared to those top sects, the gap is too huge." Lin Fan looked at the Dao realm techniques and they were all decent. He had dozens of techniques that he needed to cultivate. Along with the ones from the Ji family, he had close to 30. He wouldn't need to trouble himself for a period of time from now on. What a pity. Some of the Ji family's Dao realm techniques were missing and incomplete. But to Lin Fan, it wasn't a problem. Old Ancestor Ji looked on from the side. He didn't understand what sect leader Lin was doing. He just flipped it, so what could he see? "Alright, let's head out," Lin Fan said. "Ah." Old Ancestor Ji was stunned and couldn't react. "Sect leader Lin, have you finished?" "Yes, I have. Since we agreed on the exchange, I will go and write down the secret manual now," Lin Fan said. Old Ancestor Ji waved his hands. "There is no need. Sect leader Lin, you are too polite. I am just taking a look, so there is no need to trade." Lin Fan looked at him. "All right, I am a man of my words. Since I said I will trade with you, then I will trade. Otherwise, would I bully you? Then, I am so sorry," Old Ancestor Ji said. Actually, he was just being polite. If he was really willing to give it to him, then that would be for the best. Even if he didn't want to, he couldn't say anything. Lin Fan wrote a few Dao realm techniques for the Ji family. He didn't care much about them. Even if others cultivated them, it didn't matter. Could they cultivate faster than him or have higher comprehension than him? That was something that was basically impossible to happen. When Lin Fan left the Ji family, Old Ancestor Ji personally sent him off. He smiled and waved his hands, telling him to come again if he had the chance. The Ji family's doors would always be open for him. When Lin Fan's body slowly disappeared, Old Ancestor Ji smiled. "Good, this is really good. My Ji family has reached the top. Maybe in my generation, we will be able to make the Ji family shine." Old Ancestor, where did he come from? I don't believe what he said. Ji Chang stood behind the Old Ancestor. He was wary of Lin Fan. "Oh right, I went to his sect and it isn't much. It can't even be compared to normal sections. Have we been lied to?" Old Ancestor Ji was really calm. "You have been lied to. What you see isn't the truth. As the Ji family patriarch, I don't have high expectations of you. I just hope that you can be smarter. With his strength, what kind of power can nurture such a genius?" Ji Chang was shocked. He thought about what the Old Ancestor said and instantly understood something. Old Ancestor is right, I understand. He really understood. Based on the sects he saw, how could they be true sects? Not to mention Tao realm, even God Essence realm wouldn't be able to develop them. Old ancestor, DZ lost face here. Do you think he will blame us? Ji Chang asked. This was what he was most worried about. Supreme Saint sect was really strong and they couldn't defend them. Old ancestor Ji said, blame us for what? What does this have to do with our Ji family? We didn't attack. Now that a storm is coming, we just need to protect ourselves. Now that I have become a Dao Realm Stage 5 expert, even if they blame us, they won't wipe us out. Don't worry. DZ was unwilling. Why didn't we kill him in the Ji family? That fellow is just too annoying and I can't forget about him. Emperor, if this old man were to continue fighting with him, the only outcome would be that both of us would be gravely injured. And if that were to really happen, I might not even be able to keep your life. The elderly man brought the emperor along with him as he traversed through the void. Lin Fan was the only thing on his mind right now. This kid was just too terrifying. What the Alliance said was true. If he continued to grow, the outcome would be catastrophic. How could Lin Wani's son be so terrifying? It was impossible that Lin Wani groomed him. Lin Wani didn't know many words and wasn't cultured. He also didn't know how to develop talents. Was it a fortuitous encounter? That was the only thing that made sense. But thinking about it, it really made one envious. It was okay that Lin Wani had a fortuitous encounter. Who knew that his son would have one too? This family was really weird. DZ said, he is so young, so how is he so strong? Master told me that I am a genius and there aren't many people my age who can exceed me. What is going on with him? Lin Fan's appearance had a huge impact on DZ. After all, he used to think that he was high above. As long as nothing went wrong, he would definitely become an expert in the future. But what was going on? He was being suppressed and he couldn't even catch up. The old man wanted to tell DZ the truth. But thinking about it, it was better if he didn't say it. If he suffered too much of a blow, it would make DZ lose his fighting spirit. DZ, he isn't young. He probably cultivated his body to maintain his looks. The old man said. When DZ heard this, he heaved a sigh of relief. I knew it. How could there be such a monstrous genius? After all, I'm already monstrous enough. The old man sighed helplessly. DZ, stop praising yourself. Even he was taught a lesson. As for what would happen in the future, no one knew. But if this kid didn't die, be it DZ or the other geniuses, they would be suppressed for the rest of their lives. Even the older generation would be suppressed. DZ, pay attention. I need to speed up and return to the sect. He wanted to report this matter to the sect. It would be best if all the top sects killed this kid. After Lin Fan left the Ji family, he didn't head back. He felt like he was about to die. Supreme Saint sect wanted to mess with him and he was really afraid. But conflict with the top sects was something that he expected. It would happen sooner or later. Xiantian sect. He Fei was really daring to snatch the woman that DZ liked. Ji Xuefei was terrified. She didn't know what would happen next and just wanted to bring He Fei away from Xiantian sect to find a place to live in seclusion. If not, it would be really dangerous to stay here. When Lin Fan left Xiantian sect with Ji Chang, Xiantian sect sent people to follow to see what was going on. No matter what happened, they had to report back right away. Within the hall. When the Xiantian sect leader heard the report, he was stunned. He Fei and the others' expressions changed too. Sect leader, this person brought the Ji family chief back to the Ji family and met Supreme Saint sect's DZ. He even fought with an old man from Supreme Saint sect and in the end, Supreme Saint sect was defeated. Everyone from Xiantian sect was stunned. They felt that it was a little terrifying and even a little off. Sect leader, something huge is going to happen. An elder exclaimed and then looked at He Fei, you have pushed our sect into a pit of hell. She is the woman that Supreme Saint sect's DZ likes and you actually dare to snatch her back. Their Shantian sect was just a mid-tier sect, so how could they be a match for those top sects? There was indeed someone helping to draw the attention. But if they waited for this matter to pass, if Supreme Saint sect reacted, wouldn't that mean that they were finished? An elder said, "Sect leader, I think that we should let He Fei send her back. Our Shantian sect can't afford to take care of such a god." He was being nicer. To put it more bluntly, she was a jinx. Move the sect and leave this place to a place that Supreme Saint sect can't find. Sect leader said. Everyone was shocked. It was as if they didn't expect the sect leader to say that. If they moved away, wouldn't that mean that they were giving up on this precious land? Oh my god. Sect leader looked at He Fei and then at Ji Xuefei. They had already taken her and still wanted to send her back. To think that they could think of something like that. He Fei considered Ji Xuefei's words and left Shantian sect to a place where no one knew about them. Maybe that was the only choice. Chapter 430. When the old man brought DZ back to Supreme Saint sect, it caused a huge commotion. DZ was actually injured. How was that possible? Their Supreme Saint sect was invincible outside and no one dared to offend them. The old man told someone to bring DZ to rest before reporting to the sect leader. The sect leader was DZ's teacher and he was his servant. Since the sect leader was still a disciple of Supreme Saint sect, he had followed by his side. He was convinced by his strength and recognized him as his master. Within the main hall. You mean that what the Alliance said before was true? Supreme Saint sect leader was shocked and filled with disbelief. The old man said, "Master, yes, I personally fought him. He is so young and although he is only Dao Realm Stage 2, he is on the same level as me. His combat strength is at Dao Realm Stage 5. It is really dangerous to leave him alive. No matter if the Alliance wants to kill us or if they have other goals, we can't let this kid live. We don't know where Lin Wani is but he is definitely alive. Although the border city has nothing to do with us, Su Changsun came to our sect and was rejected. Once the Alliance matter is solved, they definitely won't let us off. He saw through everything. They were fine now mainly because the world was in chaos and the Alliance kept invading their land. They didn't have time to take revenge. But one day, the Alliance was forced back. Then, revenge would come. But the top sects all admitted that Lin Wani was strong. But to rely on one person to suppress all the sects was just a dream. Now, his son had appeared and entered Dao Realm at such a young age. In the future, how terrifying would he be? Even Lin Wani would only be able to eat his dust. The sect leader frowned. Based on what you mean, we should kill him while he is still in control? Right, we must kill him while he is still in control. The old man replied. This was what he thought and he believed that Master definitely thought the same way. It was too dangerous. Lin Wani was strong but at least he had a chance of catching up. But based on the kid's situation, things weren't right. What was he chasing? He was so young and was already at Dao Realm Stage 2. If he was given another 3 to 5 years, even the sky would be torn apart. If Lin Fan knew, he would definitely grumble. Who are you insulting? Who needed 5 years? If you give me half a year, you won't even be able to eat dust. Supreme Saint sect leader thought about it for a long while. Supreme Saint sect can't do anything about this. Spread the news and use Supreme Saint sect's name to say that the strongest genius in the world, Lin Wani's son, has reached Dao Realm Stage 2 at such a young age. Understood. That was a good idea. It wasn't like Supreme Saint sect wanted to kill Lin Fan. In other words, he had discovered such a talent. Even if Lin Wani knew about this, he wouldn't find trouble with Supreme Saint sect, right? Moreover, Supreme Saint sect belonged to Celestial Alliance. As long as news of this got out, he would definitely teach this brat a lesson. There would be no place for him in the heavens or the earth. In the depths of the continuous mountains. Lin Fan passed by this place and stopped for a short while. It wasn't that he had an ulterior motive for going there. Rather, he was just passing by and found the scenery to be pretty good, so he decided to stay and take a look. At the same time, he could also upgrade his cultivation technique. Now, he was a dual cultivator and his cultivation had reached stage 2. His Dao body had 8 Dao patterns. Dao essence had 5 Dao patterns. Along with Dao body and Dao essence, as well as those secret techniques, he had a total of 80. He was considered an expert among those at Dao Realm Stage 5. There are so few rage points. Lin Fan was disappointed. The Ji family wasn't strong enough, but he could understand. There were too few of them, and although they were furious, what could they do? They were basically useless. Improve. Consumed 10,000 rage points. Heaven shaking 9 Dragon Fist, basics. The number of Dao patterns increased from 80 to 81. That was a decent improvement. He reckoned that if others wanted to condense a Dao pattern, they would need a very long time, let alone a Dao pattern that returned to its original state. That would be even more difficult. But people with the small support system were just so carefree. As long as one had enough rage points, everything else wouldn't be a problem. A few days later. Alliance headquarters. Based on the news from there, many sects are paying attention to Lin Wani's son. A 9-star general smiled. To them, Lin Wani wasn't scary. The most terrifying thing was his son, whose cultivation increased too quickly. If they hadn't personally witnessed it, they wouldn't have believed that it was true. Zhu Daoshan and Wu Zhiga, the 2 strongest 9-star generals, had a tough time recently. The people of the Alliance questioned them and the outside world questioned them. They felt that they were just strong people who couldn't do anything well. To them, if these people were natives of rich land and dared to say bad things about their sect leaders, they wouldn't even know how they died. Only the Alliance's system allowed them to say whatever they wanted. Now, they had smashed open the gates of the natives. They obtained rich resources from the natives, and those who wanted peace shut their mouths. There were even some who were really excited and turned into the pro-war faction. Maybe they were afraid that if they fought with the natives, the Alliance headquarters would lose and that would affect their lives. But who knew that the pro-war faction would be so strong to break through the defense and occupy a large area of land? This was why, in front of true benefits, some of the peace faction didn't even think about it. They agreed to betray and become a member of the pro-war faction. Wu Zhiga said, "The natives don't have a portrait, right? Let's print out that kid's photo and pass it to them. After all, a portrait can't compare to a real photo." Ha ha ha, right, that is a good idea. If Lin Wani knows that his son is being hunted down by the natives, he will probably regret what he did. Zhu Daoshan smiled. A bunch of Alliance 9-star generals gathered here to discuss Alliance matters. Of course. Recently, they faced some problems. Recently, many Alliance members had been ambushed in the rich land. Many people died. But based on what the survivors said, it should have been people from the defense cities. Out of the 8 cities, only Maigu City and Yu City were destroyed. The other 6 cities still had many experts hidden and were looking for a chance to attack the Alliance. Okay, let's not talk about this matter for now. Give orders for 9-star generals to lead troops to search for those bastards and snipe them. At the same time, send out a wanted order to see whether or not the natives are willing to help. As long as they bring their heads back, the Alliance will reward them. The commander said. Yes. Yes. Even the strongest 9-star generals like Zhu Daoshan and Wu Zhiga had to listen to orders. The Alliance headquarters had many things to do too. The top sects occupied their own territories and were really busy. On the Alliance's side, Ocean Emperor Island and Hell Mountain all wanted a piece of the pie. This was a really complicated matter. Without a period of time, they wouldn't be able to solve it. That was because of the Alliance's interference. Lin Fan's existence wasn't a secret anymore. The top sects all knew about Lin Wani's son's situation. When they first got the news, they didn't believe it. After all, it happened last time and they thought that it was a plot by the Alliance. But when Supreme Saint Sect sent it out in another form, things became different. Celestial Alliance sent out a wanted order right away to find this kid and kill him. Shortly after, Evil Alliance, Monster Alliance, and Buddha Alliance were all searching for Lin Fan. Buddha Alliance was better at acting than the other three alliances. What they meant was that this kid was fated with them and they hoped that they could find him and join them. But their goal was the same. They wanted Lin Fan to die. They all knew that if that was true, then it would be really serious. One Lin Wani was enough of a headache. Now that there was someone with even more potential than Lin Wani, that was a huge problem. Based on what they knew, Lin Wani had only cultivated for 40 to 50 years. This amount of time wasn't enough for a Dao realm expert. At most, he would raise a few more Dao patterns. But Lin Wani raised his strength to such a level in such a short time. That was just too terrifying. Now, something even more terrifying had appeared. He had to kill him and definitely couldn't be left alive. On an island in the ocean, Lin Wani held a piece of paper in his hand and on it were scenes of Lin Fan. On the screen, Lin Fan was really happy and he smiled brightly. This was the scene that was captured when Lin Fan communicated with the Alliance headquarters. Fan. Lin Wani grabbed the paper with his fingers and his face was filled with worry. When he saw the scenes, his heart sank. He felt like something was going to happen. This kid has also stepped onto the stage. Old Ancestor Su exclaimed, I didn't expect that after we parted ways in Jiang City, this kid would actually reach such a realm. Dao realm, a realm that others might not be able to reach in their entire lives, but he did. Water Emperor said, who is this? Old Ancestor Su said, this is Brother Lin's young master. His cultivation is amazing and he has reached Dao realm at such a young age. The various sects and the Alliance are hunting him down. That is understandable. This kid is too talented and if he is allowed to develop, those top sects will be unlucky. When Water Emperor heard this, he was shocked, is that true? Are you joking with me? He was filled with disbelief. Lin Wani's son had actually reached Dao realm? Oh my god. How could Dao realm be so easy to reach? Look at how young he was. When he was at his age, he was still at God Essence realm. Maybe this was the saying that comparisons were odious. Lin Wani didn't worry about the two of them. He looked at the scenes and felt really annoyed. It was okay that he was wanted, but why did his son have to be dragged into this too? Old Ancestor Su patted Lin Wani's shoulder, Brother Lin, don't think so much. Things have already happened. Moreover, this kid can make the Alliance and the top sects hunt him down. That is enough to show his ability. Maybe one day, we will have to rely on your son. This kid. Lin Wani shook his head. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't happy to see his son succeed, but it was just too dangerous. Chapter 431. During this period of time for the wanted list, Old Ancestor Ji looked at the paper in his hand and was stunned. He wanted to cry but no tears came out. He didn't know what to say. Damn, he saw it. He had finally seen it. This kid was actually Lin Wani's son and he wasn't a disciple of any faction. He noticed it too late. If he knew, things wouldn't have turned out like this. Old Ancestor, this kid lied to us. Ji Chang said. Old Ancestor Ji kept silent for a long while and then paced around, we are finished, we are finished. We can't offend either side. He thought that Lin Fan was a talent developed by a super faction but he didn't expect him to be Lin Wani's son. Lin Wani was really strong and famous at the same time. No one knew about his existence. But the key was that Lin Wani had no faction and Yu City was broken. Although he was still alive, no one knew where he was. Ji Chang, follow me to Supreme Saint Sect but remember not to say anything. Just act like you don't know anything. Old Ancestor Ji instructed. He couldn't defend either side, so it was best if he didn't. Old ancestor, aren't you asking me to lie in front of Supreme Saint Sect? I am afraid. Ji Chang panicked. To go to a top sect and lie in front of them. Just thinking about it was terrifying. Old ancestor Ji squinted his eyes and looked at Ji Chang unhappily. How disappointing. Was he the only bold person in the entire Ji family? Lin Fan didn't know what was going on outside. He was thinking about what was going to happen next and what kind of attitude he was going to use to greet the top sections. During this period of time, Lin Fan brought 9 demon to many places. Along the way, he didn't face anything, but he felt like danger was getting close. Today, Lin Fan was walking in a desolate desert. Sand danced in the air and he couldn't see the end. Suddenly, several people appeared in front of him. Lin Fan didn't care much about it as it was normal for people to appear. But shortly after, he frowned and felt that something was off. The clothes they were wearing didn't belong to them but to the Alliance. Damn, is the Alliance so arrogant now? Lin Fan stepped forwards and with a pang, he turned into a streak of light and dashed forwards. He didn't say any nonsense. If he met them, there was no need to say anything. He could just start beating them up. In the distance, the group of Alliance people walked on the desert. They felt helpless towards the harsh environment here, but to be able to experience such beautiful natural scenery, they were quite satisfied. Let's treat this as a vacation. But suddenly, a terrifying aura assaulted them, causing them to be extremely shocked. Although they met many people from the rich land, they explained to them that they weren't here to invade and that they were here to help them. They also hated the people from the Alliance headquarters who were pro-war and so on and so forth. If the other parties still didn't trust them, there was nothing they could do. He could only leave. Wait, we're not the bad guys. An Alliance member shouted. Oh my God, what did the Alliance do to him? Why was he so angry? They hadn't even met or spoken a single word to each other, but he had already angered the other party. What the hell? Lin Fan laughed coldly. Who cared whether or not they were bad people, as long as they were Alliance members, he would beat them up. Bang! He had already held back when he punched the other party's face. Otherwise, this punch would have already smashed the other party's old face. Ouch! A scream spread into his ears. Lin Fan beat up an old man. He looked really benevolent, but that punch nearly turned his head into a pig's head. At the same time, he realized that the kid was really strong and he wasn't his match at all. Little brother, it is a misunderstanding. This is a huge misunderstanding. Although we are Alliance, bang. Before he could finish, Lin Fan kicked him in the face. Although he wasn't too vicious, he wasn't light either. Don't say that it is a misunderstanding. Let's talk about it after you get beaten up. Lin Fan beat them up. As for what happened next, that would be discussed later. Now, he just needed to enjoy the feeling of being beaten up. He didn't need to think too much about other things. Very quickly, screams spread out. They shouted in their hearts. You beast, stop! We are from the peace faction and not here to invade you. How can you beat us up like that? That is just too much. Of course. One of the guys wasn't beaten up by Lin Fan because he didn't wear the Alliance's uniform. When he saw Lin Fan show off, he just stood there like he was stunned. The old man that Lin Fan beat up had decent cultivation and actually reached Dao realm. Lin Fan waved his hands. He felt good from the beating and then looked at them. All of you Alliance dogs are really arrogant. Don't you have any respect for us? You actually dare to come over so openly. To him, the Alliance headquarters were becoming more and more arrogant. Right as Lin Fan said all this, a trembling hand reached out from beneath Lin Fan's feet. The voice was a little tragic. It is a misunderstanding. She then grabbed onto Lin Fan's thigh and trembled. It was as if she wanted to write the word tragic on Lin Fan's thigh. But right after that, Lin Fan kicked the owner of the hand to the side. Aya! Screams spread out. To those alliance members who wanted peace, they really wanted to die. Was there a need to do that? No matter which side it was, there were good people. They really wanted peace and came to help them. They couldn't just kick them without even talking to them. That was just too much. Lin Fan took a look. The 6 of them laid on the ground and cried out in pain. Anyway, it was really unbearable. Wait. Just at that moment, the only guy who wasn't beaten up by Lin Fan spoke. His expression was one of shock, like he was in a daze and couldn't react at all. Lin Fan looked at him. I saw that you weren't from the Alliance, so I didn't beat you up. But I didn't expect you to actually mix with them. That is unforgivable. The guy said anxiously, are you misunderstanding something? They are indeed from the Alliance, but they saved me and sent me here. Lin Fan was stunned and found it weird. What was he talking about? What's there to save? Why did it feel like something wasn't right? The guy said, I was locked up there for 20 years and was tortured every day. I was surrounded by people like an animal. I wanted to come back, but I couldn't. In the end, they saved me and others. They sent us back because they didn't want the Alliance to have a conflict with us. Lin Fan was shocked. He finally understood what was going on. They were helping them. But when he lowered his head and looked at the 6 people he had beaten up, he didn't know what to say. Why didn't you say so earlier? Lin Fan said. If he did, he wouldn't have beaten them up like that. The guy said helplessly, I told you that it was a misunderstanding, but you didn't listen. Lin Fan wanted to push the blame away. He couldn't be blamed for this and no one would believe him. He looked at the guy and he didn't look like he was joking at all. It was obvious that what he said was true. He knew that there would be such people. Not everyone in the Alliance was bad and not everyone here was good. Be it here or the Alliance, there were different people. Lin Fan looked at the 6 of them awkwardly, are you okay? I was just joking with you. I didn't use much strength. If I was serious, all of you would have died. It was okay if he didn't explain, but the more he did, the more he explained, the more problematic it would be. Hearing those words, was that even something a human would say? The 6 Alliance members were beaten up badly, especially the old man. He had lived for so long and had never suffered like this before. At that moment, the old man said, it is okay, kid, I understand your actions. We didn't make things clear and caused you to misunderstand. It is good that you are alive, it is not a big deal. The other people looked at Lin Fan in terror. What was going on? They were here to do good things, but who knew that it would be so dangerous? Desert Mound. A bunch of people sat around it. Lin Fan didn't have a good impression of the Alliance, but he liked these people who advocated for peace. Although they were from the Alliance, it was okay. As long as they could communicate, then everything was fine. But what shocked Lin Fan was that this man had actually been locked up in the Alliance for 20 years. He was like an animal that was surrounded by people. If they hadn't saved him, he would have probably died there for the rest of his life. You said that you belonged to the Peace faction and went against the Alliance headquarters. Then, will the Alliance headquarters let you out? Lin Fan asked. The old man said, why can't we? The Alliance headquarters has freedom of speech. Some people want to invade and naturally, there are people who want peace. But after the border city was destroyed, many people saw the benefits. Now, our Peace faction is getting weaker and weaker. Many people are blinded by the benefits and choose to join the side that wants to stand. Don't they think about how many families are destroyed behind each battle? Kids have no fathers, women have no husbands, old people have no sons. There is no need for all of this to happen. But the Alliance headquarters is just too violent now. Lin Fan nodded. The old man's words made sense and he was quite open about it. Zhu Daoshan and the other old fellows couldn't compare to them at all. This was the difference in thinking and realm. It wasn't something that could be achieved with high cultivation. As for the others, they just squatted there and looked at Lin Fan from time to time. They couldn't forget what had just happened. It really hurt to be beaten up. At that moment, a guy said, "You seem to be wanted by the Alliance." "I have seen the portrait." Lin Fan smiled, "That is normal. I have quite a huge conflict with the Alliance headquarters. It isn't that the Alliance wants you but that the Alliance passed your information to the sects here and those sects want you." The man said. Lin Fan was shocked like he couldn't react. He didn't do anything, so why would the top sects want him? That was just too much. Chapter 432. Damn, that was just too much. Lin Fan was furious. It was okay if the Alliance headquarters wanted him, but why did the top sects join in? He didn't offend too many top sects, right? He had already thought about it. As long as they dared to arrest him, then their friendship would end. From now on, they would kill the Alliance first and then the top sections. "Are you sure that they have already arrested me?" Lin Fan asked. He still wanted to be sure. The man said, "I work in the Alliance headquarters and I saw news about you. The Alliance headquarters leaked news about you, but for a period of time, the top sects didn't believe it. But recently, they all believed it and started to search for you. The Alliance headquarters even sent your photo over." He was wondering why this person looked so familiar. Thinking about it, he was someone wanted by the Alliance. Lin Fan thought about it and instantly understood many things. When he was at the G family, he had a conflict with Supreme Saint sect and at that time, he had already exposed himself. The old man from Supreme Saint sect said that he knew who he was. It was obvious that the Alliance headquarters had already started to arrest him. But the top sects didn't believe it at the start. It was definitely because he had shown too much strength when he fought with the Supreme Saint sect old man and they really paid attention to him. This was why the top sects started to arrest him. I understand. These people are really despicable. Lin Fan said and then looked at everyone, "All of you are from the peace faction but there is no point in coming here. The Alliance headquarters has already started the war and they have already occupied 28 cities. Now, they probably have even more." The old man from the peace faction was called Wang Xing and he was once a teacher. As he reached Dao realm, the Alliance headquarters could nominate him as a 9-star general but he rejected it. He didn't want to join the battle. Especially the war between races. Be it the rich land or the Alliance, they should all develop peacefully. If there was a need, they could work together. Not the current battle. Wang Xing said, "No matter whether or not it is useful, we can only do what we have to do. Now that most of the 9-star generals want to invade, it is impossible to persuade them to turn back. The only thing we can do is to persuade those invading Alliance members to return and not be tempted by those 9-star generals." Lin Fan said, "Actually, what you said is useless. Only by being strong enough to scare them will they know that they can't offend us. One has to say that the Alliance headquarters is really united, much more so than us. If those top sects could unite, then your Alliance wouldn't be able to do anything." Wang Xing agreed with what Lin Fan said and nodded his head, "You are right, that is indeed the case. If all of you are united, the Alliance headquarters won't be able to do anything. But this battle is unavoidable. The Alliance has used up all their resources and the ones they have can only last for 10 years. Now that the headquarters have occupied so many places and are producing large amounts of resources, the Alliance headquarters have seen meat and it is tough for them to give in. Oh, by the way, I'm afraid something will happen soon. I got news from the inside that the headquarters and the Imperial Dynasty have made new progress in their cooperation. It seems like they are going to attack the sections." Lin Fan frowned and his expression was solemn. That shouldn't be possible. Now that the top sects have formed 4 alliances, attacking one top sect is the same as attacking an alliance. The Alliance headquarters does have experts but they shouldn't be so stupid to fight against an alliance. He didn't know how strong the Alliance headquarters was. But based on what happened in the past, the Alliance headquarters was strong but if they really fought against an alliance, they would suffer heavy losses. Wang Xing shook his head, "I don't know the exact situation but the news should be accurate. Lin Fan was in deep thought. How much strength did the imperial dynasty have? If they worked with the alliance headquarters, wouldn't they just be cannon fodder? But he didn't think that King Wudong was so stupid. Forget it, he didn't want to think about it anymore. These things weren't important to him. They could fight their own battles and he just needed to raise his strength. Once he raised his cultivation, then everything else wouldn't be a problem at all. The alliance had factions that wanted peace. It seemed like he had to pay attention in the future. No matter what, it was a good thing that they were willing to help. Actually, I think you should change into our clothes. If you continue to head in like that, if you meet experts, you won't even have a chance to speak and will be killed. Lin Fan said. He was trying to persuade them to pay attention. Wang Xing said, "We don't want to change our clothes. The main reason is to let the rich land people know that the alliance wants peace and we don't want to fight." Lin Fan didn't say much as he had already said what he needed to say. If they didn't want to change, then that was their own problem. If they were beaten to death because of a misunderstanding, then they could only blame themselves for not listening to orders. Then, how are the people in the cities that the alliance has occupied? Lin Fan asked. Wang Xing said, "You don't have to worry about that. There weren't any killings but their lives aren't good. They are all treated as free labor. As there are people in the alliance who are against bloodshed, the people in the cities are temporarily safe." Lin Fan then chatted with them about some things. After Wang Xing's explanation, Lin Fan found out about many things. In the territory that the alliance occupied, there were many detection devices that would automatically scan the current image. Lin Fan's face was already entered and as long as he appeared in the alliance's territory, an alarm would sound and the alliance would notice him. He had nothing to say about the alliance's technology and could only say that they were amazing. The situation made him feel helpless. In the end, he was just too weak. His current strength didn't affect the situation at all. Even his father could only take things one step at a time and wait for a chance to come. As for using absolute strength to suppress everything, that was simply impossible. There were too many top sects and they formed 4 factions. Lin Wani might be strong and invincible in a one-on-one fight, but if he was surrounded by a bunch of people, he would definitely die. Lin Fan seemed like he was randomly causing trouble, but actually, he had a goal. The top sects couldn't be offended. The alliance headquarters couldn't be offended either. He could only offend some small fries to accumulate rage points and raise his own strength. Once his strength reached a certain realm, he would be able to soar into the sky. Who else would dare to block his path? They talked about many things during the night. Wang Xing cupped his fists. "Sect leader Lin, then we will say goodbye here. I hope that you pay more attention and don't underestimate the alliance. Although Zhu Daoshan and Wu Zhiga are the strongest 9-star generals in the alliance, there are people above them." Lin Fan said, "Thank you. But all of you have to be careful. There aren't many reasonable people like me." Wang Xing looked at Lin Fan like he wanted to say something but he didn't know what to say. Very quickly, Lin Fan split up with them. They continued to head into the distance while Lin Fan walked in the opposite direction. He had to be careful in the future. He was wanted by the top sections. If they bumped into him, they would definitely kill him. Damn! Lin Fan remembered the top sects and the alliance in his heart. Just you wait, one day he would teach them a lesson. He thought about how happy his life was in the past. He was a perfect rich family young master. But now, he was actually forced to walk on this path of no return. Zhao family. An island at the border of Dragon Island. The last time old ancestor Zhao returned, he trashed Zhao family elder Zhao Sun. At the same time, he removed the Zhao family head position and that caused chaos in the Zhao family. Fourth brother Zhao Xianwang was placed in high regard by the old ancestor and he gave him such a heavy responsibility. Zhao Zhangtian said, "Big brother, your position as the family head has been removed and Zhao Sun has been trashed. The old ancestor doesn't care much about me. Only fourth brother has become his confidant. Once this matter is over, I think that the position of Zhao family head will be taken away by him. Our Zhao family is strong and we have our own foundations. We also have enough strength, so why can't we be the head? Why do we have to protect the imperial dynasty? I really don't understand, I really don't understand. Zhao Sun didn't say anything. He had been trashed long ago and it was as if the sky had collapsed. He hated the old ancestor but he didn't dare to say anything. He had been thinking about why the old ancestor wanted to cut off his path of retreat. Was it because his words made him unhappy that he wanted to trash him? Wasn't he a descendant of the Zhao family? Second brother, don't speak nonsense. The old ancestor has his own intentions. What is the point of us guessing so much? Moreover, Xian King is our fourth brother. If he can become the Zhao family head, isn't it the same? The former Zhao family head said calmly. He seemed really calm. But everyone present could sense the rage in his heart. He just hit it too deeply. Big brother, recently you have left Dragon Island frequently. Did something happen? Zhao Zhangtian asked. Nothing much, I just went outside to find out some news. Zhao Zhangtian didn't ask. He felt like Big Brother was hiding something from them. Big Brother, no matter what, we can't have anything to do with the alliance. They are all ambitious people and they will eat us up. The Zhao family head smiled and waved his hands. How was that possible? Everything here was under old ancestor Zhao's control. Although he didn't know what the few of them were talking about, it was best if they didn't force him to attack. In the hall, when he trashed Zhao Sun and removed the family head position, he knew that they wouldn't let this matter rest. A vengeful heart would make one disregard family and friends. But as the Zhao family old ancestor, he had the responsibility to lead them. At the same time, he would guide them to the right path and give them a chance to turn over a new leaf. This was why he only sent Zhao Xianwang to find the prince and not personally head over. After all, he had to take charge here. It was to prevent such things from happening. Lin Fan walked forwards and as he walked, he felt like something was off. This place is a little desolate. He looked at the environment in front of him and suddenly felt that something was wrong. Chapter 433. Just how big was the rich land? That was tough to answer. Even the top sects hadn't seen it all. Who knows where I am? Why haven't I seen it before? He was in a forest and the trees around were really thick. If this wasn't the border, he would have thought that there were demons here. He didn't think too much and just headed in. The unknown made one curious. After a long while, Lin Fan noticed footprints on the ground and was shocked. He didn't expect that there would be people here. Were they primitive people? That was a possibility. After all, this place was really desolate and there were so many trees. It was impossible to find people in this area. Lin Fan just walked like that. Until the next morning, a streak of sunlight descended from the sky and a primitive village appeared in front of his eyes. So, it is a village. I thought that it was primitive people. I was happy for nothing. Lin Fan muttered. As expected, he was thinking too much. If he knew that this would happen, he wouldn't have walked for so long like a fool. He just didn't want to miss something that no one knew about. Very quickly, Lin Fan entered the village. When he saw a statue in the middle of the village, he was stunned. This statue. It wasn't that the statue looked like someone and he didn't recognize what it was. But he sensed a thick faith power from the statue. The faith power was gathered in the statue and wasn't absorbed. It just stayed there. Damn. If he didn't get the legacy of the darkness chief god, naturally, he wouldn't be able to notice the thick faith power. But now he could see it really clearly. What is going on? Lin Fan felt that things were different. The world he was in didn't have a chief god cultivation system and he obtained it by chance. Did this world have a different system in the past? Forget it, he didn't want to think about it. His head hurt. Now that he had to face the alliance and the top sects, he didn't have the time to think about all this. However, the faith that was emanating from the statue was extremely attractive to Lin Fan. Weird, how can a village have such thick faith? I really don't understand. Lin Fan shook his head in confusion. He just couldn't understand it. Just as Lin Fan was thinking about all this, a voice spread out from not far away. Who are you? An old man appeared in the distance and looked at Lin Fan warily. Lin Fan said, I just happened to pass by and saw a village, so I came to take a look. He felt that there was something wrong with this village. Why was there only an old man? Where were the others? Why wasn't there even a shadow? How strange. Are you lost? I'll have someone send you away later, the old man said. Lin Fan pointed at the statue and asked curiously, Excuse me, what is this statue? Don't be rude. Immediately, the old man who had a gentle expression said angrily, Leave this place. We don't welcome you here. Lin Fan was stunned. What was going on? Why did the old man suddenly turn hostile? Could it be that this statue had a very high status in this village? Otherwise, this wouldn't have happened. At the thought of this, Lin Fan had an incredible idea. Old man, do you think the statue looks like me? Lin Fan stood beside the statue and absorbed the faith power from it. At the same time, his master god power seeped out slowly and wrapped around the statue. The old man's expression changed. Just as he was about to scold Lin Fan, his expression changed when he saw the scenes in front of him. His mouth was agape and it was hard to describe. Or rather, he could put down an egg. The statue shone with a purple light. But very quickly, the purple light disappeared. But what shocked the old man the most was that the statue's face actually changed. It then turned into Lin Fan's face. Shortly after, a god aura spread out from Lin Fan's body. This was the aura of a chief god that shone down on the world. The old man was covered by the aura like he was bathing in sunlight and it was really warm. Do I look like you? Lin Fan asked once more. He absorbed the faith from the statue and felt like he had become a fatty. The god domain in his body changed like it had been replenished. Lin Fan knew from the legacy that chief god domain was another type of cultivation system. But he felt like this system was much more problematic than the small support system. What was faith power? It was just a waste of time. At that moment, the old man opened his mouth and said, Similar. It is just too similar. The moment he said that, there was a put-on. The old man knelt down like he was worshipping the god in his heart. Suddenly, Lin Fan realized that something wasn't right. Faith spread out from the old man's body and the color rose from gray to purple. Damn! How was that possible? From the start, he had done many experiments and realized that purple faith was the hardest to reach. Until now, only Go Z and his cousin had reached it. Now, this was the third. Lin Fan guessed that this statue was the faith of the village and this old man had been worshipping it since he was young. This was why the statue was able to gather a large ball of faith power. But this statue was a dead object and couldn't absorb the faith power, which was why it continued to exist. What about the others in the village? Lin Fan asked. Needless to say, this old man believed in him so much, which meant that he had a lot of trust in him. He probably regarded him as a god. So, he didn't need to explain too much. In case he explained too much and caused a negative impact. God, they are all sick, please save them. The old man begged. Let's go take a look. Lin Fan was interested. If an old man was so amazing, then wouldn't the others be even more amazing? He understood now. Faith really depended on the person. The disciples he had recruited from other sects were all useless. After such a long time, all of them were still at the gray faith level. They really weren't good enough. But looking at the situation, it was obvious that the old man had transferred his faith from the statue to him. When Lin Fan asked the old man why the villagers were sick and he was fine, the old man praised him and said that he was really loyal to the god and was protected by him. As for them, they didn't believe in him and were unable to be protected by him. Toward such a reason, Lin Fan had nothing to say. But the old man's words revealed some information to him. Other people probably didn't believe in him like the old man. Very quickly, he followed the old man to a shed. There were many people lying in the shed. There were men and women, old and young. But they weren't in a good state. There were many pustules on their bodies. Who knew what they were, and there was even a stench spreading out. Damn! He really couldn't take it. But he had no choice. His identity was a god, and even if he couldn't take it, he had to bear with it. But here came the tough thing. He was very good at beating people up, but it was a little difficult to save people now. He didn't know how to treat illnesses. Instantly, he scolded himself for being stupid. The chief god legacy used faith to heal. No matter what kind of existence the darkness chief god was, he was still a chief god. My believers, do they believe in me like you? Lin Fan asked solemnly. He didn't care so much. He didn't have any other meaning when he said that. He just had to go through the formalities. The old man said, yes, they also believe in you, just like me. Lin Fan raised his hand and a ball of light gathered in his palm. The light floated into the air and turned into droplets of rain that scattered down, covering all the people in the tent. Shortly after, the pustules on the bodies of the people in the tent disappeared at a visible rate. The rapid breathing also gradually calmed down. When the old man saw that, he exclaimed, "This was a miracle. No, this was the God Lord's gift." He knelt on the ground again and worshipped Lin Fan. Lin Fan felt a little awkward. The chief god's way of accepting believers was a little unbearable. But he had no choice. Some things had to be done in a different way. The people in the tent woke up. All of them thought that they would die, but now that their heads were clear and their bodies were filled with energy, it was as if nothing had happened. When the villagers saw the chief kneel on the ground, they exclaimed, "Chief, what are you doing?" When the chief saw that the villagers had recovered, he was really excited. But when he thought about how the God Lord was still around, his expression turned solemn. "Aren't you all coming over to worship him? If not for him being merciful, all of you would have died." The villagers were stunned by the chief's words. Some of them believed his words. Those who believed in the God Lord all knelt down right away. But some of them were confused. They knew about the statue in the middle of the village. They heard that it had been passed down for a long time. The chief believed in that legend. But some of them didn't believe it and felt like it was fake. It was just a story made up by the people in the past. But with the current situation, they knew that they had no choice but to believe it. They knelt down too. Lin Fan realized that more than half of the villagers who had woken up had provided faith. There were blue and gold faith. But there were some who didn't. They probably didn't trust the God Lord from the start. All of you rise. Believe in me. The God Light will cover and protect all of you. Lin Fan said, and then looked at the old man. "I am the darkness chief god, and I will protect your village. I have sensed your faith and will give you strength." The moment he said that, power was transmitted along the faith lines. The old man waited for the God Lord to reward him. Instantly, he felt a mysterious power spread towards him. He wanted to roar. "My body is filled with power." The surrounding villagers noticed the changes in the chief and their expressions were filled with shock. Lin Fan didn't raise the old man's strength too high. He let him feel it first. Not bad. It was really not bad. He didn't lose out at all. Very quickly, the legacy ended. The old man knelt on the ground and cried in gratitude, "Thank you, God Lord." He was really emotional and nearly kissed Lin Fan's toes. Chapter 434. Healing the villagers was a good start. Lin Fan found out from the chief that this statue had existed since a long time ago. No one knew how long it had existed for, but anyway, it had existed for a long time. The chief heard from the old people that this was the God Lord, the guardian god of their village. But they didn't know the name of the God Lord. Thus, Lin Fan told them that the god they believed in was called the Darkness Chief God. Actually, it wasn't right for him to do that. This village must have once been occupied by a master god who passed down his faith. Later on, it was abandoned and the master god disappeared, leaving behind a statue, and that was it. As for Lin Fan, it was the latter who had arrived and occupied it right away. Today, the villagers surrounded the statue. Lin Fan stood beside it. Some of them looked at the statue and then at Lin Fan. One had to say, the statue's face was really similar to Lin Fan's, like it was carved from the same mold. How could it not be similar? Lin Fan cheated and used faith to change his looks, changing the statue's face to his. At that moment, Lin Fan opened his arms and gave off a godly aura. If Zhang Tianshan was here, he would have knelt down and kowtowed. You are the true godly one and I am just a little brother. Believe in the Darkness Chief God and the God Light will be with all of you. I will give this village a name, Darkness City. The moment Lin Fan opened his mouth, a godly light enveloped the entire dilapidated village. One couldn't blame Lin Fan for bragging. A broken village could be named a city. But as a chief god, he had to have the style of a chief god. Instantly, with the statue as a medium, Lin Fan's faith power spread into the statue. Instantly, an unlimited amount of light exploded and covered the village. A miracle has descended. The chief lowered his head and shouted. He was so emotional that his body was trembling. One could say that the chief was the person who believed in Lin Fan the most. Although the others believed too, they weren't at the same level as the chief. But after Lin Fan's miracle, many people's faith swelled. Those that were originally at the golden level instantly rose to the purple level. They were educated by their fathers since young and had a natural respect for the statue. Especially when the statue and the miracle really appeared, the only doubt in their hearts was completely dispelled, and their faith was enhanced. At that moment, the village chief was no longer the only one with a violet faith. The other villagers had also reached the violet faith level. But in Lin Fan's eyes, there were still some villagers who were dragging him down. Faith was only a gloomy gray. In other words, after experiencing this incident, he had gone from a non-believer to a beginner believer. It was really embarrassing. Those who believe in the Darkness Chief God will be blessed. As soon as he finished speaking, using faith as a medium, Lin Fan transmitted his strength over. Let's not talk too much nonsense. It was better to level up first. All of a sudden, all of the villagers who had faith in Lin Fan could feel a tremendous amount of power descending upon them. His clothes were torn. A villager shouted exaggeratedly, "I feel like I'm going to explode." The shockwave of power rippled out. In the blink of an eye, he had become a powerhouse from an ordinary person. This speed was simply too fast. And this was also Lin Fan's foundation. It was like he had activated the training mode and was slowly building up his foundations. When the time came, he would bring a bunch of Dao realm experts to sweep through everything. He had to beat the crap out of the Alliance and those top sections. Some of the villagers who didn't have enough faith thought that they were very powerful, but when they saw the formation of the others, they were dumbfounded. Was this a joke? This increase was just too terrifying. Why did this happen? Why did they only increase by so little? Lin Fan was really satisfied with the current situation. 13 of the villagers had reached Domain Realm. If he wasn't afraid that they would lose control if he raised them to Dao Realm, he would have raised them to Dao Realm long ago. All of you are the servants of the Darkness Chief God. You, and your faith is just too weak. But I am willing to give all of you a chance. I hope that you won't disappoint me. He pointed out the villagers who weren't strong enough. He hoped that they could work hard and not drag him down. The village chief looked at the villagers who were pointed out and frowned unhappily. He remembered them in his heart. Once the chief god left, naturally, he would scold them. Their village believed in the darkness chief god for generations, so how could they make him unhappy? That was a blasphemy towards the chief god. It was also a dereliction of his duty as the village chief. Lin Fan felt that the chief god's legacy was really amazing. The village was already covered by the chief god's world barrier. But he didn't want to walk the chief god's system. The drawbacks were huge. He relied on faith to survive. Without faith, he had nothing. Even the chief god who formed the chief god core and god domain were the same. It was best if he just relied on the small support system to raise his strength. As for the chief god legacy, he would just use it to form helpers. If there were any other master gods who knew of Lin Fan's thoughts, they would definitely have smashed Lin Fan's dog head. Who the fuck said that master gods had a lot of flaws? He had already done everything he needed to do. Lin Fan was prepared to leave. It wasn't good to stay for too long and it would lower his status. I will give you glory. You are the city lord of Darkness City. If anything happens, just pray. The moment he said this, Lin Fan's body turned into light particles and disappeared in front of everyone. Chief God. The village chief shouted once more. Shortly after, the villagers did the same. They totally believed in Lin Fan. In their hearts, the person they worshipped in the past was the darkness chief god. They had never seen the chief god. Although they believed in him in the past, they always had their doubts. Now that the chief god had descended, what else could they doubt? The legends and legacy of the village were all real. Their village was a place covered by the chief god's light. Seeing the chief god disappear, the village chief's expression became solemn. He looked at the villagers that the chief god pointed out and scolded, "All of you disappoint me. From today onwards, pray for me every day." The villagers were helpless and even wanted to cry. But they realized where their problems were. They swore that they would change and that this couldn't continue. Lin Fan was satisfied. What was this called? Right, it was called a plan. Although the huge matter hadn't started yet, he planned ahead, and when the time came, he would be able to scare them to death. The darkness god domain in his body obtained so much faith and it started to change. Especially when there was a statue in the hall that gave off a bright light. Based on the legacy, this was a god servant. The servant of the chief god could inherit a certain ability. Based on what the legacy said, it was a fake god. They had a special god core but were unable to develop their own faith. This thing was a little high-end. But he wasn't in a rush. When he had a chance next time, he would test it out. A few days later, Lin Fan realized that the village provided faith every day. It was even better than the sect disciples he took in. He slowly realized that faith was something that had to be developed from a young age. Look at how amazing the people in that village were. When they first met and found out that he was the darkness chief god, their faith soared to purple. That was the highest level of faith. They were able to receive his strongest power. Recently, he was really relaxed and nothing much happened. Actually, what he didn't know was that the top sects weren't just saying that. They were really searching for Lin Fan. The Ji family went to Supreme Saint sect to ask for forgiveness. It was normal for them to be insulted. Of course, they were just insulted verbally. After all, old ancestor Ji's cultivation had reached Dao Realm Stage 5. He had to give them some face. Of course, Supreme Saint sect naturally asked old ancestor Ji about Lin Fan's exact situation. Old ancestor Ji shook his head and didn't say where Lin Fan was. As for the sect that Ji Chong went to, he didn't say anything either. He didn't want to offend both sides. If he told them where Ji Chong was brought to, Supreme Saint sect would definitely charge over. Wouldn't they be offending Lin Fan then? This was why he acted like he didn't know. Anyway, it wasn't a big deal. DZ was furious about the Ji family's actions. Ji Xuefei was taken by someone else. Forget it, he didn't need it. But since they dared to touch the woman he liked, that person had to die. What a waste. When DZ brought the experts to Shen Tian sect, What they left was a mess. There wasn't even a single person left. Xiantian's sect had all moved and was long gone. When DZ saw this, he was furious. Damn, they were really damn. This imperial prince had worked so hard to get here. Could this be the result? He really wanted to wipe out Xiantian's sect. Nine Demon, how are we going to continue living like this? Lin Fan rubbed Nine Demon's head and asked. He felt really helpless. When he went out, Nine Demon accompanied him and no one talked to him. Nine Demon shook its 9 heads. It couldn't speak but it used its actions to say that it could touch its head. Lin Fan was helpless and wanted to return to Martial Path Mountain. His purpose for coming out was simple. He wanted to meet some people and have a good fight with them. But the journey was a little off and it wasn't perfect. Apart from the village he met a while ago, he didn't face anything else. Alliance Headquarters. DDD. High-end equipment gave out sounds. The Alliance technicians were shocked. They tapped their fingers and images appeared. Face recognition. As long as a special group of people appeared, they would be locked onto. Inform them that we have found Lin Wani's son. He is active in our territory. The Alliance technicians were pumped up. Who knew that they would really find him? This was the first time they had used such a method to find someone. Lin Fan's face was imprinted into the equipment. Even if Lin Fan wore a mask, as long as he revealed his eyes, they would be able to analyze him. Very quickly. When the 9-star generals found out about this, naturally, they didn't say anything more. Chase. Capture the kid. If he resisted too much, then kill him. Chapter 435. To the Alliance headquarters, when they noticed that Lin Fan had appeared, they were so excited that they were about to jump up. Not to mention how emotional they were. The headquarters 9-star generals were all pumped up. Zhu Daoshan was the first. Leave this kid to me. I will definitely kill him and let Lin Wani taste the pain of losing his son. The moment the target appeared, the strongest 9-star generals had their eyes on him. If this happened to anyone else, it would be a tragedy. If other people knew about this, they would definitely exclaim that they were amazing. Forget it, forget it. They didn't want to think about anything else. They would just surrender and not resist. The main reason was that the strongest 9-star generals were too strong and normal people wouldn't be able to block them. Only peak experts like Lin Wani could fight against the strongest 9-star generals. It was better for the others to just wash up and sleep. Wu Zhiga chuckled and said, Brother Zhu, I think it's better to leave it to me. Back then, I was the one who killed his mother. Now that I've killed this brat, it can be considered as a reunion between mother and son. Zhu Daoshan was unhappy. What a cruel method. Why don't the two of us go together just in case? Even if something happens, who can save this kid from our hands? Moreover, even if Lin Wani comes, it is useless. He has already used his time source and has lost the ability to kill us. They were most afraid of Lin Wani's time source. But they knew that it was a one-time thing. After using it, it would end. The last time was really terrifying. 2 out of the 4 strongest 9-star generals died and that was an unbearable blow to the entire alliance. If time could be turned back and they had another chance, they definitely wouldn't let that happen again. But forget it. The 2 scapegoats wiped out Lin Wani's trump card. It also solved a lot of problems for them. Wu Zhiga wanted to reject. But thinking about what Zhu Daoshan said, he felt that it made sense. Just in case. If something really happened, like Lin Wani appearing halfway, then what should they do? If he went alone, there was a high chance that he would be beaten up so badly that even his parents wouldn't recognize him. This was why Wu Zhiga didn't say much and agreed with what Zhu Daoshan said. All right. If that's the case, we'll work together. However, I must be the one to kill this kid, Wu Zhiga said. Zhu Daoshan looked at Wu Zhiga and was speechless. How vicious. Based on what he was thinking, not only was he going to kill his mother, but he was also going to send them away. Was he going to force Lin Wani to go all out against the Alliance? But if he could force Lin Wani to risk his life against the Alliance, that would be a good choice. Even if the Alliance headquarters had to pay a huge price, it was worth it. After all, Lin Wani's cultivation had already reached an extremely shocking level. Killing Lin Wani would cause the natives to lose their strongest backing. The other 9-star generals didn't say anything. They were already convinced by the way the two of them thought. The two of you can go together, but remember to capture them alive. Don't keep thinking about killing them, the commander said. At the same time, this was also a chance for the two of them. After all, what they had done previously was truly disappointing, and their status in the hearts of the citizens had plummeted. That was why he gave them this opportunity. To take down Lin Wani's son and gain the trust of the citizens once more. Wu Zhiga nodded. He knew what the commander meant. He wanted to use the kid to threaten Lin Wani. He also wanted to study how the kid did it. To be able to reach such a cultivation at such a young age was just too amazing. The Alliance headquarters didn't inform the top sects about this. There was no need. Now that two of the strongest 9-star generals attacked, as long as there weren't any experts involved, Lin Wani definitely wouldn't be able to escape. Lin Fan stepped into the detection range of the Alliance equipment. His every action was being monitored. It was just that he didn't know. 9 Demon, do you feel like we are being monitored along the way? Lin Fan touched 9 Demon's head. There was no one to talk to, so he could only talk to the bug. Who could understand such loneliness? But 9 Demon was intelligent. Although it couldn't speak, its 9 heads were like rattle drums, as if it was agreeing with Lin Fan's words. Lin Fan sensed the fluctuations from 9 Demon. It seems like you sensed it too. The man and the bug spoke to each other just like that. The current 9 Demon was just average. When its main body appeared, it was like a mountain. One didn't need to mention how overbearing it was. This wasn't only because of 9 Demon's special ability but also because Lin Fan would feed it the special aura of the bug controlling technique. When others cultivated the bug controlling technique, their aura was limited. But Lin Fan had an endless supply of it. He could eat as much as he wanted. Lin Fan looked around. That feeling kept following him, as though he was being spied on. But one had to say that. Even if he looked carefully, he didn't notice anything wrong. Suddenly, he thought about a possibility. The Alliance's technology was really amazing. Last time, there were Alliance experts who snuck into the city to set up equipment, but he noticed them. He caught them and then beat them up. But how could one person do such a thing? There had to be many Alliance members who did it. 9 Demon, it seems like someone noticed us, Lin Fan said. Instantly, a huge aura pressed over from the distance. Kid, you are smarter than your father. Unfortunately, you noticed too late. A voice spread out from the distance. Wu Zhiga and Zhu Daoshan appeared really normally. There weren't any shocking phenomenons. Lin Fan had a weird expression on his face, like he didn't expect that someone would actually come. How could no one come? During these few days, he was under the surveillance of the Alliance. Each and every move he made was seen clearly. Who? Lin Fan replied and then looked towards the two of them. When he saw their appearances, he was confused and started to think about it. Hey, you two look a little familiar. Oh, right, you two are the 2 fat kids from that time. You were lucky that my father didn't beat you to death. His words didn't give the two of them any face at all. As expected, the expressions of the 2 strongest 9-star generals instantly turned ugly. That was their black mark. A mark that they wouldn't be able to get rid of for the rest of their lives. Kid, you are about to die and you still dare to be so stubborn. Let's see how you are going to continue to be so stubborn, Wu Zhiga said coldly. Towards Lin Wani's son, his thoughts were simple. He wanted to kill him and end all problems once and for all. But the Alliance headquarters wanted to capture him. Kiki. Lin Fan smiled, amazing, amazing. I didn't expect that I would be worthy of the Alliance headquarters' two strongest 9-star generals attacking me. It seems like you really want to kill me. He really didn't expect that. But thinking about it, it made sense. From the start, the Alliance found out about him. With how careful the Alliance headquarters was, they definitely wouldn't send weaklings to capture him. Naturally, they would send experts. But he didn't expect that it would be two of the strongest 9-star generals. They were people who could challenge his father. He felt that he was strong, but he wasn't so arrogant as to look down on them. Wu Zhiga said, "There's nothing we can do about it. Who asked you to be Lin Wanni's son and have such strength at such a young age? If we give you more time, I'm afraid even we won't be able to do anything to you." This was what Wu Zhiga was most worried about. In the past, he was just shocked and felt that this kid was amazing. But as Lin Fan's strength continued to increase, the Alliance headquarters felt that something was off. Dao Realm was really hard to cultivate, and the price one had to pay to raise by one stage was terrifying. Who knew that? This kid's cultivation actually reached Dao Realm Stage 2. Terrifying couldn't be used to describe him. Even if he ate pills, he wouldn't be so strong. Lin Fan said, "You are speaking the truth. That is indeed the case. If I had more time, your alliance would have no place to live." To be able to be so calm when facing two of the strongest 9-star generals, one had to say that Lin Fan was really overbearing. Lin Fan knew that the situation wasn't good. Wu Zhiga and Zhu Daoshan weren't people who could be offended. With his current strength, it was basically impossible for him to contend with the other party. Perhaps it was possible for both sides to engage in verbal sparring before they made a move. Zhu Daoshan smiled, "You are really confident. Unfortunately, you won't have the chance. Do you think that you can escape from us today? This old man advises you to stop dreaming. The two of us wanted to kill you, but the Alliance headquarters wanted to bring you back alive. If you surrender now, you won't have to suffer. Otherwise, if we don't show mercy and break your arms and legs, that would be bad." To Zhu Daoshan, such a mission wasn't obvious at all. But Lin Fan was Lin Wanni's son. As long as they brought him back, the Alliance headquarters would help them promote it. Then, their reputation would come back. At the same time, they knew that the Alliance headquarters wanted to study Lin Fan alive. Maybe they didn't need to dissect him, but they would definitely draw his blood and use him as a test subject to study the secrets of becoming stronger. This was what the Alliance headquarters always did. Lin Fan said, "Your Alliance headquarters is really cunning. I thought that you could take down the top sects, but now you want to chase me. Is there a need for that? Actually, to be more direct, your Alliance headquarters have no courage and are just cowards. If you weren't cowards, then your Alliance headquarters wouldn't be in such a state. As for chasing me, it is just because you are afraid. Truthfully, I can't beat you, but isn't it impossible for the two of you to capture me?" Instantly, laughter spread out. Wu Zhiga laughed. Lin Fan's arrogance made him laugh. "What is the point of talking so much nonsense to you? Just surrender." Wu Zhiga didn't want to say anything more to Lin Fan. Speaking so much to someone who was only at Dao Realm Stage 2 was just a waste of time. At that moment, a gigantic hand grabbed out at Lin Fan. He wanted to take him down in one strike. Chapter 436. Wu Zhiga's cultivation was really strong. It looked like a normal strike, but it could easily crush someone at Dao Realm Stage 5. "Brother Wu, are you serious?" Zhu Daoshan was shocked. "You can kill him with that." He didn't expect Wu Zhiga to be so vicious. Lin Fan was just at Dao Realm Stage 2 and that grab would definitely kill him. It seemed like Wu Zhiga didn't want to let Lin Fan live at all. Was he going to be so vicious right from the start? Wu Zhiga's expression didn't change. "Don't worry, he won't. He can survive Mao Shintai's attacks, so how can he not block that move?" Zhu Daoshan thought about it and felt that it made sense. His words made sense. Mao Shintai was really strong, but he was too trash. It was just so embarrassing for him to be killed by Lin Wani. For him to be able to survive Mao Shintai's attacks meant that he had some ability. Lin Fan raised his head and looked at the giant hand. He was really calm and didn't react at all. To him, Wu Zhiga and the others were just too strong. Fighting them head-on wasn't a wise choice. He had to find a chance to flee. He didn't dare to be careless. It wasn't a wise choice to act cool in front of these two experts. Nine Demon. At that moment, Nine Demon turned back to his original form and instantly merged together, activating the bug transformation body. He then slapped out with a palm and the bugs from all directions surged over, forming a giant palm. This palm was formed from bugs that were changed by the bug controlling technique's special aura. You overestimate yourself. Wu Zhiga was filled with disdain and didn't care about Lin Fan at all. The two palms clashed. In the end, Wu Zhiga was stronger. The palm formed by the bugs collapsed and numerous small black bugs fell from the sky. They were then shattered by the ripples in midair. Pang! There was a shocking explosion. A shockwave that seemed capable of tearing apart the heavens and earth spread out. Everything within a radius of several miles was razed to the ground. Zhu Daoshan stood with his arms behind his back and frowned. This was really problematic. One move destroyed the equipment that the Alliance had set up. The people from the Alliance headquarters had been looking at the situation. When they saw Wu Zhiga attack, they cursed. What was this old fellow thinking? He said that he would bring him back alive. What was going on? He was so violent when he attacked. Who was he trying to scare to death? Shortly after, snowflakes appeared on the screen, and all the images disappeared. He's still so strong. Lin Fan appeared in the distance and wiped his lips. There was a trace of blood. Even after merging with Nine Demon and raising his strength to such a level, he was still injured. He really couldn't beat him. But it didn't matter. This was only the beginning. If the other party wanted to kill him, it would depend on whether the other party had the ability to do so. Lin Fan wiped off the blood and laughed. Is that all you've got? What the hell is this? Or is it because you were beaten up when you turned into a child last time? Humph, it's just words. Wu Zhiga didn't think much of Lin Fan. However, he was indeed a little angry, mainly because Lin Fan's words were too infuriating. As one of the strongest 9-star generals in the Alliance, Wu Zhiga had never dared to speak to him like that. Of course. He didn't care about what the Alliance citizens said about him at all. They were just a bunch of ants chattering and it didn't matter at all. Brother Wu, pay attention. The headquarters needs living people and not dead people. Zhu Daoshan was afraid that Lin Fan would anger Wu Zhiga, so he reminded him. He knew Wu Zhiga's character. He was the violent type. If Lin Fan really angered him and he used his true strength, then the kid's chance of survival would be close to zero. Wu Zhiga said, I know, I don't need you to remind me. This kid is so arrogant, so we have to teach him a lesson. Zhu Daoshan was thinking that it was best if he attacked, otherwise. He was talking about Wan Yi. If something really happened, then that would be a huge problem. But looking at Wu Zhiga's situation, it was obvious that he wanted to play with Lin Fan. It wasn't good for him to attack now. In the blink of an eye, Wu Zhiga obviously wouldn't give Lin Fan a chance. He disappeared from the spot and there was a rustling sound in the air like something was passing through it. Lin Fan locked onto his tracks and hollered. 9 Demons 9 Heads gave off an eye-catching glow. Insect Valley's secret technique. You have cultivated it well, but you are too weak. Wu Zhiga stepped in the air. His fingers were like sharp swords that sliced apart the light. He instantly appeared in front of Lin Fan and pointed forwards. Under Lin Fan's shocked gaze, a bloody hole appeared on his chest. Shortly after, a shockwave spread out. Lin Fan felt that his bug body was affected like it was about to split apart. But it just seemed like it and there was nothing wrong with it. Wu Zhiga raised his hand and looked at the flesh and blood on his finger. He smiled. Kid, you are lucky. The headquarters wanted you alive, so I showed you mercy. Otherwise, your heart would have been pierced. Lin Fan sucked in a deep cold breath. It was painful, it really was painful. He used the blood demon reversal art and quickly healed the wounds on his body. It was time to run. The moment he attacked, he knew that there was a huge gap between him and the strongest 9-star generals. Moreover, there were 2 of them this time. If the 2 of them attacked together, then he wouldn't be able to do anything. Amazing, as expected from the Alliance's strongest 9-star generals. But you are much weaker than my father. Lin Fan said. Wu Zhiga stared at Lin Fan in rage. Kid, stop talking about your father. Do you know where he is? Or are you saying that your father will come to save you? Stop dreaming. But don't worry, once I capture you, your father will definitely come back to see you. The moment he said this, a resplendent light burst out from the other party's body. Wu Zhiga's gaze was sharp and his aura was extraordinary. He gave one a feeling like he was the strongest person in the world. Lin Fan didn't want to talk nonsense with him. He stepped forwards and disappeared from the spot. He pulled apart the distance between him and Wu Zhiga. Without even thinking, he ripped open the dimension and fled in. You want to run? Wu Zhiga hollered in rage. He slapped and a light covered the area. With a loud explosion, the dimension collapsed and he tried to grab Lin Fan out. Brother Zhu, just in case, it is time to attack. He reminded. Naturally, Zhu Daoshan knew that Wu Zhiga didn't want any problems to occur. It was basically impossible for someone at Dao Realm Stage 2 to escape from their hands. But if something happened, just the 2 of them would be cursed to death. 2 of the strongest 9-star generals actually couldn't capture a Dao Realm Stage 2 ant. Why didn't the 2 of them just die? Even if they were the strongest 9-star generals in the alliance, they would be punished. After thinking about this, Zhu Daoshan didn't show any mercy. His granddaughter treated him as a hero, so if he couldn't even do such a small thing, then wouldn't he disappoint her? At that moment, Zhu Daoshan slashed open the dimension and started to search for traces of Lin Fan. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. The dimension was a wonderful place. As long as one entered it, they would disappear without a trace in the blink of an eye. Not even a ghost could be seen. I found him. Zhu Daoshan was delighted. He found traces of Lin Fan. He opened his fingers and grabbed. The dimension was like a piece of paper that was crushed into a ball. Lin Fan, who fled into the dimension, sensed that the surrounding dimension was really unstable. He was shocked. He had underestimated these 2 9-star generals. Their skills were extraordinary and couldn't be underestimated. However, it was simply a fool's dream to think that they could capture him so easily. Lin Fan waved his arm and sword intent roared forwards. At the same time, he used his fist technique to punch through the dimension. But the dimension shrapnel was just too sharp. Not only did it slice Zhu Daoshan's palm, but it also sliced Lin Fan's body. Fresh blood spurted and many wounds appeared on his body. If not for his dual cultivation, his body would have been smashed into pieces. The blood demon reversal technique seemed to be free as it healed his body continuously. Brother Wu, stop him and protect him. Zhu Daoshan hollered. This kid was just too crazy. He actually dared to cause destruction in the dimension. Wasn't he afraid of killing himself? Wu Zhiga frowned. This kid is asking to die, so there is nothing I can do. I will just try my best. To him, if the kid continued to fight back, then the situation wouldn't be easy to deal with. But he couldn't care so much about it now. If he was dead, then he had to see his corpse. Since he was asking to die, then who could he blame? Lin Fan ran out from the dimension and tore it open once more. At the same time, he scolded the 2 of them. You 2 old farts, just you wait. One day, I will teach you a lesson. There was nothing wrong with his current situation. The blood demon reversal technique was useful. Luckily, the small support system was strong enough to provide unlimited Tao essence to heal his injuries. If not, his injuries would have been enough and he might even have died in the dimension. "Kid, don't think that you can run." Wu Zhiga hollered in rage. How could he let this kid run? If not, he would have lost all his face. Of course. He didn't think that Lin Fan could leave. Zhu Daoshan and him locked onto Lin Fan. Even if they chased him to the ends of the world, they would capture this kid. With their current cultivations, every single move they made was filled with great might. Even a simple lift of their hand could cause the heavens and earth to collapse and shatter. Zhu Daoshan frowned. He really wanted to say that this kid really knew how to run. Things had already reached such a stage and he still wasn't willing to surrender. Did he really have to force them to go all out? Dangerous. Lin Fan thought about it. Things were a little different from what he had expected. But he believed that he could definitely run. But he might have to pay a price. To experts like Zhu Daoshan, the dimension was just something they could play around with. They grabbed and sliced it open. There were no secrets at all. Pucci. Wu Zhiga was serious and collapsed the dimension. He said that he would capture him alive, but looking at him now, it was obvious that he wasn't prepared to capture him alive. It was like life and death was up to the heavens. It didn't matter whether or not he died. Chapter 437. The two strongest 9-star generals were really strong. Lin Fan felt like meeting the two of them was a form of training. Although they were strong, if he wanted to run, they might not be able to stop him. Instantly, all Lin Fan could feel was a horrifying aura shrouding over him. Pucci. A mouthful of fresh blood spat out from his throat. But it wasn't a big deal. It was normal to bleed in battle and he didn't need to worry too much about it. Kid, you better scram out of the dimension, otherwise, you will have to bear the consequences. Who didn't know how to say such vicious words? Zhu Daoshan didn't want anything to happen to Lin Fan. The Alliance headquarters wanted him alive. If the two of them headed out and Lin Fan died in the end, then it would be tough for them to explain themselves. Lin Fan didn't worry about them and continued to run. The dimension wasn't safe and there were dangers all around. Stop talking nonsense. If you have the ability, then stop me. If you can't, then goodbye. Lin Fan said. The dimension of this world was destroyed by the two of them. It was really intense. It was like a maze. Luckily, Lin Fan had the small support system and the blood demon reversal technique, otherwise, it would be tough to say. Last time, he was confident that even if Zhu Daoshan and the others tried to stop him, he would definitely be able to run. Now, it seemed like he was too young and was taught a lesson. He even exaggerated that at least 4 of the strongest 9-star generals would be able to stop him. Now, even 2 of them nearly stopped him. Moreover, the exact situation was still unknown. He was just bragging too much. But all of that wasn't important anymore. Anyways, he had to run first. Suddenly, he realized that the situation was a little off. Outside the dimension, there was an earth-shattering power that seemed to be able to split the heavens and the earth apart. What are you doing? Zhu Daoshan saw that Wu Zhiga's situation was a little off. He was shocked. You want to kill him? Wu Zhiga said, I can only kill him. This kid is a little weird. He entered the dimension and suffered so many attacks but is actually perfectly fine. If this continues, he will definitely run. If we kill this brat and bring his corpse back, we can still explain ourselves. But if we let this brat escape, who will give us face? He didn't want to bear the pressure and gossip from the Alliance headquarters and the people. He was the strongest 9-star general in the Alliance, so how could he face such a situation? Don't be rash. He might not be able to escape. Zhu Daoshan stopped him. Damn, if he knew that this would happen, he wouldn't have brought Wu Zhiga over. Indeed, this kid could really run, and he was also very strange. He had destroyed the dimension many times, and not just anyone could withstand the dimensional reversal. Logically speaking, this kid should have been unable to withstand it and come out of the dimension. But looking at the situation now, it was as if nothing had happened to him. Damn it! What was going on? Wu Zhige's aura grew sharper and sharper. He was not prepared to stop at all. Enough, don't say so much. I've already made up my mind. Do you want him to run away and return empty-handed, or do you want to bring his corpse back? Zhu Daoshan raised his head and looked at Wu Zhiga. He wanted to say something, but when he saw his gaze, he was speechless. He wanted to say something, but his throat felt like it was stuck and he didn't know what to say. Wu Zhiga was right. If he had to choose, he would rather choose to bring Lin Fan's corpse back. Although he was confident in capturing Lin Fan back, that was just confidence. He wasn't 100% sure. But if he killed him right away, then things would be different. With Wu Zhiga's strength, he could definitely destroy this dimension and bury him in it. That was not a problem. Zhu Daoshan thought about it for a moment. Okay, then let's be safe. Killing him is indeed better than running away. The moment he said this, Wu Zhiga didn't wait and slapped down. The entire area shook. With a kacha. Shattered, it was totally shattered. The space was like a mirror, turning into many pieces. At the same time, numerous cracks appeared in the dimension. Shortly after, it seemed like it was being crushed and shattered. Are you serious? Lin Fan was shocked. Oh my god, didn't you say that you would capture me alive? Why did it change just like that? As one of the strongest 9-star generals, he had to keep his word, right? Lin Fan turned his head and saw the dimension tunnel collapsing. If this continued, he would be drowned by the dimension. But suddenly, he realized that the dimension tunnel had stopped collapsing. He took the chance to flee and didn't even think about stopping. Although he didn't know what was going on. But all of this wasn't important anymore. After experiencing being surrounded by two of the strongest marshals, he understood the difference between him and the other party. These two old men had balls. Just you wait and fucking die. Outside. What is going on? What is going on? Wu Zhiga hollered in rage. The dimension was about to collapse, but suddenly everything calmed down. The collapsing dimension actually stabilized, as if it had been stopped by someone. Come out. Zhu Daoshan sensed an aura spreading in the air. He slapped towards the empty space in the distance, and with a pang, the space cracked. A person appeared in front of the two of them. When Wu Zhiga saw who it was, his face was dark and sunken. Monster Emperor, you are asking to die. Zhu Daoshan didn't expect that Monster Emperor would actually attack. Monster Emperor had disappeared for a long time and didn't work with the Alliance headquarters. No one knew where he went, and it was as if he had disappeared. Monster Emperor, the Alliance headquarters worked with you in the past. Even if we didn't, there is no need for you to help others go against us, right? Zhu Daoshan said. To Zhu Daoshan, Monster Emperor gave him a really weird feeling. It was like he was facing someone more dangerous than Lin Wani. He felt like Monster Emperor's evilness was the most terrifying thing in the world. That was because he felt like Monster Emperor wasn't a human. Now, Monster Emperor's situation was a little off and was different from before. Others can kill me, but not him. Monster Emperor was still fat and there was no change from before. He was already so strong, but he didn't lose weight. He didn't look like an expert at all. Wu Zhiga hollered in rage, Monster Emperor, who do you think you are? Since when did the Alliance need you to stop us? If you don't give me an explanation, I will make you bleed. Zhu Daoshan's expression was really ugly, but he stopped Wu Zhiga and said, Monster Emperor, he is Lin Wani's son and Lin Wani wants to kill you. I don't understand why you are helping his son. If you have a plan, you can tell me. The Alliance headquarters is willing to have a good talk with you. Monster Emperor said, there is nothing to talk about. I don't care if you kill others, but you can't touch him. He is your friend? Zhu Daoshan asked. Yes. Monster Emperor replied. When Zhu Daoshan heard this, he laughed out loud. Monster Emperor, you can't lie like that. He is Lin Wanni's son and you are working with us to wipe out Laoshan City. You say that he is your friend, but do you really think that we are fools? Monster Emperor said calmly, he is my friend but I am not his friend. Is there a problem? Zhu Daoshan and Wu Zhiga looked at one another. They nodded. Attack! They were the strongest 9-star generals in the Alliance and they said all this to Monster Emperor because he had worked with the Alliance headquarters before. Monster Emperor had stopped them time and time again and that was something that they couldn't forgive. Especially today's incident. That was even more unforgivable. Since that was the case, then they could only attack to take down Monster Emperor and drag him back to the Alliance headquarters. At that moment, 2 terrifying auras surged into the sky. Monster Emperor looked at the 2 of them and a maniacal expression appeared on his face. Hong Long. A battle erupted. Although Monster Emperor was strong, facing 2 of the strongest 9-star generals, he was still a little overconfident. But Monster Emperor was just too weird. Maybe one couldn't even see him as a human. Who would be able to be so energetic after having a bloody hole in their body? Monster Emperor, I will give you one more chance. Speak, what is your relationship with that kid? Zhu Daoshan asked. Monster Emperor's body was bleeding and the smile on his face was a little vicious. Friend. Zhu Daoshan and Wu Zhiga didn't believe what Monster Emperor said. There had to be a reason. Since he wasn't being honest, then they would beat him up until he was. But they were wary of Monster Emperor. Who knew what would happen to him? What they didn't notice was that, the blood that dripped from Monster Emperor's body was absorbed by the soil like there was a terrifying living being in the soil. What happened at that time? Could it be that they found their conscience? Lin Fan used the dimension to come to an unknown place. Anyway, the only thing in his mind was to run. Nothing else was important. It was just too terrifying. Wu Zhiga and Zhu Daoshan were just too strong. He understood the pressure his father felt when facing so many 9-star generals. It wasn't something a normal person could handle. Lin Fan swore to the heavens that if he faced these 2 bastards again, before he was strong enough, he wouldn't talk nonsense with them and would run right away. It was just so simple. But what happened just now was a little weird. He didn't believe that the 2 strongest 9-star generals would fail. Something must have happened. Did someone come to save him? That shouldn't be possible. If it was his father, then he wouldn't have had such problems from the start. He didn't understand. Forget it, it was best if he didn't think about it. As for where he was now, he was really lost. He ran too quickly and didn't choose a fixed direction. He was afraid that the Alliance 9-star generals would follow and they would notice some secrets. He looked at his surroundings. He didn't notice anything wrong. Anyway, there was no one around. He didn't even see a single person. He had to understand the situation first. He didn't want to come to the territory of a top sect. Chapter 438. Alliance Headquarters, Meeting Room. There were many meetings today. The Alliance occupied the rich land and was expanding every day. The cooperation with the Imperial Dynasty was being implemented and the effects were decent. Although it caused some commotion, under the suppression of the Alliance and the Imperial Dynasty, all of them were just small fries. The 2 of them have been out for a period of time, so they should be back by now. Right, do you think they brought the kid back? I really want to study his body. I won't let go of a single part of his body. The person who said this was a top researcher in the Alliance and one of the few remaining mad scientists in the Alliance headquarters. Most of the 9-star generals here had consumed the medicine that he developed to stimulate the potential in their bodies and reach their current realm. This was why they didn't care much about it. It was just a bad taste. But it was still quite disgusting. But Wu Zhiga and Zhu Daoshan still hadn't returned, which confused some people. 2 of the strongest 9-star generals went to capture a Dao Realm Stage 2 kid. If they can't even capture him, then they can just go eat shit. His words were a little vulgar, but they did make sense. That was indeed the case. Not long later, someone shouted, "They are back, they are back." At the entrance of the conference room, two silhouettes appeared. Standing there, the sunlight cast long shadows. No one could see their faces, so no one noticed their expressions. It was as if their parents had died. It was very ugly, extremely ugly. The commander said, "Did they bring him back?" Everyone was filled with anticipation. They also wanted to see how amazing Lin Wani's son was. He actually reached Dao Realm Stage 2 at such a young age. Even pills couldn't be so strong, right? Wu Zhiga and Zhu Daoshan looked at one another. Their eyes seemed to be able to release electricity, and they communicated with one another. They had spoken to each other on the way back. Those people from the Alliance really guessed correctly. Even they didn't expect that they would fail. Wu Zhiga kept silent for a moment, and under the commander's urging, he said, "We didn't find the kid." When he said this, the entire place was silent. There was no movement at all. It was as if everyone was stunned. The commander looked at the two of them with a deep gaze. His face trembled slightly. After holding it in for a long while, he couldn't take it anymore and hollered, "Do you think we are blind? Wu Zhiga, you were the one who attacked at the last moment. Did you fail to capture him?" Wu Zhiga's expression was a little strange. How embarrassing. A 9-star general in the meeting room exclaimed, "That can't be. The two of you are the strongest 9-star generals in the Alliance, and you can't even capture a kid. That is just too embarrassing. If the outside world finds out, they will say that our strongest 9-star generals are useless." Wu Zhiga looked at the other party, wanting to beat him up. Damn. Do you think we don't want to capture him? But something happened on the way. What could we do? It was easy to talk while sitting down. What a bunch of dogs. Of course, they could understand. Even they themselves wanted to die. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have volunteered even if he was beaten to death. Other people would fear their strength and status, but the commander didn't give them any face at all. What did the two of you say? Especially you, Wu Zhiga. You said that you alone were enough. Let's see how much of a joke you are. The commander pointed at the two of them and scolded them in rage. Zhu Daoshan had never experienced such a tragedy. Since he became one of the strongest 9-star generals, apart from the Lin Wani matter, everything else had been smooth and he had never faced any problems. Truthfully, he felt that the two of them were a little disappointing. Their target was just a Dao Realm Stage 2 kid. Unfortunately, even that failed. Wu Zhiga looked at everyone's expressions and saw that they were gloating over his misfortune. He shouted in his heart, "I will remember your ugly faces. In the future, when you fail, I will return it to you 101,000 times over." Commander, the matter was originally completed, but something unexpected happened. Monster Emperor appeared to stop us and that kid ran. Wu Zhiga couldn't act anymore and couldn't hide anything. He could only tell the truth. Monster Emperor? The commander muttered and then raged, "So what if it is Monster Emperor? The two of you are the strongest in the Alliance headquarters. Can't the two of you even deal with one Monster Emperor? Don't tell me that you didn't capture the kid and even Monster Emperor retreated safely." Wu Zhiga's head hurt and he nodded, "Ah." If someone else spoke to them with such a questioning and mocking tone, they would have turned on him long ago. But they had no choice. That was the commander and his status was higher than theirs, so they didn't dare to fight back. The commander calmed down after his rage reached its peak. He slowly opened his mouth. "If I were you, I would find a hole to hide in and not see anyone for the rest of my life." Wu Zhiga and Zhu Daoshan looked at one another. Was there a need to do that? Wasn't it just one failure? Who hadn't failed before? It really made one speechless. But they knew that they had lost all their face this time. They would definitely be laughed at by others. Go back and think about why you failed. Also, this is your responsibility. Think of a way to make up for it. The commander waved his hands and didn't want to say anything more. The commander wanted to ask. Things had already reached such a stage, so what else could he say? But he was confused about something. Two of the strongest 9-star generals were actually blocked by Monster Emperor. That was just unbelievable. He knew that although Monster Emperor was strong, he didn't expect him to be able to fight against two of the strongest 9-star generals. What happened? What kind of fortuitous encounter did Monster Emperor have to actually raise his strength to such a level? He also had to be careful of this kid. If he escaped once, it would be extremely difficult to catch him next time. Wu Zhige and Zhu Daoshan left the meeting room. The two of them walked outside and looked at one another. Did you see their faces? Remember, we will take revenge in the future. Wu Zhige said. Zhu Daoshan sighed. I really didn't expect this to happen. Why did Monster Emperor help that kid? Logically speaking, the two of them should be enemies. I really don't understand. He really didn't understand. But all of that didn't matter anymore. Not only did they not understand, but if Lin Fan knew that Monster Emperor helped him several times, he would be stunned. Damn, did Monster Emperor like him? Not only did the Alliance have a part in the Laoshan City blood debt, but so did Monster Emperor. Lin Fan came to a foreign place and didn't head out right away. Instead, he sensed his own strength. He had reached 81 Dao patterns. Normal Dao Realm Stage 5 experts couldn't compare to him. After stepping into Dao Realm, Dao Body and Dao Essence didn't need rage points anymore. Everything was based on Dao patterns. He was just a little away from Dao Realm Stage 3. When he stepped into Dao Realm Stage 3, he thought that he could definitely fight against Dao Realm Stage 6 experts. He worked hard to improve. If he increased his Dao patterns to 100, even Dao Realm Stage 6 experts would be suppressed. But each stage of Dao Realm would have shocking changes. Dao Realm Stage 5 Saint Kings would appear, Stage 6 would be the Undying Body and Stage 7 would be Dao Unification. Actually, what Lin Fan didn't know was that the Dao patterns he had were really terrifying and his foundations were terrifyingly strong. If not for the small support system, he definitely wouldn't have been able to reach such a situation. He had already broken through the limits of cultivation and this limit was slowly opened up from the moment he had the small support system. The Alliance's surveillance range is a little wide. I can't be so careless next time. Lin Fan muttered. He looked at the sleeping Nine Demon and felt a little helpless. Nine Demon was a little arrogant. Such a thing had happened and he actually wasn't worried at all. That was just terrifying. To Lin Fan, since he had suffered once, he wouldn't suffer a second time. In the past, he was too confident in himself. When Wu Zhige and Zhu Daoshan arrived, he didn't flee right away. Instead, he chatted with them and then attacked. If he fled right away, it would have been impossible for the two of them to stop him. Suddenly, wind rustled in the distance. Senior brother, there is someone here. In the distance, a guy saw Lin Fan and shouted at the top of his lungs. His voice was really sharp like a duck's voice. Lin Fan frowned and looked over. He was just passing by and didn't do anything. Moreover, wasn't it normal for there to be people in the wilderness? Very quickly, from afar, a group of people walked over and surrounded Lin Fan. These people were all dressed the same and looking at their aura, they came from sections. It seemed like it was as he had expected, he was in sect territory. Who are you? The leader asked. Lin Fan smelled an evil aura from his body. The scent was really familiar like he had smelled it before. I am just passing by. Lin Fan replied. The leader said coldly, what a joke, you actually said that you were just passing by. Do you know where this is? This is Evil Alliance territory and you aren't wearing sect clothes. Look at how sneaky you are. Tell me honestly, did Buddha Alliance send you? It seemed like he was involved in some sort of conflict. He knew about the 4 alliances and this place belonged to Evil Alliance. Since he asked him whether or not he was from Buddha Alliance, Didn't that mean that Evil Alliance and Buddha Alliance had conflicts? Senior brother, why are you talking so much to him? Why don't you let junior brother deal with him? I look at his tender skin and feel really good about it. The guy who spoke was a little ugly, but he wasn't scary. It was just that there were many holes on his face. Junior brother, you here? As the senior brother, the leader pointed over with a weird expression on his face. After all, he wasn't a fan. Here. In front of everyone, let's see how junior brother breaks through his psychological defenses. I guarantee that he will tell you everything and not dare to hide anything. Junior brother, you patted his chest and promised. The people around had weird expressions on their faces. They were indeed from Evil Alliance, but they didn't cultivate their techniques as it was just too disgusting. To be able to make people from Evil Alliance say that it was disgusting. Tell me how disgusting this is. Lin Fan was stunned. This thing wanted to do him. Chapter 439. The disciples around all looked at him like they were spectators. Disciple you wanted to personally attack. They knew that it was disgusting, but they were still looking forward to it. After all, it was rare to see such an exciting scene. Hee, soft skin and tender meat, not bad. Junior brother you was so excited that his eyes were glowing red. Just thinking about what was about to happen made his blood boil. What monster is that? Why does it have 9 heads? Someone noticed 9 demon beside Lin Fan. It was too weird and they had never seen such a monster. It should be a mutated beast. The leader said. At a time when no one understood, he had to use his knowledge as a senior brother. The surrounding disciples all cried out in surprise and flattered him. Senior brother was really too smart, he actually knew everything. Junior brother you grabbed Lin Fan's wrist. He really wanted to pull Lin Fan into his embrace and hook his chin with his fingers. He wanted to tell Lin Fan to enjoy it later. Who could accept such words? But what a waste. He used a lot of strength but he couldn't move him. Damn, how could he not move him? Junior brother you didn't believe it and tried his best to pull him. He really didn't believe that he couldn't move him. Unfortunately, that was the truth. He really couldn't. Okay, stop pulling and pulling. If you have something to say, then say it. I am just passing by. You are from Evil Alliance, so what is your relationship with Shidao sect? Lin Fan asked. He was lazy to talk nonsense with them and there was no need to waste time. Shidao sect? When Lin Fan said those words, everyone was shocked. The leader hollered, you still dare to say that you didn't come from Buddha Alliance? Lin Fan was confused, I was just talking about Shidao sect, so how did they come into contact with Buddha Alliance? Kiki, there is no point in talking so much. Junior brother you, drag him into the forest and let us hear his screams. The leader said. To him, Lin Fan was a cunning person and if he didn't suffer, he wouldn't be well behaved. Junior brother you's actions were disgusting but he had no choice. Junior brother you didn't move at all and felt a little awkward. Senior brother was saying what he was thinking, but he tried it and it was useless. He couldn't move him at all. As for using it here, even if he was thick-skinned, he wasn't that thick-skinned. Junior brother you, what's wrong? The leader asked. He thought that his junior brother was preparing something, but it had been so long, and there was no reaction at all. Something was wrong. Junior brother you was really awkward and he nearly cried, senior brother, I can't move him. Suddenly, junior brother you noticed that the way Lin Fan looked at him was a little off. He seemed to be revealing a shocking smile. What the hell is with that smile? How is that possible? The leader frowned and thought that junior brother you was bragging. He actually said that he couldn't move it. Truthfully, he wouldn't believe a single word he said. Senior brother, I am telling the truth. If you don't believe me, look. Junior brother you pulled Lin Fan. But this time, he pulled Lin Fan away. Holy shit. Junior brother Yu was stunned. What was going on? He really couldn't pull it just now. Junior brother, if you don't want to say it, then say it. There is no need to lie. Junior brother Yu wanted to cry but no tears came out. It was true. He really couldn't pull him before, but he really didn't expect that he would be able to now. Especially when he saw the other party looking at him with a meaningful smile, he felt a little panicked in the depths of his heart. He felt like something was about to happen. But there were so many senior brothers around. If he didn't bring him in, he would lose face. Moreover, he wanted to perform well in front of everyone and let them know how strong he was. Senior brother, I didn't pay attention. Junior brother Yu said. Lin Fan got up and acted like he was being pulled by him. He walked into the distance. Junior brother Yu didn't want to move, but a force pushed him into the distance. At that moment, there was gossip all around. What do you think is going to happen? It is hard to say, but I think that it will be a happy thing for Junior brother Yu. This is what happens when this kid doesn't speak the truth. Lin Fan got close to Junior brother Yu and said softly, let's go there. It is better there and hidden. Junior brother Yu's body shook and he looked at Lin Fan with a weird expression. He felt like something wasn't right but he didn't know what to say. The leader looked at the man who was brought into the forest by Junior brother Yu and smiled. Naturally, he knew that Junior brother Yu's methods were disgusting. Moreover, he believed that Junior brother Yu would definitely make him speak the truth. It was impossible for him to hide anything from them. In the distance, in a hidden forest. Junior brother Yu panicked because of Lin Fan, but when he saw Lin Fan's body, he gulped and was a little rash. He gave a perverted smile and got close. Baby, don't be afraid and don't be nervous. I will be really gentle. At that moment, Lin Fan turned around and his gaze became really sharp. There weren't any shocking phenomenons, but to Junior brother Yu, it was like his heart was being grabbed by a hand. If he dared to resist, his heart would instantly shatter. You? Who are you? Junior brother Yu asked in shock. Only now did he realize that Lin Fan wasn't a normal person. Lin Fan smiled and walked in front of him. He patted him on the shoulder and said, don't shout. Who I am isn't important. What's important is that I have something to ask you. If you don't want to die, then answer my questions properly. Also, act like a hero. Answer my questions while shouting for me. Junior brother Yu looked at him with his mouth agape. He was totally stunned. To him, things shouldn't have developed like this. Clearly, he was the one who had ruthlessly ravaged the other party and then felt great. But now, he only felt that he was being pressured to the point where he could barely breathe. He didn't even have a chance to fight back. Outside. What is going on? Why isn't there any movement at all? I don't know, why don't we sneak a look? Don't go, Junior brother Yu is cultivating. It wouldn't be good if we sneak a look. Just as they were discussing this, there were shouts in the distance. As it was slightly far. They couldn't tell whose voice it was, but it sounded a little tragic and violent at the same time. Amazing! Junior brother Yu is truly amazing. Just hearing that voice alone is enough to send chills down one's spine. Who knows how badly Junior brother Yu will hurt him? I don't even dare to think about it. They naively thought that Junior brother Yu was strong and invincible, but they didn't know that Junior brother Yu was in a tragic state. Not only was he being threatened, but he was also being forced to shout. A long while later, two people walked over from the distance. They are out, they are out. Everyone looked over and thought that the kid would come out. But looking at the situation, it didn't seem like it. Was it because Junior brother Yu was weak and it ended so quickly? But it didn't sound like it. After all, it was so tragic. Lin Fan knew where they came from. A normal sect in the Evil Alliance had a low position and wasn't considered much in the Evil Alliance. Hence, many of their sect members found something to do in the Evil Alliance. For example, patrolling was one of the most common jobs in Evil Alliance. Moreover, He knew that Evil Alliance was made up of close to 3,000 sections. There were 10 top sects at the helm. There were many mid-tier sects and the rest were small sects that were cannon fodder. The leader said, "Junior brother, did you get anything?" I asked him, and he is indeed not from Buddha Alliance. Buddha Alliance destroyed his small sect and he was the only one who escaped. Junior brother, you said. He wanted to cry too. But there was nothing he could do about it. He had already deeply understood how powerful his opponent was. If he didn't do as he said, he wouldn't even know how he died. What was the name of the sect that Buddha Alliance wiped out? The leader asked. Junior brother, you said. Senior brother, his sect isn't in our territory. He was just unlucky. When the 4 alliances were formed, his sect had conflicts with another sect. That sect joined Buddha Alliance and said that there was something wrong with his sect. They wiped him out right away. So tragic. The leader was shocked, like he didn't expect such a thing to happen. Junior brother, you nodded. It was just that tragic. The leader looked at Lin Fan and then at Nine Demon. He patted Lin Fan's shoulder and said, "Brother, don't say that we don't take care of you. Your sect was wiped out by Buddha Alliance and I sympathize with you. How about this, follow me and I will bring you to our sect. As long as you cultivate, we will have a good life." That is settled. Oh right, I am Bai Zhanfeng. What was your position in the sect before? Lin Fan smiled, elder. Bai Zhanfeng was stunned. You became an elder at such a young age. Okay, I won't ask you to call me senior brother. Just call me brother Bai. What do you think? Okay. Lin Fan smiled. He just wanted to get more rage points. As for these people, their cultivations were a little low and there weren't many of them. They couldn't provide much rage points. But if he entered their ranks, it would be much better. Bai Zhanfeng said, "You have said so much, but I still don't know your name." Lin Fan said, "Lin Fan." This name sounds familiar. Bai Zhanfeng was confused, like he had heard it somewhere before. Brother Bai, my name is too common. You can see it everywhere. Maybe you've heard it somewhere before. Lin Fan said. He wasn't used to changing his name. So what if he was found out? Of course, as long as he was careful, it wouldn't be a problem. Bai Zhanfeng nodded his head. That made sense. Maybe he really heard it somewhere else. He didn't think so much about it. However, he wanted to know what had happened in the forest just now. He would believe that it didn't happen, but the key was where that voice came from. Just at that moment, someone scolded in rage. Bai Zhanfeng, why aren't you patrolling? Are you slacking or what are you doing? Chapter 440. Lin Fan raised his head and noticed a pair of people heading over from the distance. The one who spoke was the guy in the lead. He looked devilish and his eyebrows were purple. He looked like the villains in movies. Bai Zhanfeng looked at them and frowned. Lei Yun, we are just stopping here for a moment. Can't we do that? Yes, but don't be lazy. If I notice you, you won't even have the right to patrol. Lei Yun smiled in disdain. His gaze was like he didn't care about them at all. Lin Fan curled his finger at Junior Brother Yu. What is his background? Junior Brother Yu said softly, he is a disciple of Thunderflame's sect and a direct descendant. He is a really strong person. Don't look at him, but he is actually at Master Realm. I really envy people like him. His sect is like his own home. Who knows how many treasures he used. Even though Junior Brother Yu was afraid of Lin Fan, the way he looked at Lei Yun at this moment was filled with a deep sense of envy. Don't worry, I won't say anything. Anyway, you aren't the only one with secrets. But I advise you to be careful and avoid these people. You can't afford to offend them. Lin Fan looked at him and realized that this fellow was a smart person. At that moment, the situation changed slightly. Lei Yun probably said something that caused the people behind him to mock him. As for Bai Feng, his face was dark and sunken, but he didn't dare to say anything. His strength was there. He had no choice. If there was a conflict with his strength, he would be in a bad state. He might even be beaten to death. Since things have reached such a stage, then why don't we beat them up? Lin Fan said. They really could take it. If it was him, he would have attacked long ago and wouldn't have given them a chance to talk nonsense. But he understood what the life of a young person was like. Just look at the scenes in front of him. With all of them added up, one sneeze from him would be able to kill all of them. He wasn't bragging but was speaking the truth. Junior brother, you said, big brother, aren't you joking? You must know that his strength is peak master and he is half a step into grandmaster realm. Even if all of us add up, we won't be able to deal with him. Sai, if you're weak, you have to admit it. It's normal for you to suffer a little. It was obvious that he had been subdued by the other party's might and didn't dare to act impudently. Lin Fan and junior brother, you were chatting nicely, but who knew that trouble would fall from the sky? Isn't this the disciple from your sect who loves to fuck men the most? I heard that your surname is Yu. What a disgusting person. Even from so far away, I can smell the stench coming from your body. But that's to be expected. That's just how disgusting you look. Lei Yun pointed at junior brother Yu. Ha ha ha. The people behind him burst into laughter. Evil Alliance was a huge team, but there were still conflicts between sections. People like Bai Feng who came from a normal sect could only accept being mocked. Who asked them to be weak? Junior brother Yu was a little awkward and stunned. Big brother, I didn't even do anything, I just stood here and watched. Why did you talk about me? Bai Feng frowned. Lei Yun, your words are a little too much. We didn't offend you. He clenched his fists and the green veins on his neck were really obvious like many earthworms. If he wasn't weaker than him, he would have taught him a lesson. Ha ha ha. Lei Yun laughed and waved his hands. I am just joking. Can't all of you take a joke? Suddenly. It was like Lei Yun had discovered a new continent. He pointed at Lin Fan and then moved his finger to Lin Fan's shoulder. This bug is not bad. Kid, is it yours? Lin Fan felt that he was really arrogant. If he had the small support system, he would have gained a ton of rage points. Maybe his actions were not bad. Lin Fan was deep in thought. He was a very low-profile person and had never been arrogant. But when he saw the other party's words and actions, he suddenly felt that it would be better if he was a little more arrogant. The atmosphere was a little suppressed. Lin Fan didn't bother about Lei Yun's question. To others, he was obviously not giving him face. Lei Yun's face was dark and sunken and he scoffed in rage. For someone at Master Realm to scoff, it was really shocking to the weak. It was like their eardrums were about to explode from his voice. But to Lin Fan, it was useless. It was like a mosquito was buzzing in his ears. Junior brother Yu was so anxious that he kept touching Lin Fan. Big brother, he was talking to you. Even if you didn't want to bother about him, you didn't have to do that. Lin Fan came back to his senses and looked at Lei Yun. Are you talking to me? Lei Yun raged. Are you deaf? If I am not talking to you, then who am I talking to? Do you not respect me at all? Why is this fellow who likes men and wants to protect you? Do you have something going on with him? Bai Feng shook his head towards Lin Fan to tell him not to be too emotional. Just bear with it and let him vent and things would end. To Lin Fan, he didn't expect people to be so arrogant. He was just at Master Realm and he dared to be so arrogant. If he really became a Dao Realm expert, then wouldn't he be able to ascend to the heavens? Maybe he didn't even need Dao Realm, just God Essence Realm would be enough. If I tell you to mess with him, do you dare to do so? Lin Fan looked at junior brother Yu and asked. Junior brother Yu was stunned like he didn't understand. What? He really didn't understand. What do you mean by that? Big brother, what do you mean by that? I'm so scared. Can't you say something that I can understand? Instantly. Everyone was stunned. If junior brother Yu was acting dumb and acting like he didn't know, then how could they not know what he meant? How could they not know what kind of person junior brother Yu was? How bold. He was just too bold, wasn't he afraid of dying? Lin Fan said solemnly, I am saying that I will take him down and let you mess with him. Do you dare to do so? Junior brother Yu blinked his eyes at Lin Fan. Big brother, stop playing around. I am just a normal little brother and my cultivation isn't even at Master Realm. I am only at Martial Path Grade 5. Now that you want me to mess with someone at Master Realm, you are asking for my life. Lei Yun's expression was really ugly and he said coldly, Kid, you are asking to die. Bai Zhanfeng, you are one of your people. It seems like you want to declare war on me. Forget it, I will teach all of you a lesson and let you know what an expert is. Bai Zhanfeng's face turned white from shock. Damn. He didn't dare to believe that the person he just met would be so bold. Although he wanted Lei Yun to pay a heavy price, his strength didn't allow him to. If he could, he would have attacked long ago. Brother Lin, this is Thunderflame Sect's Lei Yun. How can you offend him? Quickly apologize. Bai Zhanfeng blinked at Lin Fan and hoped that he could understand the situation. This wasn't something that he could do whatever he wanted. Scoff, now you are thinking about apologizing. Let me tell you, it is too late. Not only is he unlucky, but you will also pay a price. Even if I kill all of you, your stupid sect won't dare to say a single word. Do you understand? Lei Yun was arrogant and overbearing. He looked at Lin Fan and the others like he was looking at ants. Haze. Lin Fan sighed, even Master Realm people can be so arrogant now. Silence. The area was totally silent. Everyone was stunned by Lin Fan's words. Shortly after, laughter rang out. What? Is there something wrong with my ears? What did he say? Lei Yun pointed at one of the junior brothers and asked. That junior brother nearly fainted from laughter and said, Senior brother, he said that you are so arrogant at Master Realm. I am going to die from laughter. Lei Yun couldn't help but laugh. Gradually, his smile faded. Brat, you're really arrogant to the point that you don't know the heavens and the earth. Very well, ignorance is also a kind of blessing, but this blessing of yours will soon become your nightmare. Lin Fan didn't expect that he would be mocked so much. He felt a little helpless. Maybe because he was too young, people thought that he was easy to bully. But the process was not bad. The rage points that should have come still came. But did he need so many rage points now? Of course not. What he wanted was to get into the enemy's camp and raise his cultivation to Dao Realm Stage 3. Junior brother Yu was stunned and the way he looked at Lin Fan changed. It was like he wanted to holler. Big brother, are you really so overbearing? Not only was he stunned, but even Bai Zhanfeng was stunned. Where did this person that he just met come from? He was just so fierce. He didn't hold anyone in any regard at all. Annoyed, Lin Fan walked forwards and looked at Lei Yun. He opened his fingers like he was grabbing at Lei Yun. Interesting, what do you want to do? Lei Yun laughed out loud. But suddenly, the situation wasn't right. He felt like he couldn't control his body and at the same time, there was a terrifying suction force spreading towards him. Pang! In an instant, everyone opened their eyes wide like they had seen a ghost. Lin Fan grabbed Lei Yun and lifted him into the air. Beads of sweat rolled down Lei Yun's forehead. He felt like the situation wasn't right. Lin Fan turned his head, tell me the truth, do you want to attack or not? Gulp. Junior brother Yu swallowed his saliva. He looked at Lei Yun and then at Lin Fan. It was obvious that he wanted to, but maybe because of Lin Fan's identity, he didn't dare to. But very quickly, he made his choice. Yes. Lei Yun was at Master Realm. If something really happened, then his cultivation would increase by a lot. Aya. Just thinking about it made him feel really good. Lei Yun struggled. His throat was being grabbed and he couldn't say a single word. Pata. Lin Fan knocked Lei Yun out and tossed him towards Junior Brother Yu. Deal with him yourself, kill him. Junior Brother Yu headed forwards, grabbed Lei Yun's collar and ran towards the forest. Run. When the people who followed Lei Yun saw those scenes, they were terrified. How could they not understand what was going on? They just wanted to run. Kill them. Bai Zhanfeng attacked right away. He understood one thing, which was that if he let these people escape, the outcome would be catastrophic. This was why he had to kill all of them. To prevent future problems. Chapter 441. Damn, are all of you crazy? We are disciples of Thunderflame sect and you actually dare to do that. Save me, they are killing us. I have tolerated all of you for a long time. Go and die. Screams spread out. Bai Zhanfeng raised his blade and slashed, killing one kid with each slash. At such a situation, there was no need to think too much. Even if he let them go, the Thunderflame sect disciples wouldn't let them off. This was why they decided to go all out. Anyway, this was Evil Alliance and it was normal to die here. Who would be able to trace it back to them? In the forest behind. You will always be my big brother. Junior Brother Yu was so touched that he was about to cry. He didn't dare to imagine that one day he would be able to attack Lei Yun. Looking at the unconscious Lei Yun, his heart skipped a beat. His face, which was full of bumps and hollows, blushed slightly. Oh no, is this the feeling of love? He heard the sounds of enemies being killed. Junior Brother Yu sucked in a deep breath and started to attack. His senior brothers were killing the enemy, so he couldn't fall behind. He had to teach them a lesson and let them know how strong they were. Hee hee. Junior Brother Yu squinted his eyes and a cunning smile appeared on his face. He then reached out with his evil hands. Lin Fan stood there and looked at the bunch of kids fighting. He felt a little bored. If I do it well, I will definitely be able to gain a lot of rage points. Lin Fan believed that he could do it. He could do whatever he wanted in Evil Alliance. As for Bai Zhanfeng and the others, they were still useful. The Alliance wanted him and so did the top sections. But these were all top experts and they definitely didn't inform the normal disciples. After all, everyone knew that normal disciples couldn't do anything to him. To be more direct, the weak didn't have the right to know who was on the wanted list. He would start from the weak sects and trample on the Evil Alliance kids. Even if he was noticed one day, it didn't matter as he had already obtained everything he wanted. That was the way to go. Very quickly. The screams disappeared. Those disciples who lost Lei Yun's protection were all hacked to death. Bai Zhanfeng walked to Lin Fan's side. He felt huge pressure and didn't dare to speak. He felt that Lin Fan was just too terrifying, but he had no choice. He could only brace himself and say, "Brother Lin, I didn't expect you to be so amazing." Lin Fan said, "It is okay. No matter what, I was once an elder, so I do have this bit of strength." At this moment, Junior Brother Yu walked out in satisfaction. He walked while pulling up his pants. His aura was totally different and he gave off a high-spirited feeling. His cultivation had also risen to Martial Path Grade 6 and he had broken away from the ranks of weaklings. However, he was still really weak. Lin Fan asked, "Didn't I tell you to get rid of him? Why did you bring it out?" Hearing Lin Fan's voice, Junior Brother Yu shivered. He didn't dare to be arrogant anymore, but he still said timidly, "Big brother, I don't dare to kill him. No matter what, he's a disciple of the Thunderflame sect, and a direct descendant. If others find out, I won't be able to survive even if I have several lives." He was too timid. Lin Fan looked at everyone and said, "Since that's the case, I have an idea. Everyone here participated in this assassination, so naturally, we can't let him live. Let's all just kill him. This is a good idea." Bai Zhanfeng was the first to agree. He looked at the junior brothers and said, "Everyone will participate in this. If anyone reveals what happened, then we will all die together." Bai Zhanfeng's words shocked everyone. But shortly after, they were filled with excitement and joy. Their relationship was great. If everyone participated, then there wouldn't be any betrayals. Shortly after, things became much simpler. A bunch of people surrounded Lei Yun. Slash! Lin Fan waved his hands. Maybe Lei Yun died the most miserably. Poochie! Poochie! Every time they slashed, a large amount of blood would appear. It was only when they were truly fighting that everyone felt that it was so satisfying. Thinking about how arrogant Lei Yun was, he cursed at them so badly that they didn't even dare to reply. But looking at the situation right now, it was truly satisfying. Their deaths were simply too tragic. Who asked you to jump? Do you know the consequences of offending us? Everyone looked at Lin Fan in a different light. Although they had only interacted for a short period of time, one had to say that his methods were really overbearing and made one respect him. Junior brother Yu's gaze towards Lin Fan changed. They were from Evil Alliance, but for some reason, he felt that Lin Fan was even more vicious than them. He slashed just like that and didn't care about their status at all. That was just too terrifying. Some disciples felt that it wasn't enough after one slash, so they gathered their strength and slashed a few more times. It felt really good. In the end, Lei Yun couldn't be more dead. Not to mention how tragic his death was. Even if his parents came, they might not be able to recognize him. Bai Zhanfeng felt really good and the frustration in his heart was finally released. At most, he only thought about it. If he really had to do something, he might not dare to. Bai Zhanfeng said, "Brother Lin, we can't stay here for long. Let's leave." Okay. Lin Fan nodded his head. Perhaps it was because of this incident that he always felt that others seemed to have some respect and fear for him. It seemed like no matter where one was, being strong had its benefits. The next day, Lin Fan and the others were far away from the scene. To Lin Fan, everything was normal, but to Bai Zhanfeng and the others, they were still terrified. They thought back to what happened yesterday. If they hadn't personally killed Lei Yun, they would have thought that it was just a dream. Thunderflame's sect would definitely be furious when they found out that their direct disciple was killed. At that time, it would definitely cause a storm. Lin Fan didn't know what they were thinking. If he knew, he would be filled with disdain. A mid-tier sect wanted to cause a storm. It was hard to imagine how small of a storm it would be. Lin Fan's view of the world was different. The people he came into contact with were all top experts, and the powers he came into contact with could scare one to death. This was why his view of things was different now. To Bai Zhanfeng and the others, the rage of a mid-tier sect was a terrifying storm. But to Lin Fan, it was just a small fight and it wasn't worth mentioning at all. Now, junior brother Yu was really popular. He was the first person who dared to use his cultivation to fight someone at Master Realm. Everyone wanted to know what it felt like at that moment. Junior brother Yu was flattered and he just calmly waved his hands. He humbly said that it was nothing and that it was just a little tight. Although everyone was curious, when they thought about those scenes, they wanted to vomit. They could understand using yin to replenish yang, but what did he mean by using yang to replenish yang? Who in the world created this lousy cultivation technique? They were really impressed and didn't know what to say. But everyone was really curious about Lin Fan's background. Bai Zhanfeng said, "Brother Lin, what should we do next?" Lin Fan looked at Bai Zhanfeng and smiled, "Nothing, just act like nothing happened." Do all of you want to become an expert who can control your own fate? Everyone looked at Lin Fan and kept silent. Who didn't want to become an expert? But how was it so easy? Big brother, I do. Junior brother Yu said right away. He was really eager. After experiencing it once, he was totally addicted. There was a voice deep in his heart telling him that if he followed Lin Fan, there would be good days ahead. Bai Zhanfeng was someone with his own thoughts. He knew that there was no future in a normal sect. Even if he worked hard, it would be decent if he could reach Grandmaster Realm. As for God Essence Realm, he didn't even dare to think about it. Today, he felt that his chance was here. Although the chances were slim and it was dangerous, if he didn't try, he wouldn't be willing to accept it. Brother Lin, what do you think we should do? Bai Zhanfeng asked. He wanted to know how to do it. If it was possible, then he would go all out. Lin Fan smiled. What is the fastest way to raise strength? Bai Zhanfeng didn't even think. Pills. Lin Fan was stunned. What was a pill? Truthfully, he hadn't swallowed a single pill since he started cultivating. The purple gold dragon essence pill he got last time was given to cousin. We are from Evil Alliance. Are there no shortcuts to cultivation techniques? Lin Fan asked. Bai Zhanfeng said bitterly, I won't hide it from Brother Lin. We are just a normal sect and there are shortcuts, but I don't have the right. Junior brother use cultivation technique is a shortcut, but that method, I can't take it. Lin Fan glanced at junior brother Yu. It seemed like not every Evil Alliance disciple would become so desperate just to raise their strength. Okay, since that is the case, then let's go find pills. Bai Zhanfeng was stunned and didn't understand. Brother Lin, where are we going? Lin Fan smiled. How can there be a lack of places to find pills? Tell me, where do you think has the most pills? Think about it carefully. Voila! Bai Zhanfeng raised his head and was stunned. Damn! Why did he feel like something bad was about to happen? He panicked. But if they succeeded, the benefits would be huge. Lin Fan couldn't wait any longer. Bai Zhanfeng's sect was unassuming and Evil Alliance was a good place. Everyone was nervous and filled with anticipation. Lei Yun's death would cause an uproar, or maybe Thunderflame's sect would notice and they would search for him. But Lin Fan and the others were thinking too much. Lei Yun's disappearance didn't affect Thunderflame's sect at all and no one went to search for him. One had to say that the world was cold. Their sect disciple disappeared for so long and they didn't even care. What else could they say? That day, at the foot of a mountain. Brother Lin, are you sure? Bai Zhanfeng's tone was really weird, like he was in a cold cellar. He really didn't expect things to turn out like that. He thought that Lin Fan was joking. But now, he finally knew that he wasn't joking and he was serious.